FM. It airs every Tuesday evening, 7 p.m. And also, I do a bit of product management and software testing. I'm very happy to be here this morning, mainly because we've put such a program together to come and educate the next generation, to educate all of us the future of work, what we are to expect, especially when we are out of school. Because there are times that the things that you learn in school, when you start working, you are wondering, why did we even learn all the find X and find Y and find all these? But it has a role to play, and that's why we are here this morning. And I'm very excited because I get to introduce the keynote speakers. Now, when it comes to keynotes, anytime there's a program like this, there are certain key things that you have to take out of the program and also to prepare you for the program. And we have awesome gentlemen who will be doing this. I'm going to introduce the first person. He will be using slides. So please, our technical team, let's have his slides ready. He's in the person of Mr. Eric Annan. He is a visionary leader committed to fostering the growth of Africa's on-chain builders economy through his work at irhq.com. With over 15 years of experience, he brings a unique blend of expertise in team building, Web3 ecosystem development, mentorship, and innovation. A trusted voice in the global tech community, Eric is a sought after speaker who has graced renowned platforms such as Consensus Hyperlink, Zuzalu, ZooConnect, Tech in Ghana, Ed Safari, Muakra, and many more. Driven by conviction and empathy, Eric is dedicated to empowering individuals and organizations and to harness the transformative power of blockchain technology and Web3 to create lasting impact. And because of all these things that we have said about him, he is here this morning to share with us. So at this point, I want us, with a round of applause, to welcome our first keynote speaker, Mr. Eric Annan, and he will be talking on the subject, the journey to train 1 million Web3 builders. The journey to train 1 million Web3 builders, the African narrative to shape global Web3 adoption. Hey, he's not here yet, too.
Good morning, everyone. So in the Web3 space, we say GM, and GM is not general manager. GM means get money. So I'll be brief. I have about 10 minutes, I'm told. And so I'm very excited that you're here this morning. And some firebrands that I see, some big men and women that are going to inspire you. And it's a conversation. If you're a student here, you are a graduate. There are millions of students graduating every year in Ghana. As I speak to you today, less than 10% get jobs in the sector that we all know. Those sectors have not changed in the last 60 years in this country. So there's a need to have a paradigm shift in terms of our thinking, because you're not just competing in Ghana. Other people are competing with you in Ghana. We have a society today that is borderless society. So your mindset should not be, because I'm from Ghana, I do my things in Ghana. We need to have a global perspective. And so I'll be brief. I may not go through all the slide. Production team, are we ready? All right. I don't like standing static. I love to move around. I wish I was down there because it feels like I'm too distant. Because when I'm talking, I want to speak to your heart. So you go home and you are provoked and you want to change things. I'm not here to make you happy. I'm here to make you angry. And you don't need to like me. I don't care if you don't like me. But you must go home and challenge your own way of thinking. That's the only way you can have change. So, Tech in Ghana, this is the second time. I remember the first time 2 years ago, I was in a conference somewhere in Istanbul, and I have to force and be on it virtually. And I enjoyed it because that was a seed that this team sowed 2 years ago. 2 years on, is the second one is here. I know the school is on vacation, so it's okay. We don't need the crowd. You don't need 1 million people, the whole Ghana to start a change. So even if there was one person here, I was still going to speak. I was supposed to travel last night, but I have to move my flight because I believe you are important. And I believe the conversation that we are having today is a conversation that will make you, a year today, you say that, oh my goodness, I thank God I attended this conference because you're going to define your own career growth. You're going to define what makes you a human being. It's not okay for us to accept low, short, medium thinking. And so, excuse me? I can speak without a slide, by the way, but just I want to show certain data. Life is numbers. Everything about life is number. Once you understand the framework of number, you'll never struggle. You decide to come here at a certain time, it's number. You decided to invite somebody to join you, it's number. You decide to go to school, it's 4 years, it's numbers. You decide that, oh, I want to finish school and get first class, it's number. You say about a certain age in your life, you want to do ABs, it's number. So life, everything about life is numbers. So I want to show you some data points because I work with numbers. So for example, when you talk of Web3, interestingly, just 2 days ago, so earlier this year, there's a gentleman here called Mr. Martin Awaga. Let's give him a big hand clap. This gentleman, we met our path crossed 3 years ago when I returned back to the country fully in 2021, exactly on the 17th of July 2021. It was a Sunday, and I came with a friend, and we had a meeting, and this gentleman was there. In a conversation, he was starting a new movement. We had a very interesting conversation. Matter of fact, he was so driven that he did everything to organize a meeting with the previous finance minister. I remember very well. We met at Accra Mall. There was a gentleman that was supposed to come. The person didn't come, and my boss was like, "I'm sorry." I was, "Oh, don't worry. You understand. This thing takes time." And he has led a movement in this country called the Ghana Fintech and Payment Association for the last 3 years, and it has become one of the best movement in the country. So please join me to give a beautiful hand of applause with him and his beautiful, amazing Ohima wife. And so early this year, I was somewhere again, and it dropped a message. I needed to be in a committee, or need to have a conversation with some team. Like, I'm not here, but you have to be here. I said, okay, I'll try. So I have to still fly down. I came and we went for some workshop at Kempiski. And that was a conversation about blockchain and how we look into it. And then he gave me a task that we are going to start an advocacy in this country. And there's no other person to lead it than you. And so on Tuesday, we have started a massive conversation in this country. On Tuesday, we had our first press engagement, not press conference, to just have a conversation. As I speak, almost all the media houses are talking about blockchain today, not the cryptocurrency. Blockchain is not cryptocurrency. So if you're here today, I need you to go home and start looking at what role can I play and earn dollars, not cedis. My father, your mother, they are all working for cedis, and the inflation is 40%. So if you're looking forward to working with cedis, my friend, you're already digging your own casket. Is it whole or casket? You need to earn dollars so you can have vacations. Those who travel, they are not better than you. The more you travel, the better your perspective shifts. And your insight about life begin to alter. So I say, your perception is influenced by your perspective. Why? Because what you consume to your brain shapes your perception. So if you're in Ghana and every day you wake up and you're hearing somebody has bite somebody's finger, and radio, you are discussing from morning to evening. That's your perception. And that forms your perspective. But if you wake up and people are discussing IT, they're discussing AI, they're discussing robotic, they're discussing startups, how Airbnb was built, and the founder was looking for $150,000 at $1.5 million valuation, and he got 100 rejections, and only one person believed in him. And today, Airbnb, 10 years later, is $100 billion in value. Do you think you start talking about somebody has bit somebody's fingers? You want to become like Airbnb founder. This is the kind of conversation I want to be part of. Enough is enough of human talk. We need to begin to have bigger idea conversation. Conversation that makes you hungry, driven, and dream big. Dream, you are not arrested by dreaming. I tell you, everything you see in this world was started with dream. So if you don't have a dream, today try and dream. Even when you sleep, you just don't dream. Still, let the dream come, because your dream is valid. So quickly, so I represent a company called Aya, and October will be 5 years when we started. It was a simple mission, but today I'm humbled and glad that we are building the largest incubation program in Africa. And in combined, we have done something that I'm going to show you statistics, data of work. We put the work because we don't sleep. So when we started Aya, the ecosystem across the continent was very vague. There was no coordination. So we started by just trying to build a platform for people to get a job, remote job, because I believe that you can earn dollars. So the first Aya idea was to build a platform for people to get remote jobs. It was working so successful. In 6 months, we have done about $120,000 by connecting people. But we realized that we're getting challenge in scaling. The reason was simple. We're having demand, but the kind of talent we had in the continent, their mindset and the way they see things, we couldn't meet the demand. So it was two decisions that we needed to make, either to close shop or pivot. So we decided to pivot by asking ourselves, what can we do to solve this problem? So we decided to solve the problem by training our own talent. So we started Aya Fellowship, September 2022. The first company to help us was Coinbase. It's a blockchain company. It's listed on the Nasdaq Stock Exchange. It's publicly traded. It started by one young man in 2012. And today, Brian Armstrong has built one of the biggest companies in the world. They gave us some funds to start. We had over 8,000 applications, 4,000 applications from 33 countries in Africa. It means that people were looking for how do we get a skill. We were able to train just 66. Out of that, we had 2 people from Ghana, 2 ladies join. One of them is called Ella Mofori. Today, she works with Complete Pharma, one of the best product managers in the country today. How did Elam start? I met Elam at a conference like that at Yota. And Elam said, oh, I finished university 2 years, Minya Juma. I said, Elam, nobody speak this way again. If you're hungry, I can give you a roadmap. In 6 months, you change your destiny. She was hungry, she was driven. She enrolled in our first training program. Please go to, this is just, go. I mean, I'm just giving you a story so that you know that we are not just here to just talk you things. I'm not a politician. I'm not an inspirational speaker. I'm not a motivational speaker. So I'm here to give you practical life lessons. So Elam enrolled, go to next slide. I think, you left it. So Elam enrolled, the reason I'm trying to use Elam, she's like you. She enrolled 6 months, she completed. Immediately she completed, she got a job. Why? She took the product management platform. So go, let me show you. I'm done. Don't worry. These things are just examples. Go to the first one. Good. No. Yes. Yeah, good. Stop here. So Elam enrolled. So our training was simple because we have had data inside of the industry. So we decided to train product team. Because if you are building any software product, you need a software engineer, you need a product manager, and you need a product designer. These 3 can build any company in the world. So we decided to just not train software engineers. Because people write code, they don't even understand why they are writing the code. For you to build a real product, you need somebody who understands the consumer behavior, able to do user testing, able to do survey, understand. So you need the product manager to do that. So our training was not just training. Because I'm a founder, I know the problem that founders face with three key people: product management, product design, and engineering. So Elam enrolled in a product management track. There's another lady called Charity Apabo of Osehene. As I speak, she's in France, full scholarship, study in France. She did that same thing, and it was so intensive. Elam will DM me, say, I can't do this. It's too difficult. Elam, well, it's up to you. If you do it, you thank me one day. She finished. Maybe she finished less than a week. She got a job with Complete Farmer, and I think she's doing well. I've not heard from her for some time now. I'm telling you this because it's possible. And then when we did the training, we realized that the training is great, but it's not give us the fee, because we're a company, we are not charity. I want to exit. I want to become a billionaire. To exit, you need to do real things that make you exit. So the training everybody was doing training. What was missing was that we needed people not to just have training, to just get a job. How about we helping you build your own company? That's where the real money is. So we started, okay, the training is good, but it's not enough. Once you are trained, let's now convert these guys and make them become founders, startup founders. So we started with AfCFTA Incubation Program. We piloted 2 programs with our own resources, no support. The first company we did in Ghana is called Sarcasm. Sarcasm is being built by 4 Ghanaians. Sarcasm is an amazing company. You need to check sarcasm.ai. If you are here, just go on. Bring your phone. Let's do practice. Go to your website, Google Chrome or Safari. Just type sarcasm.ai. These are Ghanaians. The product they have built is a global product. They have over 200,000 users today. Over 200,000 users. They predicted the Ghanaian election 99.9% accurately. It's a prediction platform built by Ghanaians, young people like you. We incubated them in September 2023. As I speak to you today, Sarcasm has raised about $150,000. In fact, they are raising $1 million as I speak, because now they have data. They have proven track record that they can do it. Not only Sarcasm. We've actually incubated about 7 projects in Ghana: Sarcasm, iExchange, Crypto Momo, Fiat Cent. In less than a year, we put up a builder hub in Abokobi. The builder hub is called No Bullshit Zone. You get there, no gossip, focus, get your hands dirty, ideate, and build. You can sleep there, stay there for 1 month, free electricity, free internet. We are not interested in gossip. If you are interested to build, you are welcome there. So the moment you are entering, you see No Bullshit Zone. We are serious. Because those who build Singapore, they are not more than us. They are not human beings more than us. We just have to change the way we think. That's it. Chief, also, Charlie, me time. Awesome. So we are the largest incubation program today. So after Sarcasm, we got a partner called LISC. And let's say we love what you guys are doing. Let's do it continental-wide. So we started with LISC last year. And as I speak, we've incubated 25 projects. 3 from Ghana, 2 from Kenya, most of them from Nigeria. Our friends in Nigeria, you know their energy. Their energy is high. Most of them are from Nigeria. Combined, they've raised about $100,000 just grant from LISC. We've received over 700 applications from 50 countries in Africa, including India. Means that more people want to build, but they don't have access. What we are trying to do is that enable your dream to become real. Next slide. So these are some of the projects that we've incubated. You can check them. Sarcasm, LearnWay. Matter of fact, everybody download LearnWay. Your fastest way to understanding blockchain is LearnWay. These guys are building simple tools for enable you to have financial literacy. It's incubated by Aya, so you can download it on Apple. Is on test flight. By Google, go to your Play Store, Download Learnway, start literacy, because financial literacy enable you to have the right decision making. So these are some of the companies that we have incubated. Next slide. Now, we realize that if you have the skill, but you cannot prove it. How do you prove it? So we decided to build iLab. It's an end-to-end tech platform that enables you to join hackathon, to build, try. You're a designer. How do you show that you're a designer? iLab enable you to do that. You're a product manager. How do you get another team to show that you can actually become a good product manager? iLab enable you to join a team. You are a smart contract engineer. How do you show that? iLab enable you to join another person, form a team, and do a hackathon. By so doing, you are showing your work important. You are building to actually have that confidence that your skill is not just on paper. Like we all know, our universities, your university, you all know, you and I know that you're only doing theory. Email classmates who cannot even write email, corporate email. And this comments, we need to have it. So your lectures are not doing any favor. You yourself, you must be selfish to say, no, I know sir, I'm doing theory, but how do I get the practical things that I need for industry? And we enable you to do that. So iLab is built so far. We have 5,000 builders across the world on iLab. We have 20 projects incubated on iLab. We've done 2 hubs, like I said. We have 2 hubs, one in Accra and one in Kenya, in Kilifi, the beautiful coastal part of Kenya. We just opened the hub in Kenya. So after today, this evening, I'm going to Kenya for another 1 month. I'll be in Kenya because the work is getting more thicker and thicker. The incubation program is what we needed. Why? Because Silicon Valley was not built just because they wanted to build. It was built intentionally to create an economy within economy. Can we begin to have this kind of hubs? We cannot do it alone. We need more people to open hubs. So we are not afraid of competition. More people should open hubs because we need more of these hubs to enable young students to kind of, oh, I'm interested. So if you're a student here, go on Twitter, look for UC Berkeley. If you're a student here, now follow UC Berkeley. Do it now. Take your phone, go on Twitter, check UC Berkeley. This is what they do. The moment you enter the campus, your first day, you start looking for somebody who is crazy, hungry, driven, and have a dream. And you join him or her. And you start having your ideas. Every week, you'll be having pitches. And they will pair you with a mentor, maybe in Silicon Valley. Maybe if you're lucky, you can get Tim Cook to be your mentor. You may have maybe once every 6 months to have one-on-one with him. UC Berkeley, every week you do hackathon. So by the time you are finishing university, you're already a founder. And I'll tell you a school in Ghana that is doing the same model, AfCFTA. They have something they call capstone. By the time you are finished AfCFTA, you are already a founder. Almost all the amazing companies we are having in Ghana today, most of them are AfCFTA students. Dream Over started back in 2009 or so. There's a young man called Philip. He's the founder of HuriPay. Check HuriPay. He's an AfCFTA student. He was building HuriPay in Ghana, struggling. Nobody was minding him. The guy moved to Silicon Valley. In less than a year, the guy has built a movement. Got funding from Silicon Valley. Philip HuriPay is now a global company from AfCFTA. So it doesn't mean that you cannot do it. It means that you have to change the way you think. Stop snapping only. Stop all this Instagram. Reduce it. Go on YouTube. Ask yourself, I want to learn how to become a product designer. YouTube. If I want to become a doctor, and I'm serious, 1 year, YouTube will give me all the knowledge I need. I'll become a doctor. I don't need to be in university. Only that I may not have the certificate, but I can practice. And therefore, I'm just using doctor. But you don't need certificate to become an engineer. You don't need certificate to become product designer. All you need is track record, proof. Show me your work. So all these things, I have certificate, first class. Nobody needs your certificate. What people need, what skill do you have? What can you do? Show me what you can do. Don't tell me your certificate. I don't need your certificate. Show me the problem you can solve. Once you can solve that problem, people pay you for problem that you solve. They don't pay because you are first class student. If you don't solve problem, you are hungry. You'll be hungry. Mwambe show sa na obebre. Because solve problem to make money. You don't make money by not solving problem. People that get money are people that solve problems. If you don't solve problem, there's no money for you. And money is good. Sky bonsam. In fact, if you have to pray for against anything, it's poverty that we all have to pray against. We need to be serious about looking for money, but not short term. Look for money in a way that makes you have a skill that solve problems. Next slide, last one before we go. So these are some of the stuff that we were in tech 3 weeks ago. I was amazed. We have 500 room filled. These tech students stay for 4 hours, and they were asking questions that blew my mind. Can we have the same thing in University of Ghana? You know, I heard that University of Ghana, they're life in Kwaneba. Is it true? Is it true? No, it's not true. You can solve problem. Next one. Next one. Next one. I'm done. Next one. These are some of the projects. Sarcasm. See their data. Real. Over 200,000 global users. It started last year. We incubated last year. It was just a pet project. It means that it's possible. Sarcasm will be raising their $1 million. Very soon, because down this number is easy. In fact, if these guys were abroad, capital is not, talent is evenly distributed. But when it comes to capital, Charlie, it's more, especially if you're an African founder, you have to do more to raise. It's fair, it's okay. It means that we have to have our own money here. Imagine Mr. Martin is a billionaire. He will put $10 million into VC. He will have his own angel. And his, madam, so you are also setting your own family fund very soon. So look for them. They are going to be they will fund you, give you $5,000, $10,000. Because we need to have that. We need to have more local VCs. That's the only way we can have more people to dream. We are only looking for abroad folk to give us. Meanwhile, we have money. We are only buying cars, a dime. Why don't you invest in young people? I mean, a dime who are invest in young people, create a new dream. To Oscar and go talk Chibum, invest in young person, money $5,000 on fund. It will fail and we'll learn and we'll get better. Next one, last one before we end. Now, this is where I'll end. Who knows this man? Who is he? OpenAI, correct. Well, give me one of their products. So you should the exams, boy. So this guy says that the most important market today is Africa, and I agree. By end of the century, 3 out of 5 in the world will be someone like you. So by end of this century, 3 human beings you see on this planet will be like somebody like you. What that means in terms of numbers is that Africa is going to have the biggest responsibility to take care of the world by solving problems. So I am not a fan of Canada because there's opportunity. No, there's no opportunity there. The opportunities are here. The only thing that we don't have access. That's why this kind of platform, TechConnect, this, I've seen, sir, yes, sir. You have to be part of these communities. I don't believe there's opportunity in America. They have built everything they need to build. There's no problem to solve there again. All the problems are here in Africa. We are the most important market. That's what this man is saying. That almost every country, please bring it back. I'm done. Africa is going to be the most important market over the next coming decades for many companies. These guys, they don't just speak. They follow the numbers. It's data. The data has been telling the world that Africa is the most important market. We have to be serious about it. Unfortunately, you and I are not serious. We only do TikTok. Yes, I mean, things that are supposed to make us angry, we laugh. Things that are supposed to kind of make us laugh, now you're a fool. Do you get the gist? At the most, I mean, what, you are waking up and you have seen radio, the whole Ghana radio from morning to evening. You're not angry. You're not discussing how to make you, to empower you. I'll give you a trick. TikTok. If you open TikTok in Accra, in Ghana, the first 10 minutes, the things that you see, if you're in China, the first 10 minutes, you don't see the same thing. Ask yourself why. In China, you see things about the future, so that it makes you angry to want to solve a problem. But here, your TikTok, every day you are laughing. Comedy. Wait, please, let's limit it. Two things I'm going to recommend. Use Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account, open one now. Twitter is an open university, free mentorship class. You get everything you need to know in this world on Twitter. Everything I know today, I learned on Twitter. But I follow people like Paul Graham of YC, Michael Sibel of YC. They'll give you live things that you need to do. So if you don't have Twitter today, open Twitter and type things that you want to do, type that you have something to follow. Pay attention to that person, the thing that they say. All you need is Twitter. LinkedIn, go to studio. Take a professional picture. Shave your hair, professional picture, and start bragging about your achievement. I'm a first-year student. I help my students to organize. They don't talk. It's an achievement. It's work. It's a skill. Start talking about what you're doing every day. People don't look for your CV. And your school, and you can print you CV now, when you have LinkedIn. Open LinkedIn, open Twitter. These two, one day you meet me in Mabakokra. Say, oh, Papa, what can same way me take here? So thank you so much. I hope you have something today. I'm not here to make you happy. I hope that we can work on this journey. We are here to support you. My job the next 10 years is to support more young people. And we are doing that already. Already we have supported likes of Bar and his team at Soccerzim become a global company. That is what we want to do. If you're a builder, you want to build something, talk to us. We'll help you take your idea to global platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Eric Annan. If there's nothing at all that you've taken, follow UC Berkeley. It's very important. And as he said, now Africa is the most important market today. So what we have to do is to reduce the screen time, make time on YouTube, learn new things to solve problems for our country and for our continent, and even for the global market. Thank you so much once again. We'll move on to the next keynote speaker. He's in the person of Mr. Martin Kwame Awaga. He is a seasoned digital economy and fintech specialist with over 12 years of proven experience in designing innovative payment systems, executing digital finance strategies, and driving financial inclusion across Africa. He's demonstrated leadership in developing cutting-edge financial products, steering fintech growth initiatives, and collaborating with global institutions to implement transformative solutions. He's adept at managing high-stakes projects, advising on policy development, and fostering impactful partnerships that advance the financial technology landscape. He has expertise in stakeholder management, data-driven decision-making, and creating a sustainable digital financial ecosystem. He's currently the president of the Ghana Fintech and Payments Association and also a board member of the Africa Fintech Network. He's going to speak to us on the topic, Bridging the Gap, Africa's role in digital finance and the university industry divide. So talking to us about bridging the gap, Africa's role in digital finance and the university industry divide. That's what he'll be talking about. So at this point, with a round of applause, shall we welcome to the stage Mr. Martin Kwame Awaga as he gives us the second keynote speech.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for having me, and I'll try to do as much as my brother did, and that's in the person of the previous speaker, Eric Annan. We go way back, and yes, there were a few things everything that he's telling you, you either take it for your own future or you don't, because the world as we know it has dramatically shifted. And for me, it's always a pleasure talking to you seated here today, because I was like you. I used to sit in almost all the conferences way back in Central University. during my undergrad course. And so it's very important that we understand what's happening today and what the organizers of this event are trying to do. They are not trying to come here today to give you a certificate to say, oh, you participated in this conference, and so take this certificate to, add it to your CV and whatsoever. No, we are not doing that. What they are basically trying to do is to give you knowledge, wisdom that we didn't have some few years ago when we were like you. And you would notice that the array of speakers that will be presented to you today are not only in, most of the industries you are. Most persons speaking or going to be standing here today as people who have been exposed to technology. And when I say technology, I don't mean it in the sense of maybe you using your phone to access social media and what have you. They've been exposed to what technology can do, what it can achieve, the benefits it can bring. And Eric said, try to make sure you make dollars. I've always been a fan of the fact that Africa is the continent of the future. And if you are seated here in this room as a student and you don't know this, then you are losing your way. Sorry, but you are losing your way. So I'm supposed to be speaking on the topic Africa's role in digital finance and the university industry divide. I would have loved it if this topic was being shared with the students and the faculty of this university alike, because most of the things that I have on my script, for which I'm not doing any PowerPoint presentation, are all tailored towards the leaders of this institution, because the information I have actually goes to them. So, in as much as they are not here today, I would entreat you, all of you seated here as students, as friends, to take this message to them. Try as much as possible to listen. Even if you have to jot notes, make those notes. And you leave this university having to work in various institutions. Some of you might not necessarily work or find yourself in places or the degrees that you read. For instance, I always tell people that my first degree is in economics, pure economics. My master's is in economics. Now, I can tell you for the past 8 years since I've been working for myself, I've never had to use my certificates because it's not really relevant to the world of work currently. And I always reading economics back in university, I always say that most of the theories, most of the assumptions, most of the things that were taught or modules were not applicable to Africa. They were not. You may want to ask me why, and I'll tell you. They were not applicable to Africa. Because how many of you are reading economics? Okay, so let's do something here. Of all the theories you are reading, how many of them are applicable, or how many of the people who are listed or came up with these theories are Africans? Say it. None of them. So then, that means that our kind of economic structure has not been taken into consideration when most of these things were being done. And the same applies to a lot of other disciplines that you are reading. So you have to make sure that you take on other skills. I always say that the university, they always say university. University is not for you to come and read your master's, your degree, let's say a banking and finance course, and another 4 years, you take your degree and go and sit down. It's a university. University means it's a place for you to go, come explore opportunities, and understand how you can build on your own skills, how you can develop skills, interpersonal relationships, how you can, work with each other in team or groups. I think back in the day, most of our colleagues did not take their group work seriously. But I can tell you, those are some of the things that we did back in the universities that made you learn very serious interpersonal skills. But anyway, I think I'm talking too much. Let me get back to my speech. So, like I want to say, Africa is at a crossroad. I think Eric mentioned that we are at a crossroad, and the crossroad we are is, as he rightfully said, we are going to be the ones producing for the world in the next decade, and even by the by the time this century is over, Africa would be the continent that will be providing everything, even technology related. I always say that the AI tools that we have now, most of them are more applicable in Africa's context than any other continents, and any other region in this world. Most of the AI tools we have today are more applicable. So we have more opportunities to build and learn to build AI tools that can be able to solve our economic problems, ensure economic empowerment and growth for our continent. So we are at a crossroads, a pivotal moment in our history, one that can guarantee economic balance in empowering our young population, the rapidly growing technology and digital economy, as well as fintech or digital finance sector that is transforming financial access and inclusion. So, how many of you know what fintech is? Let's make this very interactive. How many of us here know what fintech is? What is fintech? What is fintech? I mean, don't give me anybody who understand what fintech is. I'm talking to the students. What is fintech? But we are all using it. Most of you here do not understand what fintech is, but we are all using it. So if I tell you that fintech is just the amalgamated word for financial technology and you are all engaged in it, how many of you use mobile money? Let me see by hands, please. Let's make it engaging. How many of you use mobile money? All of you use mobile money. And that is basically fintech, financial technology, digital finance. How many of you here have been to the banking hall in the last month? Let me see, show by hands. See? Only 2 people have been to the banking hall in the last month. That should tell you that the way you think about finance, the way you handle finance is changing. Previously, the bank will tell you, "Oh, you are our customer," but now no individual is a bank's customer. No individual is a bank's customer. So the banking is changing, finance is changing, accounting is changing. A lot of the courses you are doing today is changing as a result of what? Technology. And that is what we call financial technology or digital finance. So from mobile money platforms to digital lending solutions, cross-border payments. How many of you have received money from your parents from the diaspora? Maybe even in Kumasi, that's the diaspora. Kumasi is diaspora. So how many of you here receive money or funds from your parents outside of Accra, day in, day out? Let me show by hands, please. Let's make it engaging. Come on. Show by hands. You don't want them to know that you've been receiving money from the diaspora. Okay. So cross-border payments and an increased appetite for remittances. Africa is proving itself to be a hub of innovation in the global financial technology landscape. Yet, as we celebrate these achievements, we must also confront a pressing challenge: the widening gap between academia and industry. So that's my topic: the widening gap between academia and industry. So I'm going to tell you a story, which I would have been happy, like I said, if some of the authorities of this university were here. Currently, there's a huge gap between what we need to be doing as a university and what industry is also doing, or what is happening within industry. So about a year and a half ago, I reached out to one of your popular professors here in this university to see how we can introduce maybe a master's in fintech program and what have you. And he directed me to one department, and from there I realized the bureaucracy in the system is just crazy. So from one department to the other, of course, that's in our agile world now, that's very torturing, tormentors, and it doesn't allow for productivity. So while trying to do that, I realized there was no benefit in me chasing after, all these departments and trying to book meetings. And you can just imagine, most of these people have meetings or calendars blocked for months. So just to introduce a course could take how long? A year, 2, 3, only God knows. So another university reached out to us, or we reached out to the university, which is the Noble International Business University. It's a professional university where they offer master's and PhD degrees. So we reached out, and what did we do? We came out as an association. Of course, you've heard that I lead the Ghana Fintech and Payments Association. So as an association, we came out with a curriculum, and then we presented it to the university. And the university was so excited that this is a course that is not being offered anywhere in Africa. A master's program in financial technology. A master's program in financial technology. So we went through meetings with the university, just as we wanted to do the same thing with Legon, for which we're not getting the right people or who to talk to, and it became a whole lot of dilly-dally back and forth and what have you. So we reached out to Noble International Business University, and after 3 months, we were able to get approval from the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, which is GTEC, or formerly National Accreditation Board, to offer a master's program in financial technology. Why am I saying this? Currently, the course is running. It runs for a year, 12 months. Currently, the course is running, and we have almost 30 students enrolled on that course. And these students are all people who are leaders within the financial technology space or the digital finance space. And this course is not being run anywhere else in Ghana, not anywhere else also in Africa. So my challenge here to you today is go out there and be pioneers. Don't go through the university thinking, oh, I'm reading banking and finance, a degree in banking and finance. So at the end of the day, my brother Eric said it. At the end of the day, I'm taking my CV, work under this hot sun, and look for a job. No. See how you can, reduce the screen time, like he said, Facebook, TikTok, and what have you, and leverage on other tools. I think ALX is here today. They are supporting this program. Reach out to these people. See how you can take up other technology relevant, skill demanding courses whilst you are still in university. We didn't have this when we were growing, but we had to do our own best to fit in the times, particularly because our jobs were demanding it. Our jobs demanded that you move according to the times. So one of the things that I would also say is we want to see institutions like Legon. I particularly am ready, and I throw this challenge to you, the students. When you go to your courses or when you go to your lecture halls, ask the lecturers questions. Okay, we've heard that technology is doing this, technology is bringing that. What are we doing as a university? For instance, for a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance or banking and finance, you can still have fintech in there as a course. You can still have digital finance in there. You can still have cryptocurrency in there. How many of you heard that the president's Twitter account was hacked over the weekend? How many of you heard it? How many? Raise your hand. Be confident. Raise your hand. And these are issues that we are all supposed to be talking about. How do you call it? Cybersecurity. It's an issue that borders on all of us. Once you are using a phone, you are engaging in the internet, or you are actually using a laptop, we are all privy to this kind of issues. So reading maybe a banking and finance course alone is not enough, but there are other courses that can be imbibed in there that can prepare you for the world of work, that can prepare you for the job you're about to do today. I had a very long speech, but I'm not going to read it because for me, I think it's rather, very boring. So I decided to have this engagement session. And what I can tell you is in the next few years, 2 years, 3 years maximum, we'll be introducing new courses across all the universities. And I think these are things that you need to do. And sometimes I also say that the universities also shouldn't just sit down and wait for us to come knocking before they decide to do some of these new courses. They can call on us. We are also open to have those kind of discussions. The universities can always walk to us, and we are always ready to support in terms of building new courses. Cybersecurity is a big deal now. Cybersecurity is a big deal now. Even me, I've not had any course in cybersecurity, but I'm planning to. So if I have not had any course in cybersecurity, and we all need to know what two-factor, multi-factor authentication is and what have you, it is important that once you are engaged in the digital age, you have to take some of these courses seriously. So I would end here to say that go out there and challenge yourselves. Technology is actually encompassing everything that we do as in our lives. Now, the game of money in my world, in fintech, is not just paper. Of course, cash is king, but that can be disrupted. It can be stolen. But it's now a numbers game. When you go on Momo, you don't see cash. You see number. That is what fintech is. That's how finance is being disrupted. So take this message to your lecturers, to your universities. Ask them questions. Ask your lecturers questions. That you are hearing these things and people are coming all the time. Resource persons are coming all the time to talk to you about the different changes or the narratives that are being changed across the globe. When you go to UK, there's a lot of master's program in fintech. When you go to US, there's a lot, cybersecurity, emerging technology, all the other emerging technologies. But why is Africa that this, for instance, all these technologies are being built for Africa? And why is Africa still lacking to make sure that there's a huge gap between industry and academia? I leave that to you to ponder. Thank you.
You can do better than that. Thank you so much, Mr. Martin Awagam. If nothing at all, we just have to know this. The time spent here on campus is not only for learning. I went to KNUST. Those times we say Baba D, like we have to learn the things, cramp everything into our minds. Exam time, chew, go, you pour, you pass, you forget. We are being encouraged to do otherwise. Learn new skills. We have to learn new things. In fact, we spend so much time on the internet. So instead of just using it in a way that will not be totally beneficial to us, we have to look at how we can gain from it. And that's what has been shared with us. We have to learn the skills that would help us be employable for the industry. Thank you so much once again for sharing that with us. We are going on to the next keynote speech, and this will be done by Dr. Kofi Nyakopon. He is the COO for Africa Prosperity Network. He's a medical doctor, business leader, and a strategic visionary with expertise in healthcare, entrepreneurship, and operations management. He's a graduate of the University of Ghana Medical School. He practiced at Kolebu Teaching Hospital before transitioning into business, where he's built distribution networks for health supplements and then also across Africa. Currently, as the COO of the Africa Prosperity Network, he drives strategic initiatives for Africa's economic integration. He holds an executive MBA in finance, and he is also a successful coach and speaker. He's passionate about social impact, emerging technologies, and financial markets. With a round of applause, shall we welcome to the stage Dr. Kofi Nyakopon as he gives us the keynote on the topic Empowering Africa's Youth through AfCFTA and Strategic Partnerships.
Thank you very much. All right. I've just been warned I have only 10 minutes, even before I held the mic. So good morning, everybody. How are you all doing? We're good? All right. So I just want to say thank you to the organizers, Akosia, and the rest of the team. You guys are doing great. And I want to say a big thank you to the previous speakers. You all agree with me that they did a great job. Please, let's appreciate them one more time. All right. So I'm just gonna, give you a little differing perspective, and basically just to pick back from where our previous speaker left off, because that is where I'm going to zone in. And my speech is just going to be on, the variance between the current academic university curriculum and the demands of industry. What I want to zone in on is how we use strategic partnerships, all right, to empower the youth for a thriving future. And so that's what my speech that I have here is going to be on. I'll try to make it interactive as I go on so that I'll not bore you with everything I've read. And since she's on my neck with 10 minutes, I have to go straight to the point. So First of all, I'm quite excited. I used to attend fora like this, and I believe they bring value to everybody who is seated here. All right. Now, my topic is going to be how we use AfCFTA and strategic partnerships to how AFC and strategic partnerships are empowering Africa's youth for a thriving future. All right. So let's start off by identifying that there is a gap between academia and industry. And just like the previous speaker said, I mean, you realize that what we are taught in the universities, the curriculum, they need updating. All right. We need collaboration between industry and then academia on one side. However, I want to emphasize that these two are not adversaries, all right? So, you know, most often we have people from industry coming to say, oh, what they're teaching is not correct and it's not created and it's not updated. And we have the professors and the doctors and the lecturers on one hand also, you know, hitting back, and it's no. We are supposed to coexist. So we are not adversaries, okay? We're just partners. That's the first and foremost thing to note. However, we have to agree that there is a disconnect that exists, all right? So whilst we get the theoretical knowledge, the foundations and things from school, we have to understand that, you know, critical thinking and even real life experiences need to happen to you as a human being to shape you and mold you so that you'll be able to, you know, bring real impact and value to, you know, the world as it is, okay? So let me go into AfCFTA. How many of you have heard AfCFTA? Let me see by show of hands. All right, cool. A few of you. So first of all, people say after. If you say after outside, you know, someone might stone you if you are coming from Asia because it means something totally different. So let's all stick to saying it's AfCFTA. And this is the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. This is an agreement that was signed by most of the nations in Africa, okay? And it's all in a bid to create the world's biggest single market of what, 54 nations and a combined GDP of about 3.5 trillion, okay? And this includes 1.4 billion people. So I'm giving you this background so that you know that when we are zoning in on the topic, we are not just limiting ourselves to just Ghana, but a true borderless state in the entire African country, all right? So AfCFTA is one of the most transformative economic frameworks of our time, and it's in a bid to create the largest free zone area in the world, okay? Now, beyond its economic ambitions, which is very, very great, AfCFTA is very, very instrumental in fostering lots of youth development and entrepreneurship through various frameworks and then policies and actually actionable measures. So I'm going to talk about the frameworks, then the policies, and then the real impacts that AfCFTA has had. And I believe that if you have this at the back of your mind, it kind of exposes you, it opens up your thinking into knowing what is possible for you out there as you transition from school and enter into the real world. First of all, there is a protocol on women and youth in trade by the AfCFTA. Okay, now this protocol was one of the first agreements, which is kind of like a legally binding document, and its purpose is to make sure that women and youth, these are very, very special groups and have their challenges addressed firsthand. So whether it's issues of accessing finance, whether it's issues of participation, involving them in policy formulation and so on and so forth, unfair practices, we want to make sure that here, micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, especially those led by women and youth, highlighted, and then they are exposed, and we facilitate their inclusion into continental value chains. And that is what the protocol is on. So AU, of which AfCFTA is an arm, recognizes that women and the youth need to be treated specially. So that's point number one. The African Union itself has a youth charter, okay, and a plan of action. And the same thing is just to protect young people's rights, people like you and I, right? So they focus on education, skills development, entrepreneurship, and all sorts of things, okay? if we move further and we enter into the real initiatives which might interest you, you realize that there are things like the AfCFTA Young Entrepreneurs Federation. Okay, so this federation empowers young business owners like yourself so that you can engage in advocacy training, capacity building, and investment mobilization. Okay, and individual countries like Ghana, we have a national AfCFTA policy framework. Okay, so now this framework, it has action plans, and that include investment and entrepreneurship and management for exporters. So what happens is that there's collaboration here between academia as well as industry experts to develop skills that are necessary for everybody here to engage and participate and play on the African level. So AfCFTA is there. Ghana has a national policy on AfCFTA that I encourage you to look into. You could write this down and look into it and see how you can use it to scale all your businesses, all right? Now, if you move on from that, there are international dialogues which present a platform where youth can also engage in, and mentorship programs where you can meet people who are real professionals to give you guidelines on these things. Okay, so what are some of the real actions? One, there's capacity building programs, and two, which is what most of you will be interested in, there's access to financing. Okay, so efforts are also underway to improve financial literacy into all those who are building small business who need to scale up all these things. Okay, so AfCFTA is there to facilitate trade, a truly borderless continent, and to remove all these barriers and make us one single nation, okay, or one single continent. Okay, if I want to zone in into the tech industry specifically, all right, you realize that recently, I'm sure you've heard that MTN is able to send money from MTN Ghana to MTN Nigeria. You've all heard that in the news recently, okay? So this is on the advent of mobile money interoperability, okay? How do you, as a business person in Sunyane, selling clothes, how can you send or open up to markets in Harare, Zimbabwe, for instance, so that you can send your products all the way to Zimbabwe, and this person can pay in Zimbabwean dollars and you will receive the money instantly? If there's demand, and then you're able to meet this demand, how are you able to get remunerated for the services? And that is what AfCFTA is making possible, so that if we have a ratification and all nations come together and say that we are agreeing to do this and put it on a legally binding document, then everybody within 4 or 5 years, and that's the framework my company is working on, which is a core partner to AfCFTA, to make mobile money interoperability a thing within the next 4 or 5 years. So it won't be just between Ghana and Nigeria, it will be between all African countries. And so this will enable not just the free movement of people, services, goods, and culture, but we'll be able to make payments seamlessly, okay, through interoperability of payment systems. Okay, now, if I come into APN, which is Africa Prosperity Network, okay, I got involved with Africa Prosperity Network because I saw the mission and the vision, and it's a platform. We create a platform where we bring the private sector, okay, to meet and dialogue with policy leaders and regulators to find a common ground, and then all in a build of building the world's largest single market. So here we have policy leaders on one side. They tell you what exactly they need. We have presidents who come to our programs, and we have the real business leaders from Nigeria, from South Africa, from billionaires from Egypt, and so on. And then they sit with the private sector, and then the multinational banks. And here, when they are all seated on the table, we are able to identify where the gaps are, what needs to be done to push businesses forward and move the private sector forward. And so I believe it's a very, very good platform where you are all invited to come and listen, meet new people, share your ideas, and all a bit to network, empower yourselves, and scale up. So we are a non-profit organization, and it's all in the vision or the objective of promoting the Africa that we want, as outlined in the African Union. How do we do these things? Okay, through industry partnerships and skill development. So APN, we partner with a multitude of stakeholders, okay, and policymakers and private sector through the Africa Prosperity Dialogues that we hold every single year in January. And I encourage you all to look out for it and be there, because over the last 2-3 years, we've actually seen the impact. It has not just gone on to be one of those regular talk shows or regular conferences, but we've seen real impact being delivered, and we've seen the results of these dialogues because they deliver actionable policies which lead to bankable projects. And that is what we are about, not just one of these talk shops, okay? And also, the upcoming edition of Africa Prosperity Network is going to focus on women and on youth, okay? Specifically how we build a single market where women, youth, and SMEs are prospering, are innovating, and are being empowered. And that is going to be our focus. Okay, we also create internship and apprenticeship opportunities for the youth. Okay, so that you are equipped with real life skills and experiences needed in an evolving marketplace. All right. Now, what is in the pipeline? And this is what I'll conclude with. First of all, we facilitate partnerships between universities, SMEs, and to drive curricular and training programs. And you're going to hear more and more about this in the build up to the next edition of our Africa Prosperity Dialogues. Okay. And we are also going to assist in accessing of funding, market entry opportunities and stuff like this through the AfCFTA framework that I've just spoken about. Okay, so you need to realize that the AfCFTA framework does exist. It's there to help you scale up to play on the continental level. Okay, and we have a distinguished lineup of partners with several MOUs in progress as I speak, where we even want to outsource and leverage on Africa's expertise in AI and tech, for instance, to the global markets, because we have companies. What we've seen is that if you're doing a good thing and people realize you're not just one of these conferences and you're having a real impact, we realize that companies from Europe, from North America, all come to us and tell us, look, we trust what you're doing and we want you to be the catalyst for Africa. Okay, if we need African talent, can you bring these people from us, vet them, and then send them to us? And by and large, we are seeing that more and more companies are coming over to us. And I believe that this initiative will also enhance your livelihood and contribute to a broader economic development for Africa, where we provide opportunities for everybody to work, not just locally, but internationally. And also STEM education, okay? We are committing to closing the gender gap in technology by supporting initiatives that promote STEM education, especially for girls and young women. Okay, we partner with several other institutions like Drive to Inspire. Okay, and these people are doing an amazing job at going to mentor, give scholarships, and they tutor young women, especially the adolescents in secondary schools, and showing them career paths, career guidance, and things that they could do right when they leave the secondary schools in the build up to the universities and even transition into real world. So in Nigeria, there are some similar examples like Women in Tech Africa. Thousands of women have been employed and under the skills where they are learning digital skills to enable them become successful players on the job market. So in all this, why does this matter? Why am I here telling you about this? Because number one, remember that 20% of young Africans are unemployed or underemployed. Okay, so that is a staggering statistic. Okay, and the women contribute to 70% of all informal cross-border trade, but then they are underrepresented when it comes to trade policy in formal sector. Okay, and there is a 50% skills gap. Recently, they brought an intern to me, supposed to be first class in accounting, but I realized that even a very simple or a task that you would consider very simple to do on Google Sheets, he was struggling with it, okay? Which tells you that the variance is actually very, very true. There is a gap and a gap that needs to be bridged, all right? So if we move on and we identify these numbers that are speaking for themselves, what is the path forward? I believe that academia and industry must work together, okay? As previous speakers have rightfully said, collaboration is the key. And, these curricula need to be updated regularly, for instance, all right? The industry leaders, in turn, must also provide feedback and insights on the skills that they require to these academicians so that they know exactly what to do to embed them into their programs, okay? Number two, the AfCFTA must be leveraged to open new markets, drive innovation, and create opportunities for young entrepreneurs. Okay, so like you've just heard, don't just think, oh, I'm going to be a founder and I'm going to play in the local space only. Think continentally, think globally. And we at Africa Prosperity Network will continue to lead the charge. We do so through advocacy initiatives. We do so through partnerships. We do so through providing strategic support, and we empower young Africans to lead the continent's technological transformation. So to conclude, I want to say that the variance is not a divide, it is a bridge that we are waiting to build. And through strategic partnerships, through innovation, through industry collaboration, and the power of the AfCFTA that I've just spoken to you about, we can actually empower Africa's youth to become a very big leader globally, a dominant player in the tech economy, and provide prosperity for all of us. So let us commit to creating an ecosystem where the young Africans have the knowledge and they have the skill and exposure to succeed. The future is bright, the future is African, and it is young Africans who are going to lead it. Thank you all very much.
Let us do it better for Dr. Thank you so much for sharing with us. The future is collaboration, it's not competition. It's very important that we take note of this, and strategic partnerships will play a very key role. So let's make use of what is available now so that we can all be more intentional about it to make the impact that we are looking forward to making. The next keynote speaker, he is going to be joining us virtually, so we will have him on. He's in the person of Mr. C.K. Bruce. He is the CEO of Innovari Group, and he is an experienced IT governance and cybersecurity consultant with over 20 years in information security management, IT auditing, and project management. He's a Tier 1 accredited cybersecurity professional by Ghana's Cybersecurity Authority. He has trained over 400 technology assurance professionals. As a founding member and past president of ISACA Ghana or Accra, he has held leadership roles at ISAC's global and continental levels, including business development for Africa. He has led major public sector projects, and today he will be speaking to us on the topic looking ahead, the Gen Z factor. It's no surprise that you'll be joining us online. He's giving us a topic on the Gen Z factor. So at this point, with a round of applause, shall we welcome Mr. C.K. Bruce to give us the last keynote speech. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed, Adubia. It's a pleasure for me to be part of this very critical event. I have been running a company for over 25 years, and one of the key elements of the success of my company is the fact that we are able to work with young people. Okay, young people are the lifeblood of any organization. Okay, and the current young people that we have, the Gen Zs, are very critical. Okay, but I think there are few things that companies need to understand in terms of how to derive the best from these very sharp, troublesome, very intrusive young people. Now, my view of the future of work, if just to lay some basics, some fundamentals, okay, that the basics of running a company has not changed and will not change. Okay, you need people, you need processes, you need technology. Okay, maybe the use of technology has increased, and we are using technology more to automate and run the processes that we need to run a company. Okay, but but those basics have not changed and will not change. Okay, so in terms of the future of work, that is a constant. Okay, one of the things that is becoming very critical is good governance. More and more, we are understanding the critical nature of the good structure. For instance, a board. A board is very critical to having a successful company. Okay, as we see increased legislation, regulation all around. Regulation is hitting nearly every single company, sector area. Okay, so these things, having a board to, give effective governance is critical to having a successful company. Okay, now one of the supposed representation of the future of work is working from home. Okay, myself, I don't believe so. Okay, I don't think that working from home represents the future. It doesn't. Okay, if you realize more and more companies who okay, one of the major events in the global history that really, I would say, gave birth to working from home is COVID. So in 2019, 2020, because of that pandemic, companies shooed their workers to go and work from home to be safe. But if you realize, most of these companies who were harnessing working from home are now asking their people to come back to the office. Okay, they're realizing a certain missing element which is affecting productivity. The fact that you need people. Okay, you need to work with people. Okay, and that is the second part of what I'm going to talk about, i.e., the type of environment that you need to ensure that your people
Um, Today happens to
Today
be
happens, today happens, today happens, today.
it's CK back. All right. So CK, hold on for us. Today
hello.
happens to be,
Yeah.
and we can't just let you go without celebrating you. My voice is not good, but on behalf of the team here and the Gig Squad, we want to say happy birthday to you,
Happy
Adobia.
birthday, Adobia.
And thank you for taking us through this first session. Even on your birthday, you came in to just help us. We are so
Thank
appreciative
you.
of that. Thank you so much, Adobia. Another round of applause for her for taking us through the first part. And we want to say thank you all for coming. I'm seeing notable faces here, and I'm so happy doing that. We want to say thank you all for making it here. You were not stopped by the rains in the morning. You were able to make it here. So on that note, we want you to give yourself a round of applause. Killer.
So since the internet is back, we'll leave it to him to continue. Please give him a round of applause.
So it's the CK. Over to you.
Okay. Where did I drop off? At which point did I drop off? Hello? Hello, am I on? Hello? Hello, can you hear me, please?
They say the internet never forgets. So be mindful of what you put out there because you never know where it will sting you in the ass. But while we wait for CK to join us back, it's Ghana month. And it's also Women's History Month. And we are gathered here today because one lady sat down and thought this would be a good convening for us to discuss the future of work. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring up stage the Akosia Osei to come and give us the opening remarks for today's event. Please put it up for her. And DJ, please give me some music. She's going to jive her way up stage.
Oh, don't stop till you see Akosia on stage.
Give it up, give it up, give it up.
Oh, there she comes, there she comes. Do it well. This is the final lap. This is the final lap. This is the final lap. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Please, if you're excited to be here, can I have some energy? Good morning, everyone. Okay, so this morning has been very interesting, and it's all part of the journey. So my opening address is very personal because I was late here because of a challenge. And it comes with smashing goals and it comes with trying to do big things. So please pardon me if the intro of my opening remarks is a bit personal. But it's personal because a lot of young people face these challenges. So I hope you would actually enjoy my opening remarks. So standing on all protocols, you are very much welcome to the Future of Work 2.0. So I would want to start with the scripture that says that I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. These words echoed in my mind as I prepared for my opening remarks this morning. As I stood here, I couldn't help but think of the numerous challenges we face in organizing this event. There were countless excuses why it couldn't be done. Limited resources, rejections from potential sponsors, health issues, and more. But I chose to share this with you because I believe that every one of you has faced similar obstacles in your own journeys. There are countless reasons why you may think you can't become a global talent. But I'm here to tell you that there are just as many reasons why you can. So if you believe you can, please say, I can. Thank you. This event was curated with a daring young mind in mind. So the daring young African students, the daring young African entrepreneur, because once you are born in Africa, there's a lot of challenges. Things I realize engaging with a lot of young people is most of them have the mindset to travel abroad because they think that's where the greener patches are. But I also believe that you can travel and be useless in a white man's country because traveling is not the only way to make it. The question is, when you travel, what are you traveling with? Are you traveling with your skills? Are you traveling with your knowledge? Are you traveling with your opportunities? But most of our young people do not take these things into consideration. They think once they are in a white man's land, they are meant to make it. But you've heard about challenges that there are people struggling abroad. They wish they can come to their country. So what am I saying? I'm saying that as a global talent, you may not have to travel to become big. And I'm a testament. I literally was born and bred in Ghana. I mean, my first travel opportunity came, I think, 2 years ago, and it's been consistent like that. But before I could get that, I had to showcase my skills. I had to build network. I had to build opportunities for myself. But before I could even get these opportunities, I had to do the hard work by educating myself, equipping myself. What I'm basically saying is, as a young person, the global world is closer to you as much as you invest yourself. So up until you invest in yourself, you are not as an asset to the global market. Sorry to say. Traveling alone even doesn't give you a chance to be a global talent. Because again, I also know notable young people here, which I would want to mention their names. Parkwesi Folson, my very good friend, who is doing amazing for himself. And probably he will share that maybe too. He's had a couple of field travel, but his successes has been he actually nurturing his skills and capabilities in the Ghana land. So I'm here to also change your mindset that please, the opportunities are here. Once you are willing to equip yourself, once you are willing to build your networks, because trust me, the diasporans come here and they see a lot of opportunities. Then they ask questions like, why do the usual Ghanaian students want to travel and feel like that's where the money is? Because they are coming here to give back. But we are also thinking that we have to go there to be able to make it. So this also birthed the project called the Employable, which would be more like an hands-on training to equip our young people with the relevant hard skills and soft skills. When I say hard skills, I mean the tech skills and the soft skills. One of the things I realize is a lot of young people, they can take courses, they can start building their journeys and careers in a particular tech skill. But when it comes to the soft skills, they are lacking. So when it comes to working in teams, it's a problem. When it comes to communication, it's a problem. When it comes to public speaking, it's a problem. And let me tell you, if you want to be a global talent, it's not just about your skill, because you can be working with a global team and you are regretting because you have other nationalities sort of proving to you that you are not capable because you are not able to even communicate for yourself in rooms and all that. So these are the things that I want to bring to your mind, that every young person here, the opportunity to make it is in Ghana. So the next time you sleep and wake up, instead of thinking that I need to really jump to make it, think of how do I equip myself to make myself a global talent in our motherland. Thank you for all of you for coming. And I hope you enjoy Future of Work 2.0. Again, this event was possible by our sponsors and other remarkable partners, which I would want to mention their names, because in my opening, I mentioned that we had limited resources, yes, but also we had some people listening to us. And so pardon me for taking some time to acknowledge these people, because then again, these people have shown that they support young people who want to help other young people. I also want to stand here and say that if you're a young person, it doesn't mean that you are handicapped in Ghana, because trust me, there are a lot of companies or there are a lot of notable people. When you look at our keynote speeches, someone like Mr. C.K. Bruce, I work with Innovaria as well. And when you look at our company, trust me, it's full of Gen Zs and millennials. And we are being awarded as the best cybersecurity company of the year. I mean, I say it with so much pride that they just ended Ghana Fintech and Payments Association Awards. We took an award as the best cybersecurity fintech company. And these are young people working in this company. So this is to tell you that as a young person, there's a lot of potential here, and a lot of big people are also willing to support. So the mindset that the older people do not want to support us, I don't think is true. Because in my journey, I've had people support me. I've had people like Mr. Eric Annan. I've had people like Papa Kes. I've had a lot of people, Mr. Say, Emmanuel here, Erica here. And all these people too are some people I call my friends, but I'm still in my 20s. So I'm here to say that you can be a young person and still have affiliates in relevant positions, hand-holding you and supporting you once you are willing to learn and once you are willing to put yourself out there. So moving to our sponsors, I'd want to appreciate Africa Sales Academy. Please kindly give a hand of applause to them. I'd also want to appreciate Turntable, Z Multimedia, that's our media sponsor, Innovari, Giapa, So these are the sponsors that helped to put this event together. I'd also want to acknowledge our partners. I want to talk about Tech Chef Africa. We have Vida Concept. So all the videos we're seeing after our media soiree was done by them. We had Clone Inventives. They helped us to put together this beautiful setup that you see. Please, if you want to clap, feel free. We have such a tall list because I mentioned that we had limited resources, so we had to leverage a lot of partnerships. Yes. Moving on to, we have, apologies. We had the Esports Association also being a partner. We had Africa Discourse Channel being a partner. We had MX24 being one of our media partners. We had Socialite AF being one of our partners as well. We had 3 Music TV. We had Sikaman Times. We had DevCo. We had Lime AR being our partner. And just to mention this to close up, we had Africa Discourse Channel. Thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you very much, Akosia. And taking us away will be Mr. C.K. Brooks to continue on with the Gen Z factor. All right.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much indeed. So just to begin to round up, I spoke about the basics of a company, the people, processes, and technology factor. I spoke about working from home factor, the way that we think that working from home represents the future of work. I personally do not believe it. I think, I mean, we can realize that a lot of companies are now asking their team members to come back to the office. Okay, so to me, one of the key factors that would determine, that would shape the future of work, and that key factor is the Gen Zs. And how do you effectively manage them and ensure that you are getting the best out of them? And it all rests on the tone that you have in the office. It all rests on the type of environment that you have in the office. And there are a few drivers that I feel from my experience as well. And as I said, I've been running a company in Ghana for over 20 years. I've been working with young people throughout those 20 years. My current staff strength is about 50, and about 3/4 of that number are all Gen Zs. So you can imagine that if we are not able to manage the Gen Z, create the type of environment that will make them flourish, then we will have problems. Okay. Now, one of the first driver for this Gen Z flourishment is engagement. Okay. We need to be able to engage with the young people, know where they're coming from, know you know, what their plans are. We need to be able to engage them in a way that they feel that there's proper open communication, there's recognition, and there's an opportunity to develop. Okay, my previous fellow speakers have all spoken about development, and it is very, very key that where you work, that opportunity must exist. Okay, for you as a Gen Z, as a young people, as a young person, to be able to offer more to the organization. Another driver is ethical decision making by management and by the supervisors of Gen Zs. Gen Zs ask a lot of questions, and they will question everything. And as soon as they feel that there's an imbalance around ethics, then they would their productivity will considerably go down. Okay, so this puts a lot of onus on supervisors and managers of Gen Z teams. Okay, make sure that your decisions are fair. You are exercising ethical viewpoints on everything that you are trying to do, and ensuring that you are not swerving off the straight and narrow. Okay, it's important because they will question you. Okay, then another critical driver is creating a safe workspace. A safe workspace from a psychological and a viewpoint. Okay, Gen Zs say anything. They love the opportunity to be able to voice out whatever they are thinking. There must be that opportunity within your organization to allow that voicing of views, of feelings, of perspectives. Okay, they need to be able to say anything without fear of any institutional pushback or institutional repercussions. Okay, they say the truth. Okay, and we need to accept that truth. Okay, so the work environment must be able to carry that truth and those statements to enable them to be able to produce their best. Okay, so just to quickly round up, because I think I've taken up some time with the internet issue, the technology issues, is the fact that the future is the Gen Zs. Okay, so you are going to have them, and they are going to grow, develop. You need to develop them into management for them to be lead. And another thing that I've realized is that they are filling up supervisory and management roles much younger now. I have managers who are still technically Gen Zs. Okay, and to be honest, because of the type of environment that is being created, they are able to fit in and be able to really, give off very, very good, outcomes. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity for me to share a few of my experiences and my ideas, and I wish you all well in further dialogue and interaction at this event. And Akosia, congratulations for such a fantastic event. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Mensa. Please put it up for her.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon. All right. So today, I know we've been going around having a lot of small discussions. So hopefully this panel will energize you. So the first person I would like to welcome up is Nana. Mhm. All right. The next person, right here. The next person will be Emmanuel. Emmanuel Gamora. Next, we have Papa. And last but not least, we have Amadou. All right, as they make their way to the stage, because these guests are so distinguished and they've done so many things, we're going to do a rapid fire. No, you're fine. All right. So, first we'll start with Papa. Please tell us 3 things about what you do and why the students here should pay attention to you.
That's interesting. Basically, I should establish my ethos. Hello, Gen Alphas. How you doing? I hear everybody's been talking Z's, but I know there are some alphas here. If you're an alpha, please wave. Hey, no alphas here. Like they don't know which generation you're in. All right. Anyway, lovely meeting the Gen Alphas and the Gen Zs and those who think they are Gen Zs. My name is Papa Kirst. I love to develop people, so that's what I do. I coach, I train, and I also run an event center. I believe that communication, I believe that soft skills, I believe that training should be fun. Most of the problems that I find in a lot of the organizations that I coach or I help usually do with soft skills. So the ability to be heard, the ability to be listened to, the ability to even understand how to eat with kings. You know, they say there's an African proverb, if a child washes their hands, they can eat with kings. And that lack of decorum or understanding causes a lot of problems and cost that is unnecessary. So my role is to help people navigate that. And I'm very excited about this topic, and I hope that my experience, my struggles, my whatever it was when I was a very young person, and I still consider myself young, can be shared so that we can navigate some of these things. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's give it up for Papa. All right. Next, we have Amadou.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Ahmed Zokonline, but I know a lot of people know me for Mr. Discipline, and I'm the founder of Discipline and Associates. And what we basically do is that some 7 years ago, when I was in level 200 here at the University of Ghana, where I did accounting, I noticed that there's a huge gap between industry and academia. In fact, we actually saw this at that time as a young guy in school. And so what we're trying to do is that we organize workshops, conferences, training programs, just to align the Gen Zs, to the future of work. So we're happy that we're doing this with BTech, and it's been fruitful so far. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for him. All right, Nana, you're up.
Hi, everyone. I think it's afternoon now, so good afternoon. Just when you ended yours, it turned afternoon. So my name is Nana Dakwasiedo. Not that I didn't know you were calling me Nana, but I think the name Nana is just general. So sometimes when I don't hear the Dak, I'm wondering if there's another Nana in there. Even in my team, we have 4 Nanas, so we have to differentiate ourselves with like Nana and an initial. But I'm the country manager for ALX. ALX is currently the biggest career accelerator. We work with young people, and basically what we do is to upskill them to be able to improve their employability. Basically, why we're sitting here today is to talk about what are the skills that the youth need to be able to access global jobs. And we have done a lot of research over the years, and we've identified some of these courses. So we help the youth to go through these courses. How many of you know ALX? Can you show by hands? Okay, if my marketing manager was here, she'll probably get a bonus, because anytime I go out and speak to young people, I ask her if, depending on the number of people who show their hands that they know ALX, it means you're doing a good job. So she'll be happy to see that about 80% of people in the room said they know about ALX. Of course, I don't know if I should answer the same question. 3 things that...
Yes, please.
3 things that excite me about my job.
3 things that they should know about your job.
Oh,
so
3.
Number 1, you're a country manager for ALX.
Okay, number 1, I'm country manager.
So come see him afterwards.
Number 2, I love working with youth. So I've been with youth development since I started my career. Even when I was in telecoms, still was doing youth stuff. And number 3 about my job is we work in a very flexible environment. So it's not a typical 9 to 5. We just keep working. So you can work some days, you can take some days off. So I love the flexibility with the work that we do at ALX. And I'll pass it on.
Awesome. Thank you. Let's give it up for Nana Dako.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. Awesome. Charlie, no, but I understand. I think we're between them and lunch, now that it's afternoon. So Nanake was talking, I thought of 2 things. One, yes, when you said Emmanuel threw me off. I think there are lots of Emmanuels, both everywhere. My dad is also Emmanuel, so I usually go by my last name, Gamor. I'm really excited to be here. Another fun fact, 2018, 2019, I was in Mauritius working with another Ghanaian called Fred Swanica, and we were teaching at AfCFTA Leadership University. And I was part of the team that was thinking through ALX, which now Nanake is country manager. So when he said that, it took me back to when the vision was thought of, the team that put it together, and to see him talk about it and you guys recognize ALX, founded by a Ghanaian who used to be at McKinsey, and he's gone on to continue AfCFTA Leadership University and San Technologies, is really exciting because it shows that our dreams matter and they can be scaled as well. So for me, 3 things. One, why maybe I'm talking to you. I think the most recent one that made Akosia think that I'm important or relevant is I lead teams that help build an app that maybe most of you have heard of, a small company called MTN. Okay, so I lead the growth, products, and user experience team for the My MTN app. Anybody use any of the My MTN app? Okay. Oh, thank God. When there are problems, it's not me, okay? If you are enjoying it and loyalty, and for those of you who enjoyed the Valentine campaign, that was me. I'll take that. No, actually, that's my team. I also work on broadly digital channels. So there are other channels that maybe our vendors and partners use that I'm responsible for. And I promise you, during the course of a couple of months, you'll get more updates and you'll see more features. I'm responsible for digital transformation. The second reason why I'm here is because I'm an anomaly. So I'm one of the few people that has worked at Google, YouTube, Meta, formerly Facebook. Fun fact, I was working with Facebook Meta when Akosia was also there. She was in HR, so that's how we connected. And then I'm one of the few people who's done that and come back and decided to work in Ghana. So to the founder's point about being able to come and do impactful things, I've chosen to do that. So hopefully my perspective is around that, because some of these guys are amazing, and I can share that. And then the very last thing, I'm also very big on a cheat code. So I have a cheat code in everything I do in life. And my specific cheat code that I think has served me in my professional capacity is what I do for my passions and in my social capacity. So I do a lot of social work and volunteering. So I'll share a bit more about that when we talk in time. So thank you so much. It's an honor to be here with you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So everyone here has shared a little bit about their background, some of their skills. So now let's kind of put things a little bit more broadly in perspective. What skills are employers demanding today that you feel is missing from the academic curriculum? Because a lot of the things you guys mentioned are not things that are typically done in a classroom. So let's get into it. Mm-hmm.
Hello. Okay. So it's interesting. I was just sitting with a friend not too far away, and I had a little diagram on my iPad. Diagram I had, there was a straight line coming down, tapering this way, and then it turns into a curve, very sharp curve. And I put here the workforce or the workplace, and I put here academia. Okay. And what I'm basically saying is people are learning similar to what they've been learning for over 60 years, right? Meanwhile, they are being ready to be put into a workforce that is changing so rapidly, even people in the workforce are struggling to keep up. Secondly, I think the first speaker mentioned, or somebody mentioned, chew and pour. But the problem with chew and pour in the workforce today is even those who've been in the workforce with a lot of experience have to be learning consistently every day. And if you're somebody who exercises, you understand that when you don't exercise a muscle, it becomes lethargic, which is with thinking. So a lot of times the people that you meet who may not sound bright when you engage them, it's not because they're dumb, it's just because they have not been exercising that muscle. And so you take these people, bring them into a workforce, and they're struggling to now learn how to learn because they've only learned when there's a deadline. But meanwhile, in the new workforce, the deadlines are almost every day. There are new challenges every day. And so first and foremost, those habits have to be transitioned. Secondly, like I said, the technical skills, you can learn them. Obviously, there's a problem if you don't apply them. So learning to apply them is a must, and that has to come into academia. So a lot more practice sessions, a lot more engagements with people on the, in the practice space. But beyond that, the soft skills are the hardest because that's where personalities and all these things that are not so fluid, that even the world is still figuring out comes in. So how to communicate to somebody, okay? I had a situation with a client where I had to solve a problem. And even with the person who the problem offended, when I spoke to him, what he told me offended him, I later found out was not true. And it wasn't because he wanted to lie to me. He just didn't know how to express himself about how he felt about the situation.
Mm-hmm.
On the flip side, I was dealing with a younger person who is sort of being promoted very quickly because she's skillful. She has the skills, she has the, the competence, but hasn't learned how to navigate around older people that were already in the system. So she speaks in a certain way and thinks she's being excellent and being polite because she uses words like kindly and, but for anybody who's a lot more wizened, it looks very rude, and sometimes she transfers these to the clients, but she doesn't even know. So it's not so much, it surprised me when I actually engaged the person to realize that, wait a second, this person who wrote this is actually a very sweet person who's open to learn. She's just not been exposed. So these little things cause people to have problems in work environments. And the problem is because most of us don't even know the skill sets or have the tools to even explain what is going on, we can't even advise them. We just say you're not a fit, but we can't even tell them why they're not a fit, because these take time to learn, to grow. The third thing I want to really quickly talk about is also, as we try to be global, we need to also understand that we have certain things that are African that are exportable, okay? And so when we say global, it doesn't mean quickly turn around and throw those things away. When emotional intelligence became a huge global thing, and a number of other new concepts that we're making so much noise about, if you go into our roots, it's actually African. The problem is because we've lost our way and we don't embrace it, we're not even taking advantage of the things that will catapult us to stay ahead of the curve. So we need to be doing a lot more dialogues in classrooms as opposed to showing text and getting people to read things that are irrelevant to them, like one of our previous speakers said. We need to have real practical owners of businesses so for example, you take a Casapreco. Okay, he's been a successful business. He may not be tech savvy, he may not be new, but he's a successful business. You also bring, some of the most successful young people, and you put them in a room and have a discussion, and that's where students sit back and they ask questions, and that is the way we need to be training the current student for the future of work. My take.
Definitely. Come on.
Thanks. Guys, can I have your permission to be direct? Is that okay? Yes? Okay, thank you. So I'll start from two things. One, the world of work is competitive. And now that it's global, almost anybody can work anywhere or offer their services anywhere, right? Yes, you can be at work, but at a certain level, you have to compete for a chance, right? I'm starting off with that because now I have to hire. So I hired the first user experience manager for the Ghana OPCO at MTN. The reason why I was the first was because all of you sitting here now, you have to be ready for tomorrow, not today. Whatever skill set you have now is almost outdated. So you're running against time. What does that mean? If somebody says, what are the skill sets you need? And the title of this is the future of work, right? You can't tell me it's Excel, computer, it's coding. Because the next step that you'll be competing with, the other people who are able to apply are doing the same thing. How many of us like Apple? Okay, a cheat code, whatever, right? Everybody likes that. What is a cheat code that would prepare you for the opportunity for tomorrow? Not only you, but then compared to your peers. A couple of things. I'll give an example almost retrospectively, and then I'll talk about how you prepare. 2012, we probably had a couple of cell phones, maybe some people were online, and. But we had music that was making the hits, and then there was a platform called YouTube. 2014, sorry, so 2012, now 2014. 2014, my team, we were responsible for letting Adonai, Sarkodie, be posted on there. Why? We believed that there would be people who would not only buy into the platform, but then they would actually get money from content creation. What was that? That was the future of work. So with Estella Kofuyosowa at Google Ghana, we were spending days educating people, teaching people, reducing the barrier to content creation, and trying to get people certified on YouTube. What did that look like? Today, somebody will send me a CV for a program management, and they tell me my experience is managing content on YouTube. That's looking back and trying to figure out, or giving you an example of how to look forward into the future, right? For those of you you're sitting down, how would you individually work with me in the future? You can't come to me and tell me now you can code or build apps. You can't come to me now and tell me that you're good at user experience. Why? That's today. What is tomorrow's product? What is tomorrow's competence? And so for me, the cheat code I'll give you, the last one is this. A lot of us have passions, but you treat your passions like they're hobbies. The reason why I got into YouTube is because I was part of Team 1000 Words. We loved photos and videos, and we believed in content. But when we applied ourselves to that content, 2012, 2013, you can find out. Kwame Pocho, Timi Ade, unfortunately, they went to KNUST. They're not Legon guys, so I won't give them that credit. But the love of that made us to dream. What would it look like if you had a platform to share your videos and photos that everybody had access to? That dream meant that I built competence to be part of a YouTube platform. So what are you doing that's a passion now? Nobody has commercialized, that you have a skill and you'll be dedicated to. Those are the things that you should commit to, and that will be what will help you to be prepared for the future of work. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you guys are taking notes. There are a lot of nuggets here. One question that I know often comes up is many graduates, not just including all of you here, but people who have graduated recently in the past few years, they've really struggled with transitioning from academia to the workplace. What are some practical steps that some of us here think that universities can take in order to really bridge that gap?
Happy to start with, and I like using a lot of examples. So 2 weeks ago, my learning manager reached out to me and said some interns that had come from Kenya that were helping the African Leadership Universities, a subsidiary of the group that we belong to, said they wanted to stop their internship. So they had come to Ghana for internships, but they wanted to stop. So I asked why. They said they are not learning anything. And I wasn't surprised, right? Because sometimes internships in Ghana, when you go, they make the joke. They ask you to go and buy wache. They ask you to go and buy cocoa. So if you have that mindset where you're going to do an internship, where you're accepting what the current norm is, that you go and do a 3-month internship and all they ask you to do is you sit around, then they send you on errands. You probably finish with 3 years of internship, which is 9 months, basically not learning anything. But these people, because of the mindset that they haven't come to Ghana to go and buy cocoa. They haven't come to Ghana to come and sit around. They came to Ghana for a 3-month purpose to learn. So one of the things that is bridging the gap, if you want to be ready for work, the future of work, is the little opportunity that you get. Emmanuel spoke about leveraging your passion. Basically, whatever that you're doing, what are you really learning, right? That you can write as part of your resume and say, I actually did this. You can't write that you know how to buy cocoa, right? But then when you are there, find out, is there something around data analysis that a manager is working on? So when you're going for an internship, be clear on what you want to achieve. Because when you don't have a plan, then they'll make a plan for you around sending you. But when you have a plan going into the spaces, so people always reach out to me that they want to do internship, but I don't have a project now. Because if I don't have a project and you come to me, then I end up sending you on errands and stuff and you're not learning anything. But if you have a plan, if you go into an internship, say, okay, during this period, I want to learn graphic designing. Even when you're not placed in the marketing team, you find your way there, even if it's after hours, just making sure that you're picking up the right skills. So those are some of the things that you need to do. Currently, also, you don't have to get into actual places of work to build your skills. I was so proud to see the volunteers outside there. They're probably not being paid. Where's Akosia? I wonder if she's paying them, right? Because I won't pay them because I'm actually doing them a favor. I'll probably give them a stipend, but they are building skills. I remember back in university, I never took it seriously. But when I think of the way I'm able to organize events now, it's because of some of the skills that I picked up from volunteering. So now you also don't need to go into a physical space to get experience. There's a volunteering gig in your hall, you're part of it. There's a writing club. These are skills that you need to build. Because as you go into the workspace, nobody's going to ask you pi r square, right? I'm going to ask you, do you know how to host an event? You say yes. I ask you questions around hosting an event. That is how I'm going to select you. And I'm sure people on this panel would say, now we've gotten to the point where we don't look at resume. We don't look at academic qualification. I can't remember the last time I screened somebody and looked at the academic qualification. I'm looking at the skills that you have. And even at an entry level, when I'm bringing in interns, I'm looking at what can you do? And another example, so a mentor reached out to me 2 weeks ago that she wanted to hire a virtual assistant. So, you know, the ALU culture, we give them assignments just to test. And out of the 3 candidates who are entry level, none of them could do a project plan. None of them could do data analysis. They gave like very high level. But if I'm hiring you to come in to support me, I don't want somebody doing high level. I don't need somebody I have to teach. I want somebody who has the practical skills. So what I would say, I wonder how it feels sitting there today. Everybody's telling you all these things and you know it's not easy. But if you can pick one thing, is you need to build the practical skills. And that is what will bridge the gap between academia and being ready for an entry level in any organization.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if I should touch on that, right? I think I'm a perfect example of what is being discussed right now because I have just about 4 years working experience. And just to also add that I work at Zen Petroleum as a financial analyst. Zen is one of the fastest growing companies, so just so you know. When I was in school, in fact, like I said, I started DNA, Disciplinary Association Level 200, because I envisioned that, I mean, we go to class, we learn, go back and sleep in our halls, come back the next morning, and it was more like a routine. We're not really seeing anything beyond that. So I was like, okay, so we're gonna finish, we get the first classes and the uppers and all of that. And so what happens? And then I started to talk to some of my seniors who were done with school. And I asked you, why are you working? That was a question that was bothering me. Why are you working? Why are you working? And a lot will tell you, Charlie, after NSS, nothing they go on. My seniors. It's like, okay, so if nothing is going on for my seniors, then I'm literally like finished, kind of thing. So I was a very quiet person. Then after these answers that I got, I went loud. I was everywhere he had a UGPS. And if you mention discipline, people will tell you he was one of the guys who would run everywhere. And I was running up and down because I wanted opportunities. And one of the things that I did, and that is what you should be doing, is took up a leadership role. I wanted to be seen. So I vied to be the president of Accounting Students Association, ASA, and I won. And that's why I started talking to lecturers, go to prof, like, I mean, to the extent that I go to the dean, and the dean is my friend now. I walk into his office and he tells me that you don't need an appointment to see me. That's the dean. That's how I wanted to get to people. And just before I walked into this auditorium, I'd gone to see Prof. Simpson. I need a recommendation. He said, you don't have to come. You should have just called me. I'm like, yes. So it's working. Something I started some years ago, getting to know people. And through ASA, or the leadership role, ACC spotted me because we had to work with them with their professional courses and all of that. And when I was done with NSS, with school, ACC says, we want you. I didn't have to send my CV. ACC called me and my interview lasted for about just 2-3 minutes or 5 maximum. And when I got the opportunity to work at ACCA, I was not being trained as a national service person. I was trained to do some of the big things. And I started talking at the time, doing presentations on behalf of ACCA at the CD Conference Center, the CC, where we had the same event last year. My boss would tell me, look, you have a computer, we give you everything that you need. And he tells you, go. And he adds that if you win, yes, you win. But if you lose, you learn. And that gets me fired every time. My boss is quite good at the time. So if you are in school and you think that you have all the A's and your GPA or your CGPA is looking nice and so you're comfortable, please, you should brace up. Because the conversation right now is gone beyond the books and the grades that you have. And let me tell you, when I was done with ACCA, they also have the processes of recruiting and all of that. I did a fantastic job. But ACC says, Mr. Discipline, we're sorry, our structures are not allowing us to recruit. So I had to go home. And 6 months at home was a hell. I wake up every day and notifications of we're sorry, unfortunately. Come on. Then I have to get up again. And what's worked for me all along is talking to people and getting to know people, like Charlie, that kind of vibe. It's a skill I find important right now because I can literally go to someone, you're like, yo, discipline. And what's this discipline? People are willing to help. So one morning I was just lying down and praying to God kind of thing. And then a senior reached out to me and was like, I've spoken to my boss at Zen. Would you love to work at Zen? Bro, what are you talking about? Come on. Get me on. Sammy, thanks to him. He's at Deloitte UK now, also doing very well. And my interview at Zen also lasted about 10 minutes. I didn't get home when I was called to start job the next day, Charlie. I didn't know whether I should call it grace or it was those things that I started doing earlier that worked for me. So young guys, Charlie, I'm one of you. And if you're comfortable sitting today in this program because you have a first class, look, let's get these papers behind us really quick. real quick, and I think that's what is going to save us. Get curious, ask the critical questions, get to know people, right? At Zen right now, we took an intern to work with us, and every 2 hours he goes to the washroom and washes his face. We asked him, "Are you okay?" He said, "I'm okay." And then the next 30 minutes he's washing his face. So we asked him yesterday if he's happy with the job he's doing. He said, "Yes, but Charlie, the pressure." Because the kind of things, I mean, he's a first intern in a very long while we're taking. So he's feeling that we're working with him as though he's just a finance officer. We're making him do the ifs and the analysis and things. And Charlie, like, I'm sure when he leaves, he probably be like, "Thank God." But I said, take up opportunities, internships, get curious. I mean, there are online courses that you could do, right? That you'll be fine as students and as young guys, so that some of these conversations will be long gone. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, thank you. All right, so thank you, each and every one of you, for sharing your insights.
I've been burning to do this because I don't want to do the same thing that I said that we're doing in academia, right? Which is we've been pouring, but the truth is the future of work cannot be pouring. We need to understand. So if we had corporate organizations here, one of the things that I would have liked to throw to them, because today everybody is saying, forget about the CVs, show your competencies or show the problems you can solve. But in the corporate side, we send out JDs, a lot of job descriptions, which most of the time I found out a lot of people who are reading it don't even understand it, right? So maybe we need to also change and start saying, look, this is my problem, solve it. For example, I run an event center, okay? We're able to get a lot of people there for funerals, get too many people. But when I do movies in the park, the numbers don't make sense. Can you solve that for me, right? Or I run a community called Tech Connect, right? Tech Connect puts the decision makers together so that we can push and drive tech. But from you guys, what do you think you need or you will need in the next 10 years so we can make sure that we're solving that problem? I mean, organizations need to get that. So my quick task for you while our course continues, of course, is please on a sheet of paper, just write one thing that frustrates you. Just one. And please pass it to Akusia or one of the volunteers here so that we can also understand. I'm sorry? Okay. So that we can also understand what your frustrations are and ensure that the right people are getting that information. Because this is a problem that we're not solving from one side, but both of us are solving. You the students, you the future workers, and then those who are running businesses or running the work now. Sorry about that, Akusia.
No problem. Thank you.
Sorry, Akosia, so really quickly to Papaka's point, a lot of panelists speak, but they don't give. I want 9 people to raise their hand, please. 9 people. Please see Salasi, please stand up, wave. 9 people, so see him. We have something for you. Like Say, who will speak later, I believe one of the cheat codes is mentorship and giving on. So I have a token for each of you to remember today's panel, and then you can do it. Thank you, Akosia. That's all.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your time. We don't really have much time left for this panel, but if one person has a really burning question that is shorter than 120 characters, I will pass the mic to you, or I'll have someone pass the mic to you. Ready, set, go. Nobody? Going once. Going twice. Sold to the gentleman with the hat.
Good afternoon to all. I'm Lemel Gersby. My question here today is, as a first-time founder, and you have built a team, team of people, or developers, My question here is, what are some of the culture that are to be built in that team to, grow that team or to get that organization to the next level?
Thank you for your question. So I will have each person give 1 point, starting with Papa.
Cultures are normally modeled after the leader, so
One.
like a word or a sentence.
Less than.
Model. That's all I'm going to say. Model the behavior of the culture you want to see. Once you model it, people will follow.
I'd say that you prioritize ethics, right? Yeah.
I would go for problem solving, and I am biased, right? I'm always looking for people who solve problems for me. So I don't care about the culture; just solve the problem for me. So yeah, that's it for me.
Mine is a shameless plug. Sikanabo, know your financials.
All right. Thank you. Come back. Come back. Discipline. You are being indisciplined.
So we'd have the panel take some pictures and then we move on to the next on the agenda.
I just had to discipline. All right, so my photographer is ready. This is your opportunity. This is for you. Yeah, so we'll take this picture and then we'll use it anytime you're going for the interview. Yeah. So you know what? If you're not an official photographer, this is your skill test. You should have taken them. And then when you go and they ask you of how many years of working experience, you show it to them. A round of applause for the team. Whoa. Goodness. So I enjoy this panel. And then they've just made me to understand that the little things we're doing here or the little things you're doing on campus, you can easily factor them into your life experience. It's no more CV, your life experience, so that you can use that one to pitch for your next job, right? Okay. Up next, coming here, is a continuation of what was discussed here. They spoke at length on taking opportunities. Now, one may ask, what are some of the emerging opportunities for African youth in the global workforce? They said a lot of things, but then you'll be wondering, what are some of the emerging opportunities? Yes, I helped the team to put together the event Future of Work 2.0 and what next? What can I leverage with this on? And then to help us do that is my good friend who has already taken his seat, the man with the double name, moderator, who is with African Discourse Channel, is the MD. Ladies and gentlemen, seated on stage is no other person than Mr. Richard Joseph.
Hi, good evening. Good afternoon. How are you all doing? I will try to keep this very short because we are very much late. We understand, let me invite my panelists to join me quickly, but we do understand that the world of work has changed and a lot of us can sit here and work outside the country now. So I'm going to talk about how to Japa. How many of you are ready to Japa? Okay, thank you very much. So joining me on this panel is Inusa Ibrahim, who's the head of business and operations at Turntable. Please, Inusa, kindly join me on stage. And Eva Sante, who's the managing director of Asante and Partners, very, very busy person. Kindly join me on stage. And I have online, all the way from UK, who's going to help us, tell us all the opportunities that exist in the United Kingdom and how we can tap into that. Is Ifia Kudum, who is a freelance career consultant and coach at Sambaba Consulting. Oh, I also have Dr. Say in the house. Dr. Say, co-founder and CEO of Insight Africa. Thank you very much. I'm very excited to have this panel. And like I said, you're going to discuss how you can Japa. Can I see some smiles in the house? All right. I'm going to make this quite fast and quite very quick to reduce the time spent discussing. We're going to have a quick round of introduction, but I'm going to ask a question in that round of introduction. So as part of your introduction, as part of answering the question, you tell us what you do and then a fun fact about you. Would that work? Thank you very much. So we are discussing the emerging opportunities for African youth in the global workforce. And the first question from me would be, what are the biggest shifts happening in the global workforce? And I mean, how can young professionals prepare themselves to fit in, or I mean, contribute to that shift? This, Eve. I think Eve, I rather want to go with Ifua, so she can run away quickly. So Ifua, yes, over to you.
Hi everyone, thank you for having me and lovely to join, and apologies.
Technical guys, can you hear? Can you please give her volume?
Can you hear me? Let me know when you can hear me and I'll carry on.
We can hear.
Okay, I'll just carry on, but interrupt me if there are any sound issues. So hello, everyone. Lovely to be here, and thank you for having me. And apologies that I've only got a few minutes, but such is the way. So what I'm going to do actually is turn this into a LinkedIn post, because there were 6 questions that we were meant to explore. So I'll do 6 separate LinkedIn posts. I'll tag in the future of work so that if you want to see them, then you can, or feel free to follow me on LinkedIn. But I just want to make a quick observation, just based on some of the things that I heard before. So even what you were saying about how to japa. And I think one of the really important things that Akosia mentioned in her keynote speech is that you don't have to japa. And I know it seems ironic or maybe a bit hypocritical of me to say that, being in the UK, although I came here when I was 2, so I didn't really have a choice. But what I would say is that you can make it in Ghana, and you can make it even with all of the challenges. So the main thing that I would say in terms of global opportunities, and this is based on a report from the World Economic Forum. So they produce something called the Future of Jobs Report. It's a biannual report, and the 2025 one came out in January. So I would recommend you take a read, but the main things to be aware of is that there's been technological shifts, which I'm sure you're aware of, but also due to demographic shifts and changes in green technology, there are lots of different jobs opening up. So some of that will be around health, some of that will be around agriculture, around things like generative AI, lots of big data science, etc. So do look out for just some of the really great nuggets that that report shows. And like I said, I will turn my thoughts and share my expertise in a few LinkedIn posts. So sorry I have to rush off, but I at least wanted to say hi. And if you take nothing else away, do read that report.
something that we can talk about later on. But in your adult age, it's just not an excuse anymore.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Eve, for sharing that. I mean, that you've just touched very critically on culture of faith. And if you're looking at working in international market, you need to have that sense of culture of faith. But whilst you're looking, whilst you're going to address the point of what's changed, right, I want you to also tap into what industries are making this shift.
Yeah, so my name is Ibrahim, and I am the head of operations for Tenteo. And I agree with pretty much everything you said, except I'll add one, which is the fact that hard work pays the bill for most of the time in companies. So I suppose what I want to throw in there would be a little bit of the skills plus a little bit more of the
hard work. Awesome.
Yeah, so that's the job. And in terms of to answer your question that you asked, I think we still would see software development for a while. I mean, it's not going to go away like that.
So that's one role.
It's still
What other
on.
roles exist there?
I think you look at other things like energy and sustainability.
Okay.
You also look at things like content creation.
Oh.
And
Well, we have
many
AI
other-
creating content now.
We do have AI creating content, but again, AI mostly relies on software development. So as long as software development sticks around for a while, we're not really ready to see AI take away the entire system completely yet.
Yeah.
And I suppose this probably has to do with human nature. I think we still have a few more years of assimilating or accepting the fact that AI is probably going to overtake that quick. When you go to places like UK, it's different, but
Yeah.
when you're here, it's slightly
quite
different.
different. I mean, let me and let's try to get a little bit of insight around the African market and our preparation for the global shift happening. Right? Where would you place academia, right, in preparing the students for the global shift?
I will say one point, and then I will let my friend here take. I think that academia is, before we got used to the idea that academia prepares us for the job market,
future?
it prepares us to work. Well, we've come to learn that it's not true.
Okay.
Right. So I suppose what we can do is to turn academia back a little bit. We use it more of a place to learn skills like show up on time. If you have to go to class every day, that's another way. So we need to fine tune academia in such a way to allow us to be able to do the things that allows us to excel at work. Show up on time, be ready to follow guidelines. Like my friend here from ALU said, just do the work, problem solving, right? To be able to go to the class from Monday to Friday. It used to be easy for a long time, but now it's not. So people who can't do that tend to be people who struggle with some of the things that he mentioned before.
Those people feel it's useless. Let me hear from you, Dr. C.
Hi, I'm Dr. Sei Kekesi. I run a company called Insightis Africa, which is a data intelligence company, helping most startups and businesses solve their hardest challenges.
Yeah.
I think in the year and a half that since I moved back to start the company, there's a lot that I've learned about sort of the ecosystem. I'll tell a very brief, story, which is we have about full-time, about 8 employees, but with contract staff and others is much bigger. And of all the employees, the 2 I'm most fascinated about and really excited about are actually our interns, who are students at the University of Ghana, third-year students. How they came to us was we actually advertised a cleaning job. And there was actually a lot of applications for it, believe it or not. And when the initial screening was done, my co-founder, who typically handles hiring, just told me there were these 2 Legon girls, I spoke to them, blah, blah, blah. And then I asked for the CV, Now, here's where my Achimota bias came in. They happened to go to Achimota, which is where I went.
Oh, I see.
So I took more interest in that, and I had asked to have a chat with them. And by the end of the chat, I realized that they were pretty raw, but something that impressed me was the fact that they were willing, while in school, to put themselves out there, to find something to do. You know, and in the end, we offered them an indefinite paid internship. And the most gratifying thing was at the end of every year, I do a debrief with staff. And during their debrief, they talked about certain things, about the fact that they, since started working with us, have found themselves to be ahead of their peers, especially when it comes to presentations, because they have to do presentations. We treat them like every same employee. When they are in groups, they outshine everybody. And that's where I started seeing that one of the ways to sort of help fix that gap between academia and industry is this relentless focus on training while they're in school. So we have a very stringent rule, which is on the days they have class, they are not allowed to come to work, right? So whenever school is in session, they become sort of twice a week, you know, employees. And then when school is not in session, that's when it gets very rigorous as well. That's one part of it. The second part was just going off what we were talking about, AI. I have a slightly, I don't know if it's a controversial take.
Opinion?
Yeah.
Go ahead, let's share it.
Mine is that it's going to actually go faster than we think.
It's already going faster.
Yeah. Like there are full projects that can be done. We've seen it in our job. Like at Insights, we embrace artificial intelligence. The reason is that I'm able to do work that would have taken me in a week, in a day. That's a massive, massive, massive saving. And even when it comes to like coming up with research projects, questionnaires, they are like basic rote things that would have taken employees maybe 2 days of work. Whereas they can get a first draft from any of those tools, and then their job, which they understand, is whatever you bring to me, I assume is your best work. So if I'm not criticizing the work based on, oh, you got this from here, I'm assuming you did it. So they become more like editors of like fact checking. That's what they spend a lot of their time on, which is actually where I want to see them. Not deep in the numbers, but the and so what? Like what, you can run all these projects, but what does it mean? Right? So they spend a lot of their time.
So you're a lot more focused on the critical knowledge that they're able to, you know, get out of the
we see AI as a tool. That's simply all it is. And more like I straddle between Accra and Miami because my family lives in Miami. And whenever I'm there, it's like a whole different world, which is coding is done now with some AI, a lot of AI.
Of course.
You know, ChatGPT can actually give you the foundations of a code. You know, so there is fast advancement. Now, it would advance much faster in the West, but with the remote economy and with the world really opening up, I think we will be forced as a matter of survival to adapt to it much quicker than it would have taken if we hadn't.
I like something you said there. You really speak about tenacity and grit and the desire to chase and want to relearn it, right? Which we see also play a key role. But I mean, I want to come back to Eve and maybe just a quick sentence, right? How do we get academia, institutions, right, to rethink their model of delivering education, in the sense that we need to embrace the shift that is ongoing already. I mean, exponentially ongoing. And how can we get them to embrace or rethink how they deliver these educational models that would get people to, you know, push for soft skills, that will get people to want to desire to learn more and, you know, practicalize more and the likes. Just one sentence.
Well, I'll give you a little bit more than a sentence, that's for sure. But honestly, I'm an advocate for personal development
Yeah.
and not pushing anything onto like.
So it has to be about the person.
It has to be about the
So
individual.
it has to be about you.
And the reason why I'm saying that is because I don't listen. If we all lived in an ideal world, Ghana would be probably one of the best countries in
I
the
know.
world. We're so peaceful. We have investors coming in left, right, and center. If everything in the ideal world, this is like the best place on earth. But unfortunately, we don't live in the ideal world. So I'm not going to waste, my time here, trying to assist, educational institutions in how they basically teach. Because yes, we're doing that from the background, but you and I both know it's not something that's going to change by today or tomorrow. You guys are here now. You're here to find out what can I do right now to help me to get a job, to scale up and be almost globally employable. That's what you want to hear. So I'm a huge advocate for personal development. So if it's something that's not being taught in schools or universities, honestly, guys, I'm Ghanaian myself. We are so good at, oh, the government should do this for us. Oh, this person should do this for us.
They will in the future.
That sense of entitlement,
Yeah.
like honestly, whenever we're giving out our training, I'm so upfront because I'm a young person myself, and running my company, I'm all about hiring young people, but I hire those who want it.
Yeah.
So those who have taken the initiative to develop themselves, go on YouTube. I can't tell you how many free courses there are in this world to help you upscale and upskill. Some of you guys, if we were to really ask, the field that you're studying at the moment, let's say you're doing business, if I was to ask you, what are the skills that you need to take this on, or what kind of career are you looking to have in business, you wouldn't be able to answer me, straight away. Let's be honest. How many of you guys can tell me the skills that you need for the course that you're doing right now for your career? How many?
That's very sad.
Do you understand what? So I feel like the future of work, it sounds amazing, but we really do have a lot of work, to do.
I'd like to hold you up there.
Like, honestly, like we have so much work to do. And again, I think one of the speakers said earlier on, you go to these events and people just come and they talk at you. Honestly, you guys have my my social medias and stuff of what we do. We have our next cohort coming up. Again, it's free. So for those who really want to be ready for the world of work, we are more than happy for you to join us to help train you to be employable, and it's free. Like, I can't emphasize that. Like, I've paid for it, so it's free. It's just for the betterment of the youth of Ghana.
Thank you so much,
what I
Eve.
would say.
Yeah. 30 seconds. But I mean, you can also touch on how the family plays a role in ensuring that, if academia can fit in, the family can also assist.
I think I'll stick to the first one.
Okay.
I think that I agree with mostly everything she said,
Yeah.
but I think there's something that I've also learned, which is if the government cannot, or if the academia cannot teach, they have to get out of the way.
That's arguable. Yeah, very arguable.
I'll give
but
you,
we agree with you. That's
I'll
fine.
give you.
It's
I'll
okay.
give you a point.
Yeah.
If you are a company, if you
Yeah.
are a freelancer, for example, right, you rely on certain things.
So let me hold you quickly. All right, academia should get out of the way, or you should kick academia out of the way. That's a good way to look at it.
As long as it's not in the way, I suppose.
All right.
Right. As long as it's not in the way, I suppose, because we rely on certain things that individuals by ourselves cannot create.
Yeah.
Right? If the government or academia cannot build it, they
Mhm.
have to get out of it. It's more or less like if you can't push someone,
Mhm.
take away some of the burden.
You can force the horse to the water. You can force the horse to the stream, or you can force it to drink water. Let me
Exactly.
hear from you, Dr. Say, as we wrap up.
Yeah. I'm in a unique position here just because I actually have been in academia, so not just grad school, but I actually taught at the university. I decided very quickly that they can't pay me well enough to stay there. So I went into industry, and that's how I ended up with Porsche and then Silicon Valley with Meta. I think it's, from my experience, part of the issue is that there is a disconnect where academia is focused on certain goals that are not necessarily compatible with business.
That's right.
Business is to make money. Academia is to teach you how to learn. They are very different things.
Yeah.
And that's that tension where, one, it can be solved by more people in industry actually going to teach either part-time or
But there's no
full-time.
money there to be earned, like you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then also it also requires some adept ways of teaching by
Yeah.
current faculty. For example, if I was still teaching, every single assignment I give will be a case study. That is a real case study.
Of course.
That's literally how we interview. We have a particular case study question that we ask at Insightis for an interview. It's never changed. And part of that is because we want to sort of see where the boundaries of creativity are. But to answer the question, I do think there has to be some paradigm shift, especially with the schools actually seeing their roles not just as people that impart knowledge, theory, but really concern themselves with what's going to happen for you when you leave the campus. Like, what kind of skills do you need? Currently, and I'm sure my fellow founders here would attest to this, it takes every employer at least 3 months to even get a new employee even remotely close. In my first go around, when I started a year and a half ago, it took me 6 months. So imagine you're paying salaries for 6 months, but they couldn't even see a client for 6 months, right? And then, when you're done training them, you might lose them. Then you have to start again.
Right.
Right?
That's a
So
big one.
those are some of the real things. But I think the path that our current interns are on is what I would encourage every student, that you're not going to get the school creating the avenues for the internship for you. Go out there and seek it, knowing that you're competing with 30,000 other people, at least on one campus. An advantage you can have is actually knowing how things work in corporate, because trust me, when you walk in there to interview, we can tell, right? So that's just.
Thank you very much. I would like to give you guys the opportunity to ask a question, but no, not here. Do well to reach us up online, right? And I want that thirst and desire to still stick and stay with you, because we're going to have further conversation on Twitter Spaces to carry up this conversation. You can take a question. Okay. All right. I'm going to do what my previous moderator did. In 3 seconds, 1, 2, 3. Anyone has a question to ask? Just one question. Okay, I see you. You're too far away. Can you run? Harry, jog? Yeah. You're keeping fit. That's awesome. Perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, like I said, we're going to continue this conversation on Twitter Spaces. Please feel free to engage with us, and you can always engage with the. We'll install this for you. Don't worry. You'll be a Gen Z all of a sudden. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the question, the interview was running at employability. What happens to entrepreneurs and founders? Yes, because with the employability, you are going with the rules of a person who has already set his job.
Yeah.
What happens to that we want to create our own job for the market?
Yes, Eve got you.
Oh, I got you.
She
for
got
sure.
you.
Right. Let me. And God, honestly, I feel like I've just been. Honestly, guys, I'm nice, but I'm very direct. I'm so no nonsense, but I'm very, very direct.
Eve, can we keep this 1
Yeah,
minute?
I'm trying. Right. So I think really good question, and I love that question. The reason why I love that question is because in order to be a fantastic entrepreneur, you have to know what it takes to be a good employee. So whilst you're waiting for your business to kick off, you have to know what it takes to be able to work for someone else. And I know we all have visions. I know we all have dreams. I know we all, we will sleep and tomorrow we have 2 million in the account. Again, we don't live in the ideal world. So for the entrepreneurs, for those that want to put jobs out in the market, go out, see who is doing something similar to what you're doing, and go and work for them or go and work with them.
Thank you
That's
very
what I
much,
would say.
Eve. Very, very important. You have 1.5 seconds.
Okay. So I would say this will not be a pretty answer. It's extremely hard to be an entrepreneur or founder. Let me put it this way. If I had known what it took, I wouldn't have done it.
0.5 seconds left.
Okay? It is one of the hardest things you would ever do. Every founder here, on the 25th of every month, you start shaking. We all face it. So you definitely want to start as an employee first to actually know what it takes. You get to see it, you get to learn. Then you can start playing around with, aspirations. And also, if you don't start as an employee, you don't even know what it takes, and then you also don't know how to raise employees.
Thank you so much, Dr. Say. I'm going to give you just 3 seconds to do that.
3 seconds. I'll try.
One.
One advice: do what you need to do, and then the rest of the times you can do whatever you want to do.
Awesome.
That's just
Thank you very much. Most importantly, learn to work for someone first before you can. You need to learn, someone has to coach you how to walk before you can get to walk on your own. Thank you very much. This was exciting. I really had a very great time. Feel free to reach out to us, any of us on social media. We'll be very glad to engage with you and answer your questions. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you guys very much. Moving on swiftly, we are moving into the mindset session. So, up next, we will be inviting Gifty Boatima Annan, and she is the co-founder and CEO of Westley & Co. We are about to discuss how mindset plays a role in being a global talent. Gifty?
Thank you so much. Hello. Hello. Are you okay? Tend to the person sitting by you, whether left or right. Look into their eyes. Ish. Where their chance Look into their eyes and say hello. Oh, do it like I'm doing it. Hello. Great, great. We've had some very fantastic conversations here, even before I got up here. Every single thing that they've been saying points out to one thing, that there's been a drastic shift in the traditional, domestically focused way of working. And now we have a more globalized approach. But now the question is, what is it really that we need? Looking at everything they've been discussing here today, we realize that the demand for talent that can operate across borders, talent that can understand diverse cultures and adapt to rapidly changing markets have become a very key competitive advantage. And so that leads us to our conversation this morning, how the mindset plays a key or major role in becoming a global talent. Please help me welcome my speakers to the stage. My name is Gifty Boatman, and as I was rightly introduced, can I have on the stage these amazing people? Elizabeth Ohene, she joins me upstage as one of our panelists. Please, this is the worst place to be stingy with your clap, please. It's not the time to be economical with your clap at all. Give it up to them. Can I have Patience Sapoma join me upstage here? Thank you. Please do it for her. Parkwesi Folson, can you please join me upstage? Pastor Benedict. Okay, he's going to be our final panelist for the day. Pastor Benedict, good. Okay. Is it okay if I sit here? Is it okay if I sit here? Okay. Good afternoon to you all, my panelists. It's good to see your gender diverse faces. How are we? Good. I'm going to give you just a few minutes for each one of you. Do you have your mics? You can check your. Okay, good. I just want each one of you, just in a minute, tell us who you are, what you stand for, and what you're doing for the African continent.
Hello, everyone. It's good to be here, and good afternoon to all of us. I think we are too relaxed. Good afternoon to all of us. Okay, my name is Pastor Haida Benedict. I come from Empowerment Worship Center. I'm one of the senior pastors there, and so it's good to be here. And the fun fact about me is that I am, apart from my pastoral work and everything I do, I love football. My favorite team is Arsenal. Nothing can change my mind. I'm an Arsenal fan. I live and breathe Arsenal. And then my favorite footballer is Lionel Messi. Nobody argues about that. Okay, thank you very much. It's good to be here.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth. I'm a real estate consultant and a project manager. So what I do as a consultant is I just act as an enabler for individuals, companies, investors who are looking to come into the Ghanaian real estate but don't know, their way around it. So I'm just like a pointer showing you how to maximize your investment. And when it comes to project management, it's the same. I'm the servant. You might think that I'm the boss, but I'm the servant, making sure that the team has everything they need. And I'm literally on site too. So I build, apart from carrying mortar, I do everything on site, yeah. And beyond building structures, I'm also a big fan of youth empowerment. I believe in both men and women finding their voice, finding their strength, and using it to create impact. And so I try to help in whatever way I can. I'm always asking, how can I help? Whether it's my mate, someone younger than me, older than me, just how can I help? Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about my voice. My name is Patience Sapoma Preko, and I'm a marketing and communications consultant. I love to work in the social innovation space, and I love to work on projects. Fun fact, I love to listen to people, so I'm your friend. That's my fun fact. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. No, I want a little bit of energy. Say, hello, everybody. Are we hungry? Okay, that's the thing, yeah. I'll supply, don't worry. Anyway, so I'm Parkwesi Folsung. I'm an award-winning public speaker. I'm an entrepreneur. I run a company called Revolut Solutions Limited. Basically, that's what you get to know about me for now. Fun fact, I used to be a rapper. Somebody say, huh? Okay. I should freestyle. Is the beat ready? We'll get back to that. But yeah, so that's basically about me. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now that we are set for conversations, let's just set the base here to every one of you. What does it really mean to have a global mindset in today's work environment? I'm still going to start with you, Pastor Benedict. Take it for us.
Okay, so I think I'm going to just say something and then I'll bring it to some of the terms that we know, and I'll take, because I'm a pastor, I'll take most of my stuff from the Bible and then I'll bring it to our working environment. But I just want to describe something to you. The Bible says in the book of 2 Kings chapter 4 that there was a widow that the husband died and they were in debt. So she went to a prophet for the prophet to pray and help her. And the Bible says the prophet asked, what do you have? And she said, I have nothing except a little jar of oil. And so the prophet said that go and borrow empty vessels, borrow not a few, big vessels, and pour the oil into them. Now, surprising thing is that when the lady went and she shut the door and she poured the oil, all the vessels got filled until it got to the end of it. Now, you would think the miracle is in the fact that the oil was able to fill all of them, but the miracle is in the fact that the woman, what she was seeing with what she had. So having a global mindset is actually about understanding that the world is not just about you. It's not about the environment you find yourself in. It's not in the atmosphere. The world is not just Ghana. The world is not just Accra. The world is not just University of Ghana. It's not just the little space, the four walls of your office or the space you want to find yourself in. The world is bigger. There are many cultures. There are different people from different walks of life. How to understand them, how to operate with them, operating in an environment so that somebody comes here and the person is not a foreigner because the person is culturally bound or you are culturally bound, but the person is able to feel the environment and be a part of the environment because you are culturally relevant, is what having a global mindset is all about. That this is the world that we live in, and that you've been called to make global impact.
Thank
Like
you
you should
so
start
much.
thinking beyond just the environment you find yourself.
Thank you, Pastor Bernadette. Elizabeth, can you help us?
Thank you. So I'm just going to break it down into three parts because I feel like being having a global mindset is being one adaptable, two resilient, and just like he said, cultural thinking. And what is adaptability? Your ability to easily become a part of. What is resilience? Getting comfortable with being uncomfortable, right? And cross culture, just like he said, it's not just about you, it's not just about Accra, it's not just about Ghana. So having a global mindset is, these three that I have mentioned, your ability to easily become a part of, your ability to go again even when you fail, and your ability to see the world beyond where you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Sapoma.
Okay, so I'm going to get a bit personal with this. So I think Akosi and I studied biochemistry, cell and molecular biology, and I see some of my mates here. Hi. Okay, so I mean, we saw our Fs, we saw our As, but that did not define us. So having a global mindset shouldn't having a global mindset should be about what you can explore outside your limitations, outside your boundaries. What can you do? Are you volatile? Can you thrive in uncertain environments? Can you thrive in complex environments? Do you run from conflicts? Or are you terrified when you face challenges? So that's what I think when it comes to having a global mindset. Thank you.
Okay, before I give my submission, when I say future of work, say, am I ready? Hey, say I'm ready, sorry. Future of work. Future of work. Last one, future of work. Okay, so for me, whenever I think about having a global mindset, then again, I'll love to also tie in with the Bible, just like Pastor did. First of all, when Adam was put on the earth, okay, the Bible said he should dominate the earth, okay. One of the biggest mistakes that we make is that we think that we are citizens of just Ghana when we are citizens of the world. You're not just born for Ghana, you're not just born for your area, you're not just born for your school, you're born for the world. And the moment you come into true cognizance with that knowledge and with that reality, everything changes. And so most people don't understand or see themselves as citizens of the world. They think they are born for a particular geographical location because the Bible says what? We are the light of the what? Of the world. That means that you were not born just for a particular geographical location. The world is your playground, literally. And so when I think about having a global mindset, it's just about you living in that reality and just living that and expressing that every single day. So basically, that's about it. Thank you. Yeah.
Good, thank you. It's easy to keep talking volatility, adaptability. We can talk all this cultural diversity, but I want us to tackle this in a more direct manner. How can professionals build that adaptability atmosphere? How can they build? Let me just read it directly. How can we cultivate adaptability and a growth mindset to stay competitive in the world that we are in? So we're talking about it. Now, how do we do it All these children are hearing, our ladies, our gentlemen are hearing that be adaptable, be resilient. How would they do that? Anybody taking it? I'm not going to start. Anybody? I'll start with you, Parkwisi.
Okay, so just like you were saying, having a growth mindset and being adaptable. So first of all, what you need to realize, and that's why I'm so happy that on this panel especially, is that success is a combination of your mindset, your skill set, and your tool set. Oh yeah, thank you. You can give me the clap. So it's a combination of your mindset, your skill set, and your tool set. Most of the time, most people just focus on the tool set. So for example, if you're coding, you're going to take a particular coding language or a particular website, the tool that you're using. Most people then also focus on the skill set. That's in the actual skill of coding or of public speaking or whatever it may be. But there's a critical part that people also ignore, which is the mindset, which literally controls everything. Because I always tell people that your mentality creates your reality. So if you control your mentality with intentionality, you can be able to create your desired reality. It's as simple as that. And so when it comes to being adaptable, it's all about you then positioning your mind in a way whereby you understand that the world that we live in is ever evolving. Most people just kind of are stuck in today when they should completely understand that even though tomorrow is not promised, if I get to tomorrow and it's not promised and I'm not prepared for tomorrow, I'm going to just be redundant. And so being adaptable is simply a state whereby we as human beings should just be able to understand that the world is moving every single day. It's moving at a very fast pace. And we also have to be able to then tune and adjust ourselves to be able to move at that particular rate. And that's really about everything. But being adaptable is just one part of everything. It's just one part of the entire equation. Because you see, it's mindset. Think about it, mindset. So it's a set of beliefs, it's a set of, it's a set. You see when you say something's a set, you're talking about a collection of things. And so when we're referring to a collection of things, being adaptable is part of it, but it's just one part of the things that you need to have. Because once you're talking about a mindset, it's like people think a mindset is just one thing you're focused on. It's literally a collection of things. There's so many beliefs that are really holding you down. And so what you want to do is that, even though adaptability is one of them, first of all, one of the things that you also have to really focus on is about seeing the value in yourself. Because if you don't see value in yourself, you wouldn't find it necessary to be adaptable. Okay? John C. Maxwell has this law. It's called the law of the mirror. And it simply states that if you see value in yourself, that's when you can grow yourself. Basically, that's about it. And so most people do not then see the value in themselves, and more importantly, they don't even see the value in themselves in the context of the globe. And so because they don't see themselves they don't see their value in the context of the globe, they don't even want to even understand the trends and the moves and the things that are going on in the world for them to then adjust to the things that are happening. And so in order to be adaptable, you need to then figure out the value in yourself, and everything is going to change. Thank you. Yeah.
Take the one on how they can have a growth mindset. I'm going to ask you two different questions.
Okay. So I'll take it from here. How many of us know our personalities? I'm asking because when you know this, there's a popular assessment called the DISC assessment, and it allows you know your strengths, your weakness, how you can work with your colleagues of different strengths and weaknesses. When you know this and you have a growth mindset, you will look at your weaknesses and see how you can build on them. And you will look at your strengths to be able to identify areas where you can perform very well. This is important because if you do not know where to start from, everything we say will just go from one ear to the other. So I really want to encourage all of us here to take a step in identifying who we are, where we have gaps, and fill those gaps. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sapoma. Coming to you, Elizabeth, I want you to take this question. How can emerging professionals future-proof themselves and build sustainable career on a global scale?
So I would say that to be able to solve into the future, you need to think into the future. And so when we are looking at ideas, we need to think of ideas that can scale on a global level. And doing that means thinking outside the box. Now, what am I trying to say? Let me bring it to myself. So I started off as a salesperson for a real estate company, and then I became a broker. And then I went back to selling for a developer again. But there was something consistent that I was seeing. So it's either clients want houses, but they are not ready to pay, like the full amount. It's not easy to you put $100,000 down, 200,000. So most of them wanted to pay in installments, but they also did not really like the idea of off plan. So we have what we call off plan, where the building is not built. So as you pay, it gets to an amount, and then we start building. And it wasn't too comfortable because we've had issues with companies that have taken people's money and not built at all. So then I was thinking to myself, I don't want to be another agent where I'm going around and showing people houses. And I also I don't have the money to develop, right? And I also know that people are not comfortable with off plan. So what do I do? So I realized there's a certain group of people, Ghanaians living abroad, diaspora, who want to own properties in Ghana, but they don't necessarily want to do it with their families. So I'm like, okay, how can I be that person that you come to if you want to build your house in Ghana? You don't know anybody in Ghana, you don't trust your family, you don't want to do off plan. So what I did is I got money one way or the other. I built shell and core. So I built like 7 houses. Shell and core is the structure. We didn't furnish, we didn't finish it or anything. And then I put it out there. So if you are out there and you want to have a property in Ghana, I have this, right? You don't have to pay everything upfront. As you pay, we finish it to your taste. And trust me, it was sold. And it's not just because I had clients, it's just because I was solving for something. And what I'm even trying to go further to solve for is how to build for the ordinary Ghanaian. Because trust me, real estate now is not for the ordinary Ghanaian. Whether you like it or not, it's for the rich. And I know that there's a very daring comment, but it's not easy for you to leave school and buy a house. How many of you have even $50,000? No, but think about it, right? So for me, I would say that think ahead, look at the bigger picture, look at how you can reach a wider audience. Because if you just sit in your corner and think that, okay, selling hairband or selling hair to your mates, in your dormitory is not it. So yeah, think out of the box, think global. Let's look at companies like the social companies, Facebook. You see how Facebook is solving a global problem. Think of ride-hailing companies, Uber, Bolt, solving huge problems. So I think we should, when we are thinking of ideas, and idea doesn't scare you, it's not good enough, it should scare you. I'm thinking of building about 1,000 houses. I don't have the money, but you should think of things that scare you, right? Yeah, think of things that scare, and eventually you find a way to go about it. Even makes it worth your while. If you have problems and you solve it the next day, it's a bit boring. Have problems you can't solve. Problems you need bigger minds. Problems you need extra education, extra training to solve. Then it makes it worth your while. It makes life worth living.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Pastor Benedict, can you take that same question for me? How can emerging professionals future-proof themselves?
I think my sister has said a lot. But what I'm going to say about it is that about future-proofing ourselves is just the beginning of this year, I saw on Twitter, I don't know how many of us were seeing the jobs that are fast going and the jobs that are the emerging jobs that are coming. And some people were commenting with all kinds of things. I saw it, somebody posted it, somebody I follow posted it. And I saw all kinds of people posting and saying all kinds of stuff about it. It's about, first and foremost, have a perspective. I think there should be a change of perspective. How do you see things? Do you see that you just want to be a champion in your area, a local champion somewhere who is doing something, or you really want to make impact. And in terms of influence, what kind of influence are you looking at? Are you looking at just a short-term influence, or you're looking at long-term influence? People that are future-proof and they are able to emerge and have sustainable growth in their careers are people that look just beyond the pennies. Just I'm working to get a salary is not enough for the future. I mean, I'm working to get a salary is not enough. Getting a salary is your short term, but really becoming an influence in the area that you find yourself is very important. I mean, I'm a pastor, I'll talk in my terms. Working to fill an auditorium is not enough. I'm in my church, we are not looking at that. I mean, I'm not looking at that. Anything I'm put on, I'm not just looking at that. I'm looking at something that 50 years, 100 years, when I leave here, somebody can come and continue. First one, legacy. Second one is that I'm looking at also something that if somebody from Germany or Japan or China enters into that same atmosphere, the person will not feel like a foreigner. I believe those things are very important, that when you begin to connect to some of these people, how do I get those things? And then you need to develop your connection game. I mean, to be able to be future, you have to learn how to connect with people who have been able to sustain it over the year. That is mentorship, very, very important. And I believe that as we are here and we are getting this workshop and all of those things, each one of us as well decide to have a mentor, somebody that has done it over the years, learn from that particular person. And I believe that you are going to walk into the future that you've been trusting
Fantastic. A
God to
lot
get.
has been said. We have just a few questions and then we're gone. Pakwesi, you're going to take this for me. What strategies can our young professionals use to gain global exposure, even if they have never worked outside their home country?
Oh, I love the question. And so, okay, so let me put it this way. And so, what strategies? So, first of all, let me just use myself as an example. When I finished school, immediately when all my friends had like all of these bank jobs and stuff, I had like a very big opportunity working remotely with different teams, like in like Europe, Asia, whatever. And so I had a lot of teams that I was working with a lot of people that were not just based in Ghana, got to learn a lot of things, a lot of cultural differences and everything. That was just right after school. Then after that, I'm running a company. Most of our clients are based in the US. We consult with companies in the UK, like literally like this retainer, like on a retainer basis and everything. And when I sometimes think of how I was able to get from literally nobody knowing me to now getting all of these opportunities and literally living by myself and doing all of these things without anybody's help per se. Number one thing that I can say is this: you need to learn how to position yourself on the digital space. I cannot emphasize on this further. You need to learn how to position yourself on the what? Can we all say that? Digital space. Can we all say that? Digital space. Okay. Most people, you see, the thing is this. First of all, your value that you should have a universal appeal. You can't just be valuable for Ghana only. Okay. Otherwise, even when you put yourself on the digital space, you are just not going to attract people who are outside of your boundaries. Okay. The way that we're able to work with companies that are not just based in Ghana, people in Denmark and in the UK and stuff like that, it's because the value that we bring is not just tailored towards Ghana. It's stuff that people outside are like, how is this person able to be in Africa and figure this thing out? And that's the kind of thing. And then once you have that value, then you have to be on the digital space. The number one thing that you need to be on, I'll always say this everywhere that I go, and is LinkedIn. You've got to be on LinkedIn. Okay, what I did was that I decided to position myself on LinkedIn. However, when people are on LinkedIn, this is what you do. You just go there and then you go to the job section and start applying for jobs. That's why you're not getting a job. I've helped like thousands of people, I won't say thousands, but a bunch of people get a lot of jobs from LinkedIn. And what you have to do is that you have to do something called value in advance. Can we all say that? Say value in advance. Okay, what that means is that before somebody who has an opportunity, before somebody gives you an opportunity, you are supposed to be able to then prove yourself before time so that you are able to then attract the opportunity without you even suffering. So what do I mean? What you want to do is that you want to start posting content about things. I'm not talking about regular stories. I'm not just talking about you saying, hello, today I went to some place and and that's what people do. You need to actually put like real content. For example, if you're a coder or you do something with regards to like tech, what you want to do is that you want to actually like screen record you coding or doing something like that. If you're like, you use your accountant, you use QuickBooks or whatever you use, that's what you want to do. You want to actually like talk about technical stuff. Let them know that you know your stuff, and that's when everything is going to change. So you want to learn how to position yourself in a digital space, but don't just do it as I'm just sharing value. You want to position yourself as an authority, like somebody who knows the stuff, even if you've never like worked for a company before. You want to like let them know that you know your onions, and everything is going to change from that point onwards. Thank you so much. All right.
So this is what we're gonna do. Our time is actually gone, and so we're gonna just take our final words, okay? But I want you to answer your final words with this question. Very important question. It says that many talented professionals hesitate to compete globally due to self-doubt or lack of confidence. How can individuals overcome mental barriers and develop the confidence to position themselves as global talents? Please, you want to do this in just some 30 seconds. Okay. We start with you.
Okay. For this question, all right. I have a quote. I just want you to write this down. This is the only thing I'm going to say. If you don't deal with your self-doubt, anytime an opportunity arises, you just wonder about. Let me say that again. If you don't deal with your self-doubt, anytime an opportunity arises, you just wonder about. So just keep that in your mind. Deal with your self-doubt and don't wonder about. Thank you.
Okay. I would also want to admonish us to take advantage of opportunities online. I don't know how many of us know of Nestle Youthpreneurship. Anyone? Okay. There's Mackenzie Forward Program. A lot. I know what these programs did for me in opening doors to me. So I want to tell us to take advantage of these programs. It will help you build confidence. And when you meet people from different nations or different cultural settings, you have something to stand on. It adds value to you. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Sorry, just a quick one. So just about what she said, I also like to say to take advantage of digital platforms. So I did one of my masters in University of Suffolk. I never stepped my foot in the school. It was online until the day I graduated. So something like that is available to you. And to answer your question about self-doubt,
Self-doubt.
what is doubt? The feeling of uncertainty. Now, just a quick one. What is this? A microphone. You didn't even think twice. Why? Because you know it. So when it comes to doubt, it's about feeling uncertain about yourself. Now, if you are feeling uncertain about yourself, find the root problem. What is causing you to be uncertain? Ask yourself why. There's something they call the 5 whys. You keep asking why until you get to the root of your problem. I'm afraid to speak. Why are you afraid to speak? Maybe because you lack vocabularies. Why do you lack vocabularies? Because you don't like reading. Why? Because, reading is long. You get tired when you're, staring in the book. Okay, have you considered reading from your phone? Have you considered listening, YouTube? So what I'm trying to say is look for the problem, the reason why you are doubting yourself, and solve for it. Until you solve for it, I can sit here and give you 10 keys to stop self-doubt, but until you go internally, talk to yourself, speak to yourself, take time to know yourself and solve your problems. We all have weakness, and what makes life worth living is finding these weaknesses and solving them to become your strength.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. Pastor Benedict.
Okay, so what I'm going to say first and foremost is that you have to know who your God is. Now, I can't emphasize this more because if your God is the creator of the world, you cannot live in a subjective world. You must know that your God, he created the world and you are a son or daughter of God. That's how the Bible defines it. Know who your God is. The second one is that this is what has helped me, that at every point in time, the reason why you can't give up on yourself and you can't let your self-doubt control you is because somebody somewhere is depending on what you have inside you in order to survive. And so the day you decide not to let what is inside you come, somebody will not be able to make it. If you can always think in terms of that, you will always be able to overcome your self-doubt. Thank you.
On this note, we bring our panel discussion to a close. Once again, my name is Gifty Boatma Anan, and thank you so much.
We'll take a group picture. Thank you. A round of applause for this wonderful panel. And the moderator, thank you very much. Let's take a picture together. Are we standing well? Are we good? Okay. So while we get the picture being taken, we want to invite Barbara Abedi Lati. Ladies and gentlemen, Elizabeth said we should have dreams that scares us. Now I'm dreaming of standing in between you and your So Elizabeth said that you have to have a dream that scares you. So at this moment, I'm having a dream, and this dream is actually scaring me. I'm going to stand between you and your brick. So this dream is actually scaring me. And for the next 20 minutes, we're going to have this discussion that is going to be on a deep dive into World Economic Forum. And then a wonderful Barbara will be serving as a moderator for the next 20 minutes. So let this dream also scare you.
Hi, everybody. I know we are tired because sitting for a while is not easy, so we can just stretch for a minute. Are we good to go? Yeah, just stretch for a minute and then, so you can listen to us when we sit. Otherwise, the attention span will go off gear. That's if you agree with me. Yes. Okay, thank you. I know we've all heard of the World Economic Forum. We've been anticipating the report. The report is finally here, and we're going to discuss it. So, in the report, they are saying that we're going to get 170 million new jobs, and then 92 million jobs are going to go obsolete. Are you not scared? I'm sure the jobs you're planning or you're learning to go into within the next 5 years, that's 2030, right? It's going to go obsolete. So why are you here? If you're in school to learn to go into a market that's going to get lost, why are we still in school? That's what we're going to discuss. So I'm going to get my panel members to join me up here. Okay, so first off, we have Jeremy Crano. He's the general manager for Jumo. Jeremy Crano, please. And then we have Jacob Osain. He's a STEM communicator and co-founder, Creative Brilliance Afroverse. If he's here, he can join me as well. And then we have Erica Franklin, CEO, African Sales Academy. Please clap for them as they climb up here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I think I'll join on this side. Welcome, panelists. Yes, we're not going to take too much of your time. We're just going to discuss the future of jobs. And we're here for the Future of Jobs 2.0. So this is our topic, I guess. So after reading the World Economic Forum report, they are saying some jobs are going to be obsolete and new ones are going to come in. So at this point, the report highlights a net gain of 78 million jobs by 2030. Which industries and which roles are going to benefit the most? Let me take it from the lady. They say ladies first, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm Erica Franklin, the COO of Africa Sales Academy. We're the top
Sales Academy to be able to bring young talent like yourself forth and teach you the sales skills that you need to be impactful to the world. When I read the World Economic Forum report, some of the facts that I took away that was really, things that I needed in my own industry and to be able to speak here today. Of course, technology and digital services, right? So we've talked a lot about AI. We've talked a lot about software development. But I want everyone in the audience to understand that don't go out and Google AI jobs, right? And think you're going to just apply to an AI job. AI is actually in all of the jobs that you can think about. When you go to even use WhatsApp, right? AI is helping you write the text that goes forward. Hello. When you think about healthcare, we have AI tools that has helped predicting different diseases and ailments. When you think about sales, we have tools that I use on a day-to-day basis to help me write in emails and communications to help me pitch and persuade people to buy. So I just wanted to put that out there in regards to how you're thinking about AI and technology, because it can be overwhelming. We talk a lot about it, but when you think about your own job, as well as the degree that you're getting, how is AI impacting that industry, and what skills and programs do you need to be put in to be able to learn that?
Good. You can take that for us again.
Thank you very much. So my name is Jacob Ailson. I'm a educator, STEM communicator, and a creative writer, co-founder of Creative Brilliance Afro. So I'm so excited for this and World Economic Forum report. So from the report, I was quite intrigued about the information that came out. Just like you were rightly said earlier,
Scary, I guess.
about 80-something% of jobs will become obsolete, in the next 25 years. And some of these skills are going to be mostly in the field of administration, data entry, secretarial jobs, clerical works. So you may go to a business, or you may go to a company and there may not be a secretary there anymore, because these jobs are going to be obsolete in the next 25 years. However, the good thing is that there's going to be more opportunities in the next 25 years. And the opportunities are going to be in the fields mostly of analytical thinking, AI and big data skills, cybersecurity, technology literacy, creative and critical thinking, software engineering, green gas, mostly in the field of climate change, and mostly also generative AI. So in the next 25 years, these are the fields where most of the jobs are going to be. So for you young people here, we know our curricula. University curricula is mostly not really preparing us for the future. However, we have amazing organizations like ALX, Generation Ghana, MasterCard Foundation that are coming up with so much and incredible skill jobs like virtual, assistantship, AI essential careers, digital marketing. These are the skills that are needed in the future. So for all students who are here, I wanted you take your time, explore these job opportunities, and learn these basic skills, because that's what the future of work is going to be about. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Kwabena Owusu. I wear many hats. So sitting here for the purpose of this meeting, I represent the youth at the World Bank as a country youth lead, helping the bank with policies, design, guiding them, and also creating programming for them. I've also been at the point where I was part of the team. So first, I'm also a World Economic Forum global shipper, of which I also helped with the design of the programming for WEF. When it comes to global shippers, when it comes to their code of conduct. So in Ghana, we all lead to Gary Smith, the sports guy, and myself, helping to co-create that part. So I used to be a regional facilitator and resource mobilization lead for the WEF, the Future of Jobs report and other stuff in there. Then the last part is I've been blessed to be at a point within the Ghana and African market when it comes to digital skills and entrepreneurship development, in terms of co-creating programs and supporting people to scale. So basically, that's me. I'm a shy boy. Yeah.
It's obvious we have a wealth of resource up here. We are grateful that you're here with us. Okay, so moving forward, the report also identifies analytical thinking, creativity, and resilience as top skills. Why are these skills critical? And I'll let you take that since you were part of the team.
So first off, the underpinning thing is they first assess the difference between skills, quality, competence, capabilities. So when people are able to define that, it informs them where their strength is, their strength and what they look for. And within the space that we are in, where the world of work is evolving, if I even step back and ask the difference between jobs and work, if you get to know the difference between that, it informs you how you drive, how you position yourself, how you move in terms of being intentional and strategic. So jobs is looking for a formal thing to earn a compensation, right? Work is being aligned with your passion, your personal vision, then doing what you love, not what you have interest in, but having the financial as a supporting role, but not the core thing. So critical thinking and all those key competence, skill sets is needed because as an individual, you need to be able to identify an issue, able to break it down into blocks, able to now fine tune it to create a solution. Because we are a problem, and you've seen a problem. Do you solve the problem or you become the problem? So it means that how then do you think on your feet? And if I break it down to we in schools, we say that, oh, I can think on my feet, I can work under pressure. So how that kind of connotation tells you that how do you assimilate information, bring out data, and make use of data or whatever that comes to play. So these are the key things that they assess. That walk through the jobs list and get to know that, okay, if I pick an administrator, what are the core day-to-day functionalities of an administrator as against a data scientist who is amplifying what percentage of their senses or capabilities to do A, B, and C. So based on that is what they use to iterate and say that in this X number of years, these things will go off because of the power of moving things, the power of reinventing your role becomes a conversation. So basically, it's very important to know that irrespective of, and it's not about school, it's not about age, it's about you as an individual. Are you exuding value? Are you making sense when you're communicating? Are you able to deduce data and make sense of it? So basically, those are the core things. And even in the world of work, they ask you, if they give you an assignment or they give you an activity, you don't need to do a copy and paste.
Exactly.
Because they said you've done it 4 years.
Yeah.
Right? Let me give a funny story, just a brief. How many of you use rice cooker? Hi, hello, rice cooker. You use rice cooker, right? So all these years, we used to play, I'm using the school days, we used to play, there's a lot of time on our hands and all that. I was even learning Excel. And I had my first job at British Council. And they gave me a whole data set to go and clean the data and make all that. And they said, oh, we need it in the next 30 minutes. And this is a graduate too. And I was like, hey, 30 minutes. I had friends who were willing to teach Excel, and I was like, oh, it's not in my field, I don't do it. But I did maths and economics to compete in. So you see the ignorance. Then the job came, I was like, hey, I know I can do it too, but where to start? How to merge the files and all that became a challenge. So then what I'm trying to say is we have so much time on our hands to evolve. So those who are looking for jobs whatsoever, ask yourself, what is my personal mission statement? Where am I going from here? What is driving me? What is chasing me? That will inform you what to do, how to fine-tune yourself, and take it forward. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. Let's move on to the next question. The report warns of growing skills gap. Are universities and training institutions prepared for this shift? Erica?
No. I think that when we think about the topic, right, or the theme line for the actual event, academia and industry, We just need to take it back a bit. I know that everyone is so key on getting a degree, but you need to think about the skills that you're actually obtaining when you get that degree. Personal example, my degrees are in journalism and mass communication with a focus in public relations. So I thought coming out of school, I would work for some large PR firm fighting down, public view and everything like that. And then my master's is in advertising, but I'm actually a queen of sales. So I took those skills, right? So my writing communication skills, I took my resilience, right? From being told no so many times or that I couldn't do something. I took those key skills that I learned throughout the educational pieces. Instead of just going and touting my degree everywhere, I can tout all my skills that I use to build the career that I have now. And so that's what I think that the youth need to pull from their degrees. And when you're sitting in those courses, think about those actual skills that you're gaining that is make you job ready for the market.
I agree with you. And to add to that, we're in school for academic certificates, but that is not all we need on the job market. I believe we all agree. There are institutions that are bridging the gap, and 0800 Africa is one of those institutions. They have programs for programs in AI, programs in cloud and cybersecurity, and that is the conversation we are having into the future. So please check them out, 0800 Africa, check them out. Thank you. The next question, what global strategies can help emerging economies like Africa position themselves effectively and competitively in the future of work? So, Jacob?
Global strategies. Yeah, so I was just thinking about the earlier question, the syllabus and the industry. A curriculum is not really. We've been having this conversation for long. Like, let's change our educational system. Let's change our educational system. But then it's like it's still the same. I'm fascinated about students who graduate, and the only thing they know is what is in their CV. Sorry, the only thing they know is what they studied in school. However, if that's who you are as a student, it's not good enough. You can't compete globally. So I just want to say, even if you did accounting as a business administration major, it's not enough. There's so much you can learn. There's so much you can learn because we have so much time and there's so much opportunities to learn so much skills global right now. So if you want to become a global asset, they need to learn these global skills like AI, digital marketing, data analytics. These are the skills that the future is requiring. So students, please use your time more. Find online courses that upskill you, make you a better version. Because the truth of the matter is that if I'm going to employ you, you should give me something more than just having a first class in philosophy or political science. That's not enough for me. Yeah, first class is good, but then that's not enough. In the next 25 years, we may not consider first class anymore. We need what you can do when the certificate is no more. Okay, so that's what I can say, and that's the only way you can compete global. Because you're here in University of Ghana, you have someone at Harvard, someone at Stanford, and these people are doing amazing stuff. And you are here, and the only thing you can post about is that you had A in critical thinking and practical reasoning. Man, Charlie.
Can
So
I,
yeah.
can I
Yes,
add
yeah,
to that,
okay.
please? Yeah, I just wanted to also say that, you get your degree or you get your skill, the upskilling that you need, but who knows you, right? You could be in your house and be the best at coding or the best at, building the app, but no one knows that you do it. So again, he actually mentioned LinkedIn. I'm always an advocate for LinkedIn. Everybody that knows me knows that I go around with my LinkedIn like, let's connect, because that's how I sell myself, and that's how you should be thinking about selling yourself, right? Whether it's on TikTok, Snapchat, whatever you use, you should be actually talking about the skills that you have. That is what's going to bring the global market to you, so you don't have to do so much work outsourcing and getting people to bring them to you the other way.
So in addition to that, one of the things I used to do is anytime I want to pivot in my line of work, I go around mostly LinkedIn and look for one certain job roles. and I'll skim through to see the skills they are looking for, the community they are looking for. So those that I do not have, I just pick that line, go to Coursera or go to LinkedIn Learning and do what? Build my capacity in that regard. Two, we here, we are more smarter than those out there. And those that have had a chance to go to school abroad, and you get to see that it's positioning. If you get head, so use that, and the way you can use the head to create agendas, use that same head to create solutions and stuff. But the key thing here is also align yourself with the right people, because your network triggers you to know that am I moving or I'm still. Because if you are among friends that you are the only guy, without you, everything ceases, then there's a problem. So have that as a mindset that as you level up, your friends changes. Those that you grew up with is not the same that you move with at certain levels. The other point also is have a personal development plan for yourself. University of Ghana has a mission statement, has a vision statement. You that you are certain, you came to the school because of what the school stands for. So what then do you want somebody to vouch you for in order to get you on board or give you a placement? Because if you're not able to exude value, you're not able to look valuable as an individual, there's a conversation that we need to have. But the last part of my strategy that I will give is whenever you do all the things that has been mentioned, how then do you position yourself? We've worked for people for 6 years without pay because we know where we are going and we know what we are looking for. And after 12, 18 years, we are good. That's what we are using to do stuff. So ask yourself, and I'm wrapping up on this, if a lazy dog is chasing you, how do you run? Hello? I can see the room is down, that's why I'm doing that. You run slow. If a bulldog is chasing you, how do you run? If a lion is chasing you, how do you run? And if a cheetah is chasing you, how do you run? So now ask the one sitting next to you that, what is chasing me? Thank you.
Erica would like to add something.
Yeah, I want to add one
just
more
a minute.
thing. Go ahead.
We would go for questions after she's done. So if you have any questions, just prepare yourself. When Erica is done, we'll come for you. We'll come to you for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully most of you can hear that I'm not from Ghana, but I'm a resident now, and I'm from the United States. This whole global strategy is how do you get in rooms with people who come to Ghana and want the things that you want. You want a good job, you want a great company, you want to solve a problem. You have so many foreigners coming into this country doing just that, making dollar and pound, right? How do you do just that? How do you partner with those people? And you do that by going, there's plenty of conferences, Deti December, if you can't afford the party, go to the actual meetups. There's free things that happen all year round that people from all over the world come to, and put yourself in those rooms and have those conversations, introduce yourself, show off your skills, and that's how you end up growing your career.
Is there anything any member wants to add?
For me, I'll say the feature started yesterday. Thank you.
Yes, so I just want to read something small. So top skills in demand in 2025. So that I just want you to know in the next 25 years, these are the skills that we needed. Analytical thinking and innovation, technological literacy, problem-solving skills, critical thinking and ideation, resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility, active learning and learning strategies, leadership and social roles, critical thinking and analysis, emotional intelligence, collaborative and teamwork. So these are most of the skills.
Where's customer service? It was number 10. Customer service is huge for Ghana. If you can solve that problem, Ghana will have all of the money.
Okay.
There's a
So
huge
best
gap
wishes.
in customer service. So she is right, because as we know, is the elephant in the room. We're not going to talk about that. I would say that to be part of the force for the future, it's just in 5 years, everything is going to change. 2030 is just around the corner. So develop yourself. find something to do aside schooling. There are so many resources. Go online, study, sign up for courses, sign up for programs that is in alignment with where the world is going. And I think we'll all be fine. We don't need to be scared if there are going to be 78% of jobs going obsolete, because we are going to prepare ourselves for the future of jobs. Thank you. Any questions, please? We'll take about 2 questions.
Right. Thank you for this opportunity. When talking, I noticed something that all of the speakers have said over there, which was most of the jobs are going to go obsolete. And we notice that these are things that we are learning in our current universities. So does that mean that I am currently wasting 4 years of my life to study, what's the name, maybe Bachelor of Science in Mathematics or Economics? Am I wasting 4 years of my life to study that course? So what is the way forward right now? Do I need to just leave that, like to just leave the Bachelor of the degree and then now focus on studying
Sorry,
this?
boss, because of time, let me just help you out. Jim Rohn once said, formal education is for a living. Self-education is for a fortune. Boss, you listen. Formal education is for what? A living. Self-education is for a fortune. You know yourself. And when you hear the West media say that, oh, Mark Zuckerberg left school to do and do this, he's coming from a place of what? Privilege. His parents had it. You and I know how we go to school, right? And you also know, if you don't put yourself together, how to cascade down to your juniors or your siblings. And who chose the program for you? There's a school of thought that, yes, your parents or your uncles and told that, oh, this is the moving thing, go and do it. We've seen so many people doing that. But the baseline here is, where are you going from where you are? So today, if you are a student from this school, walk straight to the entrance and stand there. If today they're going to say, go home, what are you going home with? And how then do you define yourself as a person? You get what I'm trying to say? Take it from that angle. Because people, you are not the first batch of your program. Neither will you be the last. And I always say, national service, last year, there were almost 185,000 people. My batch, we were 47,000. Still, people say no get job for inside. So define yourself, define your life path, and align very well. Also, it depends how hungry you are. If I tell you that, oh, stop the school they do, I've not helped you. So use what you are learning. And once again, university is a university to pick from people, to build yourself so that you be a top of mind awareness for her or for him. That when opportunity comes, I know a guy who can do A, B, C, D. Then you go from there. But if you are Ankonam rebel, move around and do stuff, you know, go far. Give up. All right.
Quickly, you can actually open Chat GPT and ask that question related to the World Economic Forum, my degree, how will it be looked at in the next few years? It will tell you how you can use your degree, what jobs will be available. That's it.
Sorry, I did maths and economics with computing. You ask my friends, I don't know where else I even use maths or use economics. You get what I'm trying to say? No, you can get, but then that's where the conversation of passion and interest come into play. Define your passion, define the work before you even consider the job. You get me? Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions, we'll say thank you to our panelists. Thank you to our panelists. The conversation continues. These are great resources. Please follow them on their socials so that you can... LinkedIn, yes. Get their names, follow them on LinkedIn, learn from them. And then the conversation continues. Yes, we'll see you later. They are mentors, so please take advantage. Thank you so much for coming. We're grateful. We hope you've taken something home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was an insightful conversation and pictures. All right. So since we just ended with LinkedIn, I'd like you to know that we have a LinkedIn top voice in the house. And he had to travel all the way on a Dadianoma to get here. For those who do not understand Tree, Dadianoma means a plane. And to moderate this session, the fire chat session, we invite the marketing lead at Genius Mark in the person of Yaira Ofori to moderate this session. Please give her a hand. You can do it better, please.
Thank you so much, beautiful Michaela. So I know we are hungry and I know we are tired and we want to go on the break. But there's one thing that I want to say about the event and what it's doing for each and every one of us here, especially those of us in school. You know the saying that if you want to make your journey shorter, ask those who are coming from there or those who have been there. And that's what this event is doing for you. You are, I don't know, school has a funny way of limiting your mindset. When you are in UPSA, it's just about the UPSA campus, going to lectures, University of Ghana, KNUST. Okay, we are University of Ghana, so I'll start University of Ghana. So when you come for such events, allow your mind to be pulled along. Allow them to open your mind, because that's what this event, every discussion, every panel discussion that takes place here, that's what it's doing for you. So even though you're hungry, expand your capacity a bit to take in. I'm sure you'll be refreshed and then you continue. So yeah, congratulations to Akosia too for this event. Please let's appreciate her. I'm so excited about it. Last year I was here, this year too I'm here, next year I will be here, and so on. And guys, you know we are in a certain era, and the conversation has been going on since morning about the fact that we are in a youthful era, what we call the youth bulge era, where higher percentage of the population are youth. And projection and statistics has it that by 2050, we'll have 1/3 of the world's youth population being Africans. And that's some serious stat there. The world population, youth population, are going to be Africans. So when Akosia told me about this topic, I was excited. And the title for the topic is How Young African Talents Can Thrive When All Odds Are Against Them. How young African talents can thrive when all odds are against them. And I feel that by mere fact that you are an African, all odds are against you. You don't even have to do anything. By the mere fact that you are an African, you face challenges that people on the other continent will not face. So we face challenges day in and day out. So that's why this conversation is important. I'm sure after this conversation, go on our break. So I want you guys to pay attention to every single thing that will be said here. And you know what? I'm even more excited. The speaker is not someone in his 30s or someone in his late 40s. I'm glad I'm not coming to have a conversation with someone who is 30s or 40s, but a fellow Gen Z like us, someone who has been able to create an inspiring journey for himself and attain a level of success. So I'll give you a little detail about him. And as Michaela rightly said, he came all the way from Nigeria for this event to come and inspire and impact you. So I'll read a little bit about him, and then we have our fireside conversation. Are we here? Are we here? Thank you. Don't worry. Understand the energy. So my speaker is a Nigerian graduate nurse. He is the co-founder for Students on LinkedIn, which he founded in 2022. He is a recipient of a number of international awards, such as the Dinah Award, the most prestigious award a young person can get, presented by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. He's also a LinkedIn top voice, a recognition given by LinkedIn headquarters to 300 creators around the world yearly. And he has also been recognized by the Junior Chambers International Award as one of the top 10 personalities in his institution. He organizes yearly events, which has hosted thousands since 2023. And it's worth noting that on LinkedIn, he has a following of about 65,000 plus. Yes, that's really commendable. And
So yeah, he organizes events yearly, which is known as the LinkedIn Local Ogbomoso, which is in an underserved community to connect young people to resource persons and opportunities, which has graduated to become LinkedIn Local Nigeria, aimed at bringing professionals, thought leaders, and innovators from across the country. So my people, please, with a big round of applause, let's welcome to the stage Oladotu Ajayi. And this is first time in Ghana. So I know we have to, let's help him. Let's appreciate him. Let's let him feel welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, you're welcome. Okay. I'll do well to wrap this up as soon as we can so you can go and have your break. Should I say? No. Yeah. So how you doing?
I'm very well. Very well.
How is Ghana treating you so far?
Well, it's been quite exciting.
Less than 24 hours, right?
Yeah, it's already up to 24 hours actually. Close to
Okay.
24 hours, yeah.
Anything you like yet about Ghana?
Well, the intonation I've been hearing.
It's so different from what you know.
That's correct.
Okay, but I'm sure that you're staying for a couple of days, so
Yeah, of course.
definitely you'll come before you leave. You'll like a number of things about Ghana, and I'm sure on top of it is going to be its people. I trust my
I look
Ghanaians
forward
and
to
their
it.
hospitality.
Yeah, thank you.
So Ola, tell us, you have had and created an inspiring journey for yourself and attained a level of success at a young age. I mean, we are both Gen Zs. So yeah, what experience ignited the passion to inspire? What experience ignited the zeal to want to advocate for youth and career growth? And how did that experience shape your mission? So tell us the experience and how it shaped your mission.
Okay, so hi everyone. Hi everyone. Yeah, good afternoon. It's so exciting to be here today. And I'm so excited to be in Ghana. It's my first time in Ghana. And of course, it's been a fantastic time ever since. Okay, so what actually inspired me was the fact that I am not from like a very well-known background. And of course, my mom, dad suffered from, lack of employment for a very long time. And of course, I had seen that as a challenge for myself, and I wanted to like address the challenge. So I was in school when I got the first inspiration to start up something that would help a lot of young persons. And yes, I got on LinkedIn. And at the time, there were not so many students on LinkedIn at the time because LinkedIn was just known for high professionals, people that are working so much in their spaces and they're high level professionals. But for myself, I joined LinkedIn and I found LinkedIn as a point of contact for me to, of course, access opportunities. So I wanted to create this opportunity for so much more young persons and for them to be able to see that yes, it's very possible for them to get employed, even while they are still at school. So my story was a major motivation because when I got on LinkedIn, it wasn't long before I started getting opportunities, job opportunities. And I wanted so many more young persons to experience that same experience that I've had, right? So I started by organizing events, going to schools and campuses around Nigeria. And so far, it's been a very interesting ride, and we've been able to impact so far over 5,000 Nigerians over the years.
Wow.
Across different institutions in
Congratulations.
Nigeria. So my story is majorly the motivation, and I'm glad to see that a lot of more young persons now see LinkedIn as a source and platform to, of course, get themselves out there and see so much more possibilities. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Please let's appreciate him for that answer. I believe in this journey, you've had to take some risk. And reading or knowing more about you, you had to go to events. You mentioned you're organizing events, even times that you had to study for exams. You could have sat down and decided not to go for that event. You need to study for your exams. You need to get that A. But then you saw it as a risk worth taking. And in Africa today, in Ghana, in Nigeria, among the youth, one thing we are suffering is Africans or youth not being able to step out of their comfort zone. We have that a lot. People are not ready to step out of their comfort zone. They are not ready to do more. So my question is, how did you identify, or at what point did you identify that I need to step out of my comfort zone at this point? And how were you able to identify risks that are worth taking? So I know if I do this, I'm going to see the results. It's going to benefit my future. How did you recognize such?
Okay, so for myself, the course I studied in school was nursing. right? Nursing is very bulky course. You have to study, like deep study, right? And at the time, I was just in school, of course. I was just all over the place and trying to, of course, find something to do outside nursing. I mean, nursing was like a stepping stone for me because I was able to see nursing as a point of having to, delve into other spaces through nursing itself. So at some points in my life, when I started impacting students across the country, I was struggling in nursing to an extent, which was because I was more focused on things that were based on impact rather than putting so much effort on nursing. But I was able to find the balance first. I mean, I took one of very biggest risks that I took was when I was having my professional exam, my first professional exams, right? I was in school at the time, and I think about 2 days to the professional exams, I went to a university in Nigeria to go and speak to the students, like 2 days to the professional exams, right? But what helped me at the time was because I had been studying ahead of that exam. But I mean, if I had not been studying ahead, I might probably have just forgone that opportunity. But I was able to see that it's a risk worth taking. And of course, lives of students that I was going to be speaking with was going to be impacted. And of course, it's quite needed because, of course, some conversations never leaves you the same. So I had something that I was willing to give to them, which was, of course, my story and also inspiring them to get on LinkedIn and get access to opportunities by coming on LinkedIn, putting themselves out there, and also, positioning themselves for global opportunities. So, I mean, I took so many risks, but that was one of the major risks I took while I was in school, and that was like a very worth taking risk.
Thank you so much. So we'll have the time to ask him questions if we have any. So as you listen to his story and you have any questions, just write it down so that you don't forget. So I just have 2 more questions for you and then we wrap up. I told you I'll end soon. My next question is, you have worked with Human and Sustainability Africa Network, and you deal with a lot of employment, how to make students stand a high chance of being employed. What skills, and the conversation has been on soft skills so far since morning, but I want you to also share from your works with that network, what skills and strategies do African youth need to pay attention to develop in order to raise their chances of being employed, and not just being employed, but staying employed. So, yeah.
Okay, so a lot of young Nigerians do not pay attention to soft skills, and that's a very big mistake that a lot of us make.
It's
right?
actually Africa.
Yes.
Ghana
right.
as well.
So one skill that I mastered early was the skill of relationships.
Mm.
Right? How to manage
Mm.
relationships. It's a very critical skill that will help you to move like faster and higher in life, because sometimes relationships actually create a cluster of opportunities for yourself. For example, coming to these events now, it is expected of you to network with people around you and of course introduce yourself and make them understand the area at which you're currently working. And another mistake we make, right, young persons, Gen Z, is that we are always very transactional when it comes to relationships. I mean, you always want to think about what you can get from someone instead of thinking first what you can contribute to the person. So it's very critical for you to understand that when you're approaching relationships, it's very good to approach relationships with the facts that you're trying to, contribute to that relationship and not having the mindset of first taking from that individual. If you have that mindset first, it's really going to help you scale much faster, right? And scale much better in terms of you creating a cluster of opportunities for yourself. Another thing is, I think honor, honor, HONOUR.
Yes.
It's also a very critical thing that would make you scale much faster in life, right? Honor is a stream of income that requires no capital to start, right? And if we as young persons can honor people that, we are Gen Zs, we like to just say we are on top of our game. We like to confront matters and everything. Though it's very essential, but at the same time, honor is a very critical skill that will take you much faster than your peers, right? If you've mastered that skill, so it's very critical that you understand that as well. So another thing that I've realized is positioning, right? For example, I got on LinkedIn when I was in 200 level in school. And first is, I think I want to appreciate students that are here today. What you're doing for yourself right now is a very good and very fantastic idea you're creating for yourself, right? So when I was in school in 200 level, I got on LinkedIn, I started putting out myself. When I go for events like this, I document my story, I document the things that I've learned at that event and try as much as possible to give value to my audience. And by that, I was able to also, find a problem, And like I explained earlier, the problem I found at the time was the fact that so many young persons are not exactly on LinkedIn. They do not find a reason to come on LinkedIn. So I created a solution to that problem by organizing classes, virtual classes, to ensure that they learn so much on that space. And of course, as much as I've done that, I also tried as much as possible to democratize opportunities. So along the line, I mean, I was able to get a lot more students to come on board. And I mean, we've had so many testimonials of people that have gone higher to do so much great things from, I mean, starting on that part. So yeah, I think those things are really going to help you to scale much faster in that regard.
Wow, thank you so much for those points you touched on. I'm glad about the points you touched on because you see, you can come for such conferences and then you'll be like, okay, I can go on YouTube and listen to what they're saying. I can go on YouTube and hear the same thing, but you know the difference. Over here, you get to network with the person right after the event. Or even not even right after the events, you message the person on LinkedIn, oh, I was a future of work, blah, blah. And you have to learn how to approach such people. I remember last year at Future of Work, there was one lady I was talking to, and I was telling her the importance of future of work. And she was like, oh, these people, when you message them afterwards, they won't mind you. They have a lot on their plates. So how are you approaching them after this place? So I'm really glad he spoke about relationship because it's a skill you need to learn. And Anna, you don't want to honor people, but you want to be honored. I mean, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. So I'm really glad about this you've touched on. And I believe and hope that we are taking lessons and we've learned about this. So you spoke about LinkedIn and you mentioned that a lot of we are talking about Africans, so let me say African youth are not on LinkedIn. And it's true. I don't know if the statistics have changed, but as last year, even when we were having the conversation about people joining LinkedIn, someone will ask you what should I do on LinkedIn? So there are three categories of people. Two categories at the extreme end and one in the middle. We have at one extreme end, people are saying LinkedIn, people are exaggerating on it, they are living a fake life, they are lying, so I don't want to join LinkedIn. That's one category of people. We have another category of people who are actually on LinkedIn, also living the fake life, giving the pressure and exaggerating. And we have the third category of people in the middle who are actually using LinkedIn like you for their success and to better their lives. I mean, you have gained a following of 65,000, so you're definitely doing something right on LinkedIn. So my question regarding LinkedIn is, there are a lot of content out there that we are consuming about how people should use LinkedIn. There are people even sitting in the audience that are not on LinkedIn, and they don't see the need to be on LinkedIn. And you have been educating people about joining LinkedIn for years now. Please share with them that unpopular opinion or piece of advice to right their wrong perception about LinkedIn or to strengthen their right perception about LinkedIn. I hope you get me.
Yeah, I get your
Great.
question. Okay, so first, I think the first challenge about LinkedIn is a lot of persons see LinkedIn as a platform for oppression. I mean, you get on LinkedIn today, you're saying, I'm happy to announce that I just got my first car. I'm happy to announce that I just got my first job. I mean, closed the $5,000 deal, right? But the clauses, when you're seeing people like that, I think what you should drive from their stories is inspiration. A lot of people just get oppressed and they get off the platform. But if you do not see something as a point of inspiration, it is very impossible for you to learn from that. So see LinkedIn first as a platform for, I mean, inspiration and not oppression. Another thing is obsession, right, in your skill is a competitive advantage that it is very impossible to beat. Right? If you're very obsessed with your work, you're doing as much as possible with your work, it is very impossible for someone to, I mean, oppress you with whatever it is you're doing when you're very convinced about who you are, right? So ensure that as much as possible, you are creating capacity and competence for yourself in whatever skill it is you're trying to build, because that really helps you to stand out amongst the crowd. I mean, there are so many people that are just on LinkedIn, posting year and year, living fake life, but for yourself, have a craft, have a niche, and master that craft that you'll be so good that they cannot ignore you, right? I mean, there's a book called So Good That They Cannot Ignore You by Cal Newport. I think you should read that. It's really going to help you. So ensure that whatever craft it is that you have, try to master the act of being obsessed, because it's a competitive advantage that cannot, I mean, be defeated. So try as much as possible to like create a space for yourself, and at the end of the day, you're going to be really, I mean, excited that you get on the space and you do so much more in whatever field it is you're trying to, I mean, get into. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Please let's appreciate him so far for the things he has shared. And we've come to the end of this fireside chat. But what's your final words? What do you want to share with everyone before we go?
Okay, so your background doesn't define you, right? And I want you to, but for my story, right, you've heard so much on how I started and how I've been able to been mounting the ladder. And of course, it's not essential that you base your growth on your background, right? It is very possible to do great things from a small place if you put in the work and you, try as much as possible to like put yourself out there, because the world is going digital, right? If you're not digital right now, you're missing out on a lot of opportunities, right? So ensure that you put yourself out there, do as much work as possible, and be a person of competence, right? So yeah, I believe that these things are really going to help you to scale much faster in whatever field it is you're in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ola. We'll take questions. Do we have any questions? Yeah, there's one there. How many can we take, MCs? Oh, there's a guy there.
I thought there were no questions.
So you concluded with putting yourself out there. So I have this question which is, what are the key elements of a strong LinkedIn profile that can help with personal branding? And the last question, probably unrelated. I know you haven't tried Ghanaian jollof here, but I would like to know Ghana, Nigerian Ghanaian jollof.
All right, so to your first question, for a LinkedIn profile, the first thing, I think I gave the media like a projection of my profile. I don't know if they can project that. So the first element on your profile that you have is your profile, right? You should ensure that you take good headshots of yourself. A lot of young, I think I saw someone that had a picture of himself and his girlfriend as his profile picture.
On LinkedIn?
That's totally
On
unethical.
LinkedIn?
Yes.
How now?
That's very unethical. So it's very essential that you, put yourself in a state where you go to a photographer's, studio, take good headshot of yourself that communicates your person, because that's the first impression people have about you when they come on your profile. If your profile picture is not standard enough, they might not want to pay attention to whatever it is you're doing, right? So second thing is your cover photo, right? This explains what you do. And a lot of persons actually, craft out their cover photo in such a way that defines their work, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a definition of what you're doing. It could be a picture of maybe an event you've organized. If you're someone that you're into content writing, you can create a banner picture for yourself that explains the problem content writing is trying to solve. And if someone sees your profile as someone that is trying to solve a problem in that regard, he or she will reach out to you and say that, okay, I saw something on your profile. I'd like to work with you in this regard. So it's very essential that you communicate in a very precise manner what you do and how much work, how much solutions problems you're trying to solve in that regard. Another thing is your headline. Your headline should be as short and precise as possible. On my headline, I do not have so many things. I'm at the intersection of health, policy, business, and development, right? I'm also democratizing opportunities for young persons to increase employability, right? That's like a very succinct example of how you can craft your headline. And of course, if you have maybe things that you love people to see on your profile, maybe like an achievement that you're very proud of, it's very essential for you to put out on your profile as well. 2023 Dana Award recipient is, a very prestigious award that, I was just on LinkedIn. I was sort of trying to help students to access opportunities, get them to come on LinkedIn, and my work was recognized by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, right? That's the grandson of Queen Elizabeth, Prince Harry, and Meghan, right? I was able to meet them as well last year, May. So you should just ensure that you put something very profound on your profile that when people see, it's going to be very impossible for them to resist what you're doing, right? So I think that covers major things that should be on your headline and your profile for people to have like a very good impression of what you're doing. Do you understand? Yeah. And for your second question, I tasted Ghana jollof last night.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
I didn't
My
want to go
feedback
there.
is Nigerian jollof is better than Ghana jollof.
Of course. That's what you say. Thank you so much, Ola. And amazing news, he will be around to the end of the event and probably tomorrow, right? Yes, so you get to ask him questions afterwards, connect with him. And as the earlier panelist said, there are going to be spaces on X for this conversation to continue. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for your audience, and it's been a pleasure.
All right. A round of applause for them. This is not a clap you give when they are moving the obstacle between you and your break. A good round of applause for them. Okay, so we want to do the final picture before we go for a break. So All right, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. So, quick one. Ola will always say what he wants to say, but we know. We don't even fight it. We know that it's Ghana Jollof all the way. Kasongo, yeah. Whether they like it or not, it's Ghana Jollof all the way. So we're going to have a 30 minutes break. And please, it's 30 minutes. 30 minutes is 30 minutes. For the speakers, the ushers are going to come to you. But for the rest of the guests, we're going out for the cocktail table setup. But it's 30 minutes. So please, the clock starts ticking.
So it's currently
now.
2:35. So we'll
Yep.
be back here, convening here at 3:05 GMT.
Right, so 3:05, because the other panelists, the other speakers are already in-house, and we're going to keep it up from there. Right, thank you very much. Okay, so please, I'm being told that we don't need you to move outside. They bring in the package to you at your seat. This is simple. Just click and it will open. So please just take your seat. DJ, this is your time for you while the ushers come around and then give you your package, because we want to move to the next session as quickly as possible. Thank you very much. All right, those who want to do a little stretch, you can do it. Please try and then connect, get people's LinkedIn. I mean, connect on LinkedIn, because that's the magic word that we're using here. Connect with people on LinkedIn whilst they serve you with your packages. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too. Yeah, I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too. Yeah, I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too, yeah. I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too, yeah. I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too, yeah. I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too, yeah. I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too, yeah. I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technologies like AI and Web3 enhance productivity? What skills and trends will define tomorrow's workforce? And how do businesses and young professionals adapt to stay ahead? We bring you expert insights, real-world innovations, and strategies to navigate the evolving work landscape. The future isn't coming, it's already here. Be tech connected, be future ready.
Okay, so first of all, ALX is a non-profit organization that is training young Africans with tech skills to prepare them for future opportunities.
I think the program was amazing. It was enlightening too, yeah. I got to learn a lot. I networked, I met a lot of people. It's worth it. It was worth coming here.
So we need to adopt a way of learning that is keeping up with what is happening and also being able to let them have practical use. I have a lot of students coming out of the university that really don't know how to use a computer, don't know how to do even copy and paste on a computer. And that's a big deal, right? And as a professional, we don't have the bandwidth and the capacity to go back and train you on that when we're supposed to be building AI models, for instance, right? So the universities have to help us a little bit in making sure that the youth, the students, are very engaged in practical use of these emerging technologies.
This is clean. This is what I mean. I said, this is what I mean. All my niggas got it, we unanimous. Cut from different cloth and different calibers. My skeleton is matching with my managers. She love me 'cause I'm handsome and I'm talented. Hanging off the banisters. Tell me who's gonna pay for all the...
When AfCFTA contacted us to be a part of this program, we were more than delighted because who else is training more young people for the future of work than ALX?
All this work that I've been mashing, put your boy in a position where I'm profit off my passion or rap. They don't know.
Alright, hello guys. So today we are here at the Future of Work soiree, and basically my question is simple. I'm asking people what the future of work means to them.
Whenever I think about the future of work, there's only one thing that comes to my mind, and that's efficiency. You see, in this ever-evolving world that we are in, everything is changing so fast that people have to learn how to adapt. And when people are learning how to adapt, they are just trying to find one thing, which is efficiency. How can we be more efficient in the things that we do? And when you think about efficiency, that's where things like AI and crypto and the Web3 and other things come about. So efficiency is what we are looking at when we are going into the future of work. How people can just be more efficient. So any technology that enables efficiency is what the future of work is going to be about. So don't expect AI to be going anywhere. AI is going to really take over, and the people that learn how to couple or work with AI are the people going to rule.
My name is Chad Atanga. I'm a data analyst and a lawyer. The future of work. I think the future of work is going to be amazing. I think the future of work is expanding beyond our borders. I have an experience. I've worked with a company and I just met the employer today. So it tells us that the future of work is going to go beyond our borders. We may be limited to our homes and be working for people we may not meet. So work is not going to be confined to a physical space, but it's going to be a global thing where you may even be working with teams that you may not have met them. So I think the future of work is going to really be amazing, yeah, in my opinion.
So the future of work seems very exciting, but it's also actually pretty scary, right? There are so many changes that are happening in the current world of work that it requires everyone to adapt to new skills, to adapt to new trends, and even organizations to adapt to new ways of working. For some of the trends, I think it's pretty obvious how much AI has grown over the past few years, right? But then we need to start looking beyond the very mechanical stuff that we use it for.
When I think about this question, I think that the future of work is what Africa decides it's going to be for Africa. We need to decide what it's going to be for Africa. And for me, the elements that I want us to have is agency, right? Technology has leveled the playing field. We just need to leverage on technology to be able to speed up and make things happen, create things, create solutions, improve our situation as a country and as a continent. Thank you.
What do I think about the future of work? So I believe the future of work might change in the coming years with respect to the technological aspect that is coming up in the world. So I believe everyone should abridge themselves to what is coming. They should prepare themselves and upgrade themselves with all these tech courses that are available so that they wouldn't lose their job or they'll be profitable in the future.
This is clean. This is what I mean. I said, this is what I mean. All my niggas got it, we unanimous. Cut from different cloth and different calibers. My skeleton is matching with my managers. She love me 'cause I'm handsome and I'm talented. Hanging off the banisters. Tell me who's gonna pay for all the...
When AfCFTA contacted us to be a part of this program, we were more than delighted because who else is training more young people for the future of work than ALX?
All this work that I've been mashing, put your boy in a position where I'm profit off my passion or rap. They don't.
Alright, hello guys. So today we are here at the Future of Work soiree, and basically my question is simple. I'm asking people what the future of work means to them.
Whenever I think about the future of work, there's only one thing that comes to my mind, that's efficiency. You see, in this ever-evolving world that we are in, everything is changing so fast that people have to learn how to adapt. And when people are learning how to adapt, they are just trying to find one thing, which is efficiency. How can we be more efficient in the things that we do? And when you think about efficiency, that's where things like AI and crypto and the Web3 and other things come about. So efficiency is what we are looking at when we are going into the future of work. How people can just be more efficient. So any technology that enables efficiency is what the future of work is going to be about. So don't expect AI to be going anywhere. AI is going to really take over, and the people that learn how to couple or work with AI are the people going to rule.
My name is Chad Atanga. I'm a data analyst and a lawyer. The future of work. I think the future of work is going to be amazing. I think the future of work is expanding beyond our borders. I have an experience. I've worked with a company and I just met the employer today. So it tells us that the future of work is going to go beyond our borders. We may be limited to our homes and be working for people we may not meet. So work is not going to be confined to a physical space, but it's going to be a global thing where you may even be working with teams that you may not have met them. So I think the future of work is going to really be amazing, yeah, in my opinion.
So the future of work seems very exciting, but it's also actually pretty scary, right? There are so many changes that are happening in the current world of work that it requires everyone to adapt new skills, to adapt to new trends, and even organizations to adapt to new ways of working. For some of the trends, I think it's pretty obvious how much AI has grown over the past few years, right? But then we need to start looking beyond the very mechanical stuff that we use it for.
When I think about this question, I think that the future of work is what Africa decides it's going to be for Africa. We need to decide what it's going to be for Africa. And for me, the elements that I want us to have is agency, right? Technology has leveled the playing field. We just need to leverage on technology to be able to speed up and make things happen, create things, create solutions, improve our situation as a country and as a continent. Thank you.
What do I think about the future of work? So I believe the future of work might change in the coming years with respect to the technological aspect that is coming up in the world. So I believe everyone should abridge themselves to what is coming. They should prepare themselves and upgrade themselves with all these tech courses that are available so that they wouldn't lose their job or they'll be profitable in the future.
This is clean. This is what I mean. I said, this is what I mean. All my niggas got it, we unanimous. Cut from different cloth and different calibers. My skeleton is matching with my managers. She love me 'cause I'm handsome and I'm talented. Hanging off the banisters. Tell me who's gonna pay for all the...
When AfCFTA contacted us to be a part of this program, we were more than delighted because who else is training more young people for the future of work than ALX?
Oh, all this work that I've been mashing, put your boy in the position where I'm profit off my passion, alright.
Alright, hello guys. So today we are here at the Future of Work soiree, and basically my question is simple. I'm asking people what the future of work means to them.
Whenever I think about the future of work, there's only one thing that comes to my mind, that's efficiency. You see, in this ever-evolving world that we are in, everything is changing so fast that people have to learn how to adapt. And when people are learning how to adapt, they are just trying to find one thing, which is efficiency. How can we be more efficient in the things that that we do. And when you think about efficiency, that's where things like AI and crypto and the Web3 and other things come about. So efficiency is what we are looking at when we are going into the future of work. How people can just be more efficient. So any technology that enables efficiency is what the future of work is going to be about. So don't expect AI to be going anywhere. AI is going to really take over, and the people that learn how to couple or work with AI are the people going to rule.
My name is Chad Atanga. I'm a data analyst and a lawyer. The future of work. I think the future of work is going to be amazing. I think the future of work is expanding beyond our borders. I have an experience. I've worked with a company and I just met the employer today. So it tells us that the future of work is going to go beyond our borders. We may be limited to our homes and be working for people we may not meet. So work is not going to be confined to a physical space, but it's going to be a global thing where you may even be working with teams that you may not have met them. So I think the future of work is going to really be amazing, yeah, in my opinion.
So the future of work seems very exciting, but it's also actually pretty scary, right? There are so many changes that are happening in the current world of work that it requires everyone to adapt new skills, to adapt to new trends, and even organizations to adapt to new ways of working. For some of the trends, I think it's pretty obvious how much AI has grown over the past few years, right? But then we need to start looking beyond the very mechanical stuff that we use it for.
When I think about this question, I think that the future of work is what Africa decides it's going to be for Africa. We need to decide what it's going to be for Africa. And for me, the elements that I want us to have is agency, right? Technology has leveled the playing field. We just need to leverage on technology to be able to speed up and make things happen, create solutions, improve our situation as a country and as a continent. Thank you.
What do I think about the future of work? So I believe the future of work might change in the coming years with respect to the technological aspect that is coming up in the world. So I believe everyone should abridge themselves to what is coming. They should prepare themselves and upgrade themselves with all these tech courses that are available so that they wouldn't lose their job or they'll be profitable in the future.
This is clean. This is what I mean. I said, this is what I mean. All my niggas got it, we unanimous. Cut from different cloth and different calibers. My skeleton is matching with my managers. She love me 'cause I'm handsome and I'm talented. Hanging off the banisters. Tell me who's gonna pay for all the...
When AfCFTA contacted us to be a part of this program, we were more than delighted because who else is training more young people for the future of work than ALX?
All this work that I've been mashing, put your boy in the position where I'm profit off my passion, alright.
Alright, hello guys. So today we are here at the Future of Work soiree, and basically my question is simple. I'm asking people what the future of work means to them.
Whenever I think about the future of work, there's only one thing that comes to my mind, that's efficiency. You see, in this ever-evolving world that we are in, everything is changing so fast that people have to learn how to adapt. And when people are learning how to adapt, they are just trying to find one thing, which is efficiency. How can we be more efficient in the things that we do? And when you think about efficiency, that's where things like AI and crypto and the Web3 and other things come about. So efficiency is what we are looking at when we are going into the future of work. How people can just be more efficient. So any technology that enables efficiency is what the future of work is going to be about. So don't expect AI to be going anywhere. AI is going to really take over, and the people that learn how to couple or work with AI are the people going to rule.
My name is Chad Atanga. I'm a data analyst and a lawyer.
Okay, so the answer is actually true.
The future of work. I think the future of work is going to be amazing. I think the future of work is expanding beyond our borders. I have an experience. I've worked with a company and I just met the employer today. So it tells us that the future of work is going to go beyond
our borders. We may be limited to our homes and we're working for people we may not meet. So work is not going to be confined to a physical space, but it's going to be a global thing where you may even be working with teams that you may not have met them. So I think the future of work is going to really be amazing. Yeah, in my opinion.
True. Octopuses have no blood. Any other person? Okay, so the answer is false. Octopuses actually have blood and it's blue. All right, you can Google it if you want to. Okay, the third one. Scientists have found that the heart possesses sweet taste receptors similar to those on your tongue. True or false? Yes, the tongue is for tasting, but does the heart also have sweet taste receptors? True or false?
Who says? There's someone in front. True or false? Please keep the answer. I'm coming.
True or false?
True or false? Before I get there, true or false? True or false?
What's your answer? The heart has sweet taste receptors. True or false?
True.
I can't hear you.
Are you sure? I mean, do you want to call a friend or that's your final one?
Friend.
You know,
You call a friend.
Give us the answer. True or false?
Don't worry, feel
I'll
free. We are
choose
all here
true.
to learn.
Yeah.
She says true.
She says true. Okay, any other answer? The heart has sweet taste receptors. True or false? True. True. Any other person? Okay, true is the right answer. That is why sometimes your heart can skip a beat when you take something bitter. Okay, next question, please. Scientists have developed a chip called tissue nanotransfection, which can reprogram living adult cells into any other type of cell and has been used to regenerate skin. True or false? A chip that can regenerate skin. True or false?
True or false?
Anyone?
Chema, this one there is on this line. You can say true.
Chips
can
that
say
can
false.
regenerate skin.
We don't mind. There are three, so one can say true, the two can say false.
False.
False. Okay.
I also go with false.
False. All
So
right.
you two, you go or you change?
So they are all going for truth. Is it false? So I'll go for truth.
You go for true. Okay.
One will be correct.
Does any other person want to answer? False. Okay.
So how many false?
So the answer is actually true. They are developing chips that can regenerate other cells or other organs.
Chairman got it.
All right. So our last question. Animals are the only living organisms that have carnivores. True or false? Animals are the only living organisms that have carnivores.
Now this
True
one is for
or
the
false?
projection team. You can say anything, we will not catch you.
False.
False. Okay.
First one, false.
Hand up
It's
there.
a hand up there, and the last part. Okay. Okay, sir.
So it's true.
True. Animals are the only living organisms that have
No,
carnivores.
he's changing the question, the answer.
No, it's false.
So it's false for
Have
you.
you decided
Final
yet?
answer. Final. You have a reason.
Any other person? Animals are the only living organisms that have carnivores. True or false? Last person.
Last person.
Last person. Animals are the only living organisms that have carnivores. I want someone in front here.
Okay. There's a hand. Oh no, he has answered already.
Yeah, he's answered already.
All right, so let's take
You
it
want to
from this.
answer?
We'll take it from this line.
False.
False. So he also said false. He's also saying false.
Yes, the right answer is false because there are even plants that are also carnivores. So we wouldn't have been able to get such information if not for technology. And in recent years, I don't know which year some of you were born in, but some of us came to meet BlackBerry. Some of us came to meet floppy disks. But now we don't use them anymore. Even this time around, they're producing computers without a CD disk slot. It means that times and technology is changing. So our next session is going to be on how technological advancement is reshaping the future of work. And to do this, we will invite Joy Tari Bagshaw. She is a software engineer and a tech advocate. Please give it up. It's Women's Month. Do it better for her.
Hello, everyone. Nice to be here today. So I'll be having a panel session with my amazing panelists. And just like she has mentioned prior, we'll be talking about the evolution of technology so far. Now we have AI, we have blockchain, we even have the gig economy. So we'll be touching around the impact of AI, automation. We'll be talking about how professionals as well can also prepare themselves for the future of work. So please join me as well with a round of applause as I welcome my panelists to the stage. So Mr. Isaac Kofi, please welcome him with a round of applause. He's the Executive Director of Bulk SMS Ghana Limited. Thank you. Mrs. Hilary Yangson. Thank you. Mr. Eli Daniel. All right. Mr. Anthony Osu. Please, let's give it up for them. And Mr. Clinton Nyako. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you so much once again to my amazing panelists here. And I'd just like everyone to briefly introduce themselves, your name and your designation. That's what you do or the industry you currently work in. Thank you. Okay, so I'll start from Mr. Eli. Thank you.
Lucky me. Hi, my name is Eli Daniel Wilson. I do regional digital strategy at Publicis. If you catch me, I'm either learning digital, or either I'm doing it, or I'm teaching it. So those are the three things you would find me doing. Nice to meet everyone.
Interesting. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all. My name is Hilary Yangson, and I am a digital account manager at Daintu Ghana. I'm in charge of running ads. So the ads that you see on Meta, on YouTube, wherever you see them, I'm in charge. Yeah, and I that's what I love doing. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Isaac Kofi, Executive Director of Bulk SMS Ghana and Managing Partner at DigiTransacts. Bulk SMS Ghana is a value-added messaging platform. So you send messages with bulk SMS. We also do voice. And then DigiTransacts is basically AI related. We do AI training for organizations like Ghana TVET, Complementary Education Units, Stanford Seed, and a whole lot of others. So basically, that's it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Clinton. I'm the CEO of iSupreme. iSupreme is a technology-focused digital marketing agency. We are basically trying to help businesses, very ambitious businesses, stay relevant and then connect with their customers in the ever-evolving digital world. We believe that technology provides a lot of opportunities for businesses to scale and for businesses to stay relevant. And as the ecosystem changes, as customers are spending their time in new places, businesses will need to have new ways or need to adapt to be able to still connect with them and to still stay relevant to them. And that is what we are trying to play in the space currently. We also have a division called iSupreme Labs, where we are generally focused on using technology to solve some of the biggest marketing problems faced by businesses in Africa. So we are currently experimenting with some ideas, some products, to see what uh, some of those challenges are that businesses face, and how can we use technology to mitigate them. So that's what we do generally at iSupreme. Yeah, I'm personally very passionate about marketing, about technology, about helping brands grow, about startups and small businesses. So I consult a lot for a lot of small businesses and a lot of startups. But then generally, our company works with some multinationals, mainly in Ghana and across the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's give it up for my panelists. Thank you so much. I really admire the diversity in the room in terms of business, um, being founders, and working in the digital space. It's pretty interesting to me. And so for the questions that I'll put out, it'd be nice to have everyone answer them so we can all get different perspectives, right, for each of the questions. All right, so we all know that the job market is changing rapidly with the rise of these emerging technologies. And just like we had the future of work report as well, as much as most jobs will be replaced or lost, there's still a very good amount of jobs that will be created. So how do you think Africa and other developing economy can leverage technology to drive job creation rather than job losses? So I'll start with you. Thank you.
Okay. One thing that we can all agree to is in Africa, we are very late adopters of technology, right? A lot of the things we attempt to do here, attempt to build here, have probably been existent in some countries in the West for a very long time, and that is one of the disadvantages we have when it comes to staying relevant. So, yeah, chances are we keep saying that there are certain jobs that are going to probably disappear off the face of the planet, but then it is going to happen later in Africa because we are not even early. No, the effect in Africa is going to be later on and not as early as we think, right? Regardless, I believe we still have an opportunity to still take advantage of them and position ourselves properly for the future. Why do I say this? What are some of the most mundane stuff that we do currently in Africa? What are some of those activities that seem very repetitive? What are some of those activities that can be optimized because there are a lot of daily human interaction and a lot of manpower involved in working on them, in doing them? Just think about that, and then the sheer improvement in that skill. How much can a simple task that is being done by a lot of people, a couple of people, how much can that be improved by just the application of technology? Usually, when we say we need to use technology in Africa, people automatically think that we are saying we need to automate everything, but that is not the case most of the time. Sometimes it's just about using technology to enable something that exists already. So we are not saying that when it comes to agriculture, for instance, that we do in Africa largely, eliminate humans completely and then place robots or whatever in the farms. That's not what is being said, right? But then for the average farmer who works on their farm, how can they use technology to identify what seasons are best to plant? Which of their crops have so far turned out to be the better yielding when it comes to investment of time and resources and manpower, and how can they use that data to scale whatever they are doing already? How do they use technology to identify what soil samples to be good for which plants? How do they use technology to identify how to say properly grow and properly store some of the crops that they are growing? And these are the applications that we are talking about. When we say using technology in our African context. So, on a larger scale, I believe that what the governments need to do, right, would be finding those areas that are very necessary to employ technology to improve things that already exist. That is the easiest approach. That's like a very low hanging fruit. We don't need to, truth is, and I said this somewhere some time ago, that we really, for Africa, we don't need to create a lot of things from scratch. You know, some of these things you're talking about, this technology you're talking about, having built out there already, is basically just finding them and see how we can apply them to our African context. What are the challenges we are facing, and how can we use technology to one mitigate some of them? How can we use technology to improve some of them? And those are things that, on a broader scale, say on a very high level, our government and stuff like that should be paying attention to.
Thank you. That was quite comprehensive. Thank you so much.
I would say we normally say Africa adopts most of these things late, but this time I don't think we are going to adopt these things late. I mean, when you look at areas like AI and automation, AI became popular. AI has always been there, but it became popular in I think 2022, if I'm right, because they give a user interface where everyone can easily enter and ask whatever question that is wanted. In this particular case, we are not late. We are at par. The only problem is most of the AIs that are being developed out there. So definitely there are biases. It's time Africans look at creating our own AI that understands Africans, understands our concepts. And in that particular area, I think a group from Asheshi, Noli, Dr. Noli, they've developed their own form of Ghanaian AI, and they are still building on it. But the government also needs to, African governments need to implement policies that will enable us catch up with the West. Now everyone is using a phone. We have internet, so they need to broaden the internet access across the country. Electricity needs to get to certain parts of the country. And I feel we are not hungry enough as Africans. We are not, let me go back a bit. I did agric science, and I did agric science at a time when there was no internet. There were not even computers. I think I was in the third year when computers started even coming to the university. So now your phone, the processor on the phone is bigger than all the computers that were in the university then. But out of hunger, not hunger as in, I'm a very inquisitive person. So I tried to catch up, learn whatever that most people think, oh, this guy probably he did computer science. No, I did agric. But I did my first website in 1999. I guess probably some of you were not even born then. I finished secondary school in 87. So most of you are probably young. But the opportunities that AI brings is vast and massive. And I feel we should all put ourselves in a position where we can all benefit. Let me give you an example. I'm straying to areas that previously companies, you go to companies' websites and you get an agent and you chat with the agent, you tell the agent your troubles, and then the agent responds. Now that is not the case. We have chatbots, bots that are trained on the company's data. So you go to the site, It chats with you like a human, gives you responses. It only escalates when it's unable to give you an answer. So let's assume you were the one working there communicating with clients. Now, either you upskill or reskill, you've lost your job. But it increases productivity at the same time because it gives the people the opportunity to, think about other things and do other jobs. So from my point of view, I guess part of it is policy. The government needs to put in policies that would enable people to be more interested and want to learn more about how we can leapfrog, Right.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so just to get it clear, the question is how we can leverage technology and for job creation instead of job losses, right? Okay, so I'll just touch on what he said. So the first thing I would say is that I think as a country or as a continent, we need to be able to invest in more digital literacy like programs. That is why I'm excited about what Be Tech Connected is doing, because what we are doing is that we are bridging the gap. We are bridging the gap for students or people who are yet to get ready for the job market. So I think, and there is also AOLX. I think that yeah, the first thing we need to do as a continent is to invest more, because I feel like there are people out there who have a lot of ideas and they have ideas that could change, they could change the world. There are some of you sitting here who have ideas that can, can make a lot of impacts, right? So if we have these programs in place that can support these people, that can support these ideas, I think there'll be that. And the second thing I would mention is that it's just recently that here in Ghana, we started, you hear of someone doing a remote job, right? Where maybe I live in Ghana, I do not have to travel, but then I work for a company in the USA, right? I think that another way we can leverage technology is to expand remote opportunities. Now, let me just turn the table. How can you, as a student, leverage technology so that you can position yourself in a place where if you need to be in the job market, you can? So, number one, I mentioned being in programs that supports you and can upskill you. So I would encourage you to go out there and then look for programs. I know that AOLX offers programs. There's cloud, there's cybersecurity, there's digital marketing. You can go on to Coursera. You can check courses out there. There's Udemy. There are so many. Because of tech, right now on my phone, I can get access to resources that I wouldn't have been able to get access to like 5 years ago, right? So I'd encourage you yourself to put yourself out there and then try and get these opportunities. That way you can leverage technology to create the opportunity for yourself and then make yourself ready for the job market. And the second thing I would say is that the previous panelists that were here, you could hear them mention LinkedIn a lot. They really touched on LinkedIn. And to be honest, the truth is, I would say that 70% of these remote jobs, you can find them on LinkedIn. The key is to position yourself right, to position yourself well, right? So I would say that I would also encourage you that you position yourself well, you build your brand properly. There's a tool called Monday, right? You can search for it. It's monday.ai. So what Monday does is that every time that you work, you put in, so let's say my work, let's say in the morning I go to the office and then I am working, I have to run an ad campaign for company A. So I put it on Monday, maybe at 8:15, I ran this ad for company A. Maybe at 8:30, I was with my team, we did a brainstorm. So you keep journaling it. And at the end of the day, you realize that you are able to craft a story for yourself. And this thing that you are able to craft, when the time comes for you to actually put yourself out there, you realize that you are ready. It's not now that the opportunity comes and you're not ready and you are shaken, right? And that leads me to the point that in as much as yes, technology is there and we need to leverage it for job creation, we as people, we also need to work on ourselves, right? We also need to work on ourselves and make ourselves skilled enough to be able to leverage technology, to be able to get these opportunities, to be able to get these jobs, right? So let me just touch on it again that for Africa, I feel like the first thing is we need to invest more in these programs, these digital literacy programs, programs that upskill people, programs that push money into the ideas of young people. And the second thing is we need to have access to more global opportunities, right? And then I turned the table and I mentioned that you need to work on yourself. That is the thing, you need to work on yourself and you need to be able to put yourself out there. So when the opportunities come, you are ready for the opportunities. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Let me just add to all that the panelists have said. For me, I would like to share my story because I'm an African, and therefore I want to speak to my fellow Africans. So, a little over 12 years ago, I took a bet on myself. I took a career path that wasn't very popular at the time, digital marketing. And I'm saying it wasn't popular because if you go to your parents and you tell them you wanted to be a digital marketer 10 years ago, they'll tell you to go and take your science book and learn to be a doctor. That was the more accepted profession. But I took a chance and then I pursued that part because I saw the growth of digital and how people were now getting more onto the internet. So for that, the lesson I can say now is that as a young person, you need to be obsessed about new technology. Things would change. What wouldn't change will be the principles of everything we know. Marketing, the principles of marketing would never change, meaning that if you want to get your goods across to customers, you still need to connect with them. You still need to take them through the awareness phase, get them to buy your product. That would never change. What would change, however, is what AI and new technology is doing, which is disrupting how you can get that done. So for young people, and I like the topic of academia versus meets industry, when you start after school, when you start work, the way to make yourself very valuable quickly is to be the person people go to when they want to understand something new. So when I started after school as well, I understood platforms because I used to play there. It was fun for me, but I understood it. So your old school boss who didn't understand will say, at the time I was a millennial, so they'll say that go talk to the millennial over there. What are people saying online? If you are young and you're going into the industry, be that voice in the room that people would go to and say, yeah, see AI, what is AI about? Be that person. When you start being that voice in the room, you quickly begin to be a valuable person in the team. And then at that point, you begin to be an important person. You can grow faster in your career. I also do not share in the doomsday view of the future of work, where people will tell you that AI is here to take a lot of jobs. You need to be scared. I don't share in that opinion because what I see is opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. All I see is AI making us more efficient. And if you think as a businessman, again, the principles of business wouldn't change. You set up a business to make profit. So you ask yourself, what can I do? What tools can I use to minimize my cost and maximize my profit? Now you hear things like AI agents, and they're telling you AI can do what humans can do for 10% of the cost. As a businessman, you would consider that, which means you now begin to make decisions based on how you can reduce your cost. And that is what people are painting as it's a bad thing. It is not a bad thing for a businessman. He would absolutely love the idea of AI disrupting the business space. So you need to also be a bit considerate in looking things from the other side, which is now you are competing in a world where there are tools that can do what you do. So the question is, what do you bring to the table? So you need to now look at things that the AI tools and new technology can do, which are things like leadership. A lot of young people do not focus on leadership, but trust me, if you're somebody who can take charge of a project and lead it to completion, you would always be relevant. You might work with people, you might work with computers, you might work with tools, but if you're somebody, your superiors can trust you to coordinate a project and see to completion, you would always be valuable. If you're somebody with good communication skills, you can speak, you can carry a message and take it to a group of people, or you can write really well, trust me, AI is not coming for your job, because we would always need to, the human interaction is never going away. You will always be important. So emotional intelligence, humans would always adapt. You need to be the person who can understand people and be able to work with people and get a project done. The importance of value creation would never go away, right? There are some things that would never go away. What new tools are doing is they are changing how those things are done. So perhaps the next time somebody tries to scare you that new tools are coming to take your job, rather be empowered by it and say, how can I use those tools to become a more efficient person? How can I bring more value to the table? In addition to skills that I've mentioned already, if you play that game, you would always be relevant and you don't have to worry about, the tools taking your job.
Wow, thank you so much. That was really packed. And okay.
You see, sometimes technological disruptions can bring opportunities. The case with MTN, mobile money. It was a change, but you saw the number of jobs that came about as a result of MTN mobile money. So sometimes disruptions can bring other opportunities. This is what's going to happen. Some jobs will change, some will vanish totally, and then new jobs, a lot of new jobs will come up. So what you need to do is to do continuous learning and make sure you follow exactly what is happening. I don't know how many people use YouTube. You go to YouTube, you just go and watch movies, you do but everything I can say, apart from probably courses that were done online, most of the things I learned in terms of technology and AI are from YouTube, about 90%. So don't go to YouTube to watch movies and jokes and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of opportunity on YouTube. Right.
Thank you so much. Our speakers prior to have shared a lot when it has to do with the future of work and the disruptions that will be coming up, right? And Mr. Ellie touched on something really important that will lead to my next question, right? Because lots of persons are scared of AI coming to take their jobs because it now feels like we as humans, where do we come in? So I'm really also happy that everyone here on this panel have management positions in businesses. So I would love for you to share your view on a balance. Where do we strike a balance between technological innovation and human talent? Do you think human talent will still be relevant? Like, what are your predictions for the future of work in this aspect? Thank you.
Thank you, Joy. So in my company, for instance, in 2018, the business is a global business. They invested heavily in AI into the business. And the amount that was invested was more than $100 million. The reason why they are doing that is they are preparing for the future, which is now the organogram as you know it. There are some roles that would be merged. There are some that would expand based on how we are going to approach clients. It is also one of the ways businesses are positioning themselves to be competitive. Now, we come to the table with a lot of tools that can make us do things more efficiently and far, I wouldn't say cheaper, but it makes us more competitive in terms of pricing as well, because we decided to invest long ago into our operations. So what would change in the future? A lot of businesses would now begin to find ways to automate, lay off some parts of their business that can be easily done by a machine, which can be more efficiently done by a machine. And then at the same time, it's going to create new roles, new opportunities, just like Isaac said. It's going to create new jobs that would require new skills. So for young people, I would say be obsessed about AI. Just learn about it. Not everybody has to learn how to code. You just have to learn how to apply it, how you can extract value out of it. Because the more, if you're a designer, there are tools that can help you do your work a lot faster. The last time I had a presentation and I used Copilot to prepare my entire presentation within less than 30 minutes. Typically, it takes me like a day or 2 days to now go and research. I sat with ChatGPT, I sat with Copilot. It was like teamwork. We're just working. Copilot was designing the slides for me. Less than 30 minutes, I put a presentation together. When I presented it, trust me, the people in the room didn't know this was an AI work done. And it doesn't matter to the people because what they want is value. So what I really want us to understand is businesses will take these decisions not because they are wicked and they want to let people go. They are just looking at how to maximize profits, and some roles will become redundant. At the same time, you also providing value at the table. If you do not add AI to be more efficient, you become very dispensable because whatever you're bringing to the table, a tool can do that. So for young people, please be obsessed about AI. I'm not saying go into coding necessarily, learn it, understand how to apply it, how you can be more efficient with it, and you stand out. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much.
Okay. So I would say that, okay. So from more like from an organizational point of view, right? I would say that the first thing that, for example, like Ellie, you said you and the company invested, yeah. I would say that the way we can bridge that gap or the way we can strike that balance here in Ghana is to invest more. Where I work also, we these days we have a lot of courses on AI, right? Like Microsoft's Copilot, how to use ChatGPT, what generative AI is, how to do this, how to do that. And yeah, and they keep investing and then we keep learning, right? And it doesn't necessarily take the human bit out of it, because these courses, these programs, they let us know that AI is not here to take your job. It is here to help you make your job better, right? So we have these programs where we go through and then we learn and then we know how to do our tasks better. And the second thing is that I would say that we don't have to depend heavily on AI. I mean, yes, AI is important, but then, for example, if I see someone's essay and the person used ChatGPT to write it, I'll know that it's ChatGPT that wrote it, because AI has this kind of language, right? Um, AI has this kind of language. So I would say that we do not need to necessarily depend fully on AI, but then we also need to be able to build the skills, because there are some skills that AI doesn't have. For example, he mentioned leadership. AI can't be a leader. The value that a human being would give, AI cannot give that value, right? AI will be there to support, to help you, give you the technical processes, how to do A, how to do B, but then AI cannot do that. So I'll say that what we need to do is we also need to work on ourselves, and we need to be able to blend our human-centric approach with what AI brings. That's the way you are able to strike the balance. So for example, maybe I ran a campaign for a client and now I'm doing the reports for the client. So I put the data in AI. I said that maybe today we had impressions of 1 million impressions. We had a reach of 550,000. We had comments like this. We did this. We had maybe 50% of women viewing our ad and 40%. And, so I put the insights in the tool, and then AI is able to look at the results that I've brought. And then AI tells me that based on these results, we think that this and that happened. Now, me being a person, will I copy and paste all the insights into the report and send it? No, I wouldn't do that, because at the end of the day, I'm a human being. I understand people better. Yes, AI is trained to understand people, but at the end of the day, I understand people better. I have the emotional connection with people. AI doesn't have that emotional connection with people. And so I can say that, okay, based on these results and based off the fact that the brand that I was working for, their customers like A, B, and C, I think that this, that, and that can work, right? So we need to be able to train ourselves to the point where AI is going to do the work, but then what value are we bringing as people? What insights are we adding to the results that AI has brought? So that's the second thing. Yeah, that's
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I feel there should be a marriage between the two, AI and the human being. What companies need to do is to try to retrain most of their workers. Let's assume we have a car factory where they do assembling, and now they've automated the assembly plant. So robots and AI are doing, they are the ones doing the job. Definitely, you would need people who would service these robots when there's a problem. You need people who will be doing the programming. So retraining would have to come in. At bulk SMS, like Ellie said, a businessman looks at the business side of things, what will help him cut costs. We had a lot of people working for us. Now we have just about 4. Because we've automated most of our systems. Most companies would not need secretaries. I've automated agents that go into my mail, sort the mail, and then write me a mail telling me the mails that are there, and then makes a draft for me. So I just go into the drafts and see, okay, let me change this and that. So in terms of automation, a lot of things are happening, and continuous learning and reskilling is the only thing that's going to help you. Recently, I did a presentation, and when I was going, I wasn't feeling too well. So I was looking at the fact that I was going to talk for almost 2 hours. Meanwhile, I wasn't feeling well. So what I did was, the night prior to the day, I just built an AI co-speaker and then loaded it with my knowledge base. So I'll talk a little and then ask it to continue. And then it will also talk. And that's how, in fact, it ended up, we did almost 3 hours of presentation. But things are changing. The future looks, you need to be on top of things. Apart from ChatGPT, do you know other AIs? How many other AIs do you use? If I frankly speaking, I use over 100 AIs. And when you go to ChatGPT store, I have created over 100 GPTs there that people are using for academia, for agric. I've even done a Ghana law guide where lawyers have loaded the knowledge base of case laws that lawyers are using. So please try to upskill. That is the only thing that will save you. You can pick the phone, talking to a French person and say, I only understand English. The person understands only French. When the person speaks, translate. And automatically, it takes over and start doing that. When I speak, it will translate. When she speaks, it will translate. So if you are doing languages, you are doing all these things, please think, upskill, find better ways of adding that to whatever AI tool that you can use. And I'll suggest that my brother mentioned co-piloting. Try Gamma and you'll be more surprised, So there are a lot of tools out there. Use YouTube. Well, I'll stress on that. I'll keep stressing on that. For me, when I wake up in the morning, the first thing I do is to see new stories on AI. What is new? What is there? When I'm going to sleep, same. When I'm in the house all day and I don't move, I try to make sure I'm up there. I know exactly what is happening. The first week that OpenAI started, when it wasn't even in Africa and in Europe, I saw it. So I used a VPN and registered. So probably I might say I'm the first Ghanaian to start using ChatGPT because it was the very first week, And I've tried to be on top of every AI. And that's what you need to do if you want to survive. That's what you need to do. I'm not scaring you. I'm just telling you the truth. Because now, why would I bring you in to come and check my mails and do ABC when I can automate all those things? As a businessman, I'm looking for profits. I would want to help you work, but help yourself too. Right.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Just before you take that briefly, I'll just take one question from the audience by the time he's done talking, and then I'll take the last words from our panelists. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe they've talked a lot about AI and technology in general. And what I would like to say is we are all very different. We are all very unique, and we can't let technology take that away from us, right? Whoever here has experienced a live music performance before, a live music performance. Okay, who has also experienced a live art, a live painting, someone doing just a live painting? You see how impressed you are with a live performance, a live music performance. Nothing beats that feeling. No uh, beats playing in the background with the lip sync will ever be that. Why? Because in that moment you see how unique each of the instrumentalists or every other person on the band is. You can see them for their individual crafts. You can see how different that guitarist sounds on it. You know, same with an artist. If you come across an image online and probably AI generated, you see it, and you can see that it's very similar to a lot of other images. But an artist's art will always be unique to them because they have a very personal touch to it. And that is one thing that each of us have to try to build. What is that thing that differentiates us from every other person? Who are you? What are your interests? How are you different from other people? We don't just come out of a factory where, they just have a couple of noses and ears, and then, so this batch of people, about 100 people, they paste all of you with the same ear. So you end up seeing thousands of you in town. We all come very differently. We all look very differently, and that's for a reason. So everyone has to find out what is that thing that makes them unique, and then no matter which AI platform you are using or technology platform you are using to enhance your work, you'll always stand out. You'll always be different. They've mentioned a couple of times how they used AI to, automate some work that they were doing or to put together a presentation and all of that. One thing that you find out is that at the core of it, there's still something that is very unique to them. Anyone who has gone through their work before will know that, okay, this work was created by this person because the ideas are still theirs. A colleague of mine hates using AI. There are times that he'll reach out to me. We have a very very tight deadline. He'll ask me about something like, just use AI, and it feels like it's not very natural for him. So what I try to encourage him to do is that the idea will always be there. Just using AI to refine it, or to write it faster or to put it together faster doesn't take like anything from you. Just make sure that it is still very unique. It is still very true to you. It is still you. It doesn't take away from that. Once you can identify that thing that differentiates you from anyone or every other person, it doesn't matter which technology platforms you use or which. It's very similar to why there are a lot of us beginning to sound very autonomous on LinkedIn because we are all using the same format to write our stories and all of that, right? But imagine feeding that same AI with your personal story. AI can never write your personal story. They're not there with you. When you're going through some hard time with work and you came out of it and all of that, that's a very unique story. It's one-on-one, one of one. No one in the world has ever experienced that. So it doesn't matter which AI platform you are using to write that, it will never sound like someone else. You get it? So just identifying what that unique thing about you is or what that differentiates about you is. And this applies to like both individuals and businesses alike. What makes you different? What makes you stand out? What sets you apart from the others? And then building on that, if you do that, no matter how you apply AI or how you apply technology, you're always going to stand out. You're always going to be different.
Thank you so much. I hope we've all learned a lot from this panel session. I'll just take one question in 3 seconds. So if you have a question, you can just wave at me. 3, 2, okay, yes. Please, can we have the mic to him? Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Mr. Isaac, I feel like I am meeting a hero because I am one of the people that use your 100 GPTs. And I actually featured it in one of our training seminars on how to build custom GPTs. So I would love to connect with you afterwards because your GPT, especially on the Ghana Law Guide, is so comprehensive. And I love the fact that not only does it just give an answer, it references an actual law so that you understand that the AI is not hallucinating and actually providing. So thank you. This man has given us such an incredible resource. And I'm just sitting here in awe. And my question here is that we talk a lot about the emotional side of artificial intelligence, that it doesn't know us, it doesn't know the essence of what we are as human beings. But is that really the use case of AI? And is that what people are doing in the workforce? Are they in the workforce to be emotional, or are they in the workforce to be productive and more so like fact-driven, deliverables essentially? I feel like when we sugarcoated a little bit about the emotional side of AI, that it's not going to know us and know our personalities, is that the reality of the use cases of AI today?
Well, it depends. Let's assume you are handling psychiatric patients. You are building something for them. The emotional aspect will definitely come in. So the custom instructions that are supposed to run that particular app, you need to find a way of infusing that. Even now, when you're talking to ChatGPT, it shows emotions. It shows a bit of, so, well, for the workforce, it's not supposed to be emotional. It needs to give you some format, but depending on the app, what the app is being built for, you need to make sure the custom instructions garner to, that side of thing.
Thank you.
There's a lot on my mind when it comes to these things. But before we go, let me give you this thing to try. How many of you have tried Notebook LM? Please, all of you, make sure you check it up, and whether you are learning or you are doing whatever is up there, you might get a lot out of it. So.
Thank you so much. Okay, so lastly, just 2 seconds each, your last word for us here, something you want us to take home with us. Thank you.
Yeah, so I met a lady here, Mawina, and she had joined one of the sessions I had at ALX, and then she said she started pursuing digital marketing. And then I asked her what she's doing now, and she said, I'm into this leadership stuff. I just want to call that out and say that is one of the things that will make you stand out in the job market. So please, let's give it up for Mawina.
Thank you.
Okay, another, what I would say is that I think that aside learning all the hard skills, learning AI, learning technology, we also need to learn soft skills. Because in as much as we are experienced, we get into the job space and then you realize that your human relationship is really bad. You do not know how to communicate. You do not know how to keep time. You do not know how to manage your time. You do not know how to be disciplined. So I'd encourage all of you that in as much as you're preparing to get into the job space, while you're working on your technical skills, please work on your personal skills, work on your soft skills. And that's what's going to make you stand out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wonder why they don't teach soft skills in schools. Because it's very important. I have 2 sons. Both of them did computer science. One graduated from KNUST and the other from Ghana Telecom University. And the eldest one, communication is a problem. So he keeps to himself. He has all the ideas, but communicating the ideas is a problem. Because we are never taught that kind of communication in school, critical thinking. Those are not the things they teach us. You go, you chew, you pop. The way I struggled, because I'm the type who thinks, if you give me something to think about and do whatever, no problem. But if you want me to chew and pour, that would be a very big issue. So what saved me was I have a little bit of photographic memory, so that helped me a bit. But they don't teach these in schools, and if there's a way of putting a document together for the universities to start teaching those things in school, it will help a lot of people in the country, right?
Thank you so much.
Okay, what I'll add to that is, instead of fearing the change that comes with all of these things you're talking about, we should rather be looking at what opportunities we can create for ourselves and for others, right? It's very obvious which of the industries that will be very easy to disrupt with technology. So if you are in a field like that, um, why are you fretting over something that's eventually going to happen anyways? Instead of spending your time on acquiring the skills that will help you adapt, in when that time comes. One thing that I believe in is the theory of Darwinism, if anyone knows that. Eventually, the people who are able to get the skills or the qualities or the traits that will help them adapt are the ones who survive. You get it? So the people who are definitely going to die out. It happens everywhere. It happens in every ecosystem, But then the ones who look for those skills that will help them adapt are the ones who are going to be the eventual winners. So there's no going back. There are things that will be out of our control. For a lot of businesses, we've seen at every stage there are businesses that are the biggest winners, with every in quotes revolution, and then there are those that are the losers. When we're transitioning to digital over a number of years, you saw, let's say, the agencies that died out, those who work in the marketing space, the agencies that died out, and then those that became the biggest winners.
You have 1 minute more.
Right. For a lot of other industries, so it was the same thing. So just identifying what skills will help you stay relevant within the next 5 to 10 years, and constantly learning and constantly evolving will help you really adapt whenever or with whatever change that you encounter in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please let's give it up for the panelists. Discussions like this will still be ongoing, right, at BTech Connected, especially on our Twitter spaces. So please keep that in mind. If you have questions as well, you can follow BTech Connected. And when opportunities for these come up, please feel free to join in and contribute to the conversations. Thank you so much for today. Please, let's take a picture.
All right, another round of applause for them. Let's do it for them. Let's do it all for them. Thank you very much for taking us through this section. We are so pleased to have you. So it's now time for us to take the pictures. I'm wondering if you're going to have a chat GPT to do the pictures taking. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for gracing our stage. Thank you. Now we've talked about this session, and then there were emotions. We're discussing on emotions, how they having emotions and the real stuff. Now going beyond automation, looking at a human-centered design in tech-connected workplaces. How are these going to connect together? How are these going to be used? And helping us moderating this next section, a 20-minute section, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not busy, help me put them together as we welcome the acting COO, Head of Digital Impact and Marketing from Blue Space Financial Cloud, Onyeka Ike. Please, let's do it. Let's do it for her as she takes a seat as the moderator and invite her panelists.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. That was a very great session. It's really good to see familiar faces as well. So my name is Onyeka Eke. I'm currently the COO for Blue Space Financial Cloud. For this session, we're going to be doing human-centered design in the tech-connected workspace. And I have three of my panelists who are here. So I'm just going to call their names so they would join me on stage. I have Sika Antwi, the co-founder for Intelli. Hi, Sika. And then I also have Samuel, the co-founder for Design Junkies. And then last but not least, I have Prince Boateng, the CEO for STEM Made Africa. Okay, I know that we don't have a lot of time, so we're just going to be very quick and very precise as well. So welcome to this session and thank you for being a part of this panel, and also a big congratulations to the organizers of this event. So we're just going to start. I'm going to give a general question to everyone. First of all, what is human-centered design? So this is an approach to problem solving that prioritizes the needs, behaviors, and experiences of people at every stage of design process. And it focuses on creating solutions where, whether it's products or services that you're offering, making sure that it's very intuitive as well as accessible and meaningful to your users. So firstly, I'm going to ask the panelists, how does human-centered design influence your approach to building tech solutions in your respective fields?
Okay, cool. So Sika here. I have a startup co-founded. It's called Intelli. We do AI customer support. So I'll just use that as a use case. So for us, when we're building Intelli, we always make sure that we find ourselves going back to our users, to our customers, because at the end of the day, we're not building a solution that we have in our head that they think that they'll need, that we think that they'll need, but rather we go back to them to actually build what they need. So we don't take them out of the design process and just build from imagination or our personal desires and wants, but we really make sure that every stage of development, they are giving their input and feedback.
Okay, Sika, can you give us a brief what you do at Intelli?
Okay, cool. So it's a startup co-founded. I'm currently the COO, which is leading operations. But that being said, it's a startup. I do marketing, I do product, I do everything. So
thank you. Okay.
All right, awesome. So yeah, my name is Samuel Alute. I'm the co-founder of the Design Junkies, which is pretty much an organization. They're trying to change what design and creativity means for people in Africa. And for me, human-centered design, I guess it helps because I'm a product designer. It's more than a process. I think it's a mindset I'm always in, and it influences every aspect of my life, really. And one of the core things in design thinking, as a framework, is called design thinking in HCD. I use that a lot. For those who don't know, design thinking is pretty much how you empathize with your users, like Sika said, define a problem, ideate, prototype, test, all of that, right? So that's the mindset we are always in. I am always in. And for my organization, the Design Junkies, that mindset has allowed us to create initiatives that directly addresses the needs of our community, right? We started as a podcast. A lot of people know that. And we didn't do that because we thought it was cool. We did that because we recognize a clear gap in the industry, right? Where people who are aspiring to enter design, product design, UI, UX design, they didn't have like a structured way to get into that field, and they didn't get access to the guidance that they needed. That is why we we founded the Design Junkies. And yeah, by listening to the community over the years, improving based on their feedback, we've been able to transform our organization from being just a podcast into like an entire design movement that is actually changing what design and creativity means in Ghana and in some parts of Africa.
Thank you. So, as I said, my name is Prince Boateng Asare. I have a software engineering background and also a UI UX person. So you would want to say human-centered design, the big English, right? So what is it about? So think of it in a way where you are creating a product or you are building solution or a service so that people can use without struggling or without thinking about it so much. So you just pick your phone and you start using it, right? So it goes through a process. So when the creators realize that, oh, this is the step-by-step way of building a solution or product that people can use, then they give the name to it. So it's basically a process that you follow to be able to build a product and trying to get feedback or understanding the person or the target audience you are building a product or a service for so that they can use it and be successful. So my company, STEMaid, we are focused in the area of STEM, of course, STEMaid, but you also need to apply the level of understanding of our target audience. That is where the human-centered design is very critical in there, of building a STEM learning toolkit that everyone with no knowledge of anything about STEM or coding can actually use it and be successful and also be able to learn how to code just by building projects. So that is what we do as STEMID. And so I'll be looking forward to more of your questions to address that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prince. Sam, so this is a question for you. Seeing that, you work with design junkies. We see that many tech products, they prioritize functionality, right? Over design. How, when it comes to that, how can companies like strike a balance between great UX and powerful technology?
All right, thank you. So yeah, I've heard that a lot. I think I've been in the industry long enough to know it's a real problem. I think there's a very common misconception where people think technology and UX are always at odds. It's almost like you have to choose between one of them. It's either you have like a very powerful product or a well-designed one. And I think that's the misconception people have about design. Design, people always think it's just the visuals, but like you're saying, user experience, that's the UX. It cuts across everything that we do. I think earlier on today, one of the panelists mentioned something about 5 whys, which is like a key principle in UX, right? So you can tell UX cuts across everything. So it's not an afterthought, right? You don't just wait and say, if you have the budget for it, you will. If you don't, you won't, right? It's something that you have to constantly be thinking about because it's going to greatly impact how your product performs. There's no point in having a very efficient code if nobody is using your product, right? If your product isn't usable, if people are struggling to navigate your platform, right? There's absolutely no point in that, right? So you need to think about it actively and be able to cater for it, right? The best companies, for example, Apple, or even forget Apple, right? Let's come to right here to Africa, Paystack, right? They've been able to understand that concept and realize that UX and technology, they are not two distinct things, right? They play like, it's almost like a team, right? They play a very critical role in the product development lifecycle. And they've been able to integrate that so much into their company that every department, from marketing to engineering to design, sales, product, every department is working towards that single goal, which is pretty much like create a seamless user experience for their customers, their clients, which in turn will gain traction and generate revenue for the company. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what it is.
I mean, at the end of the day, whatever it is that you're creating should serve the people and not just create confusion. Sika, this question is for you. How can AI-driven solutions be designed to prioritize human needs and ethical considerations?
Okay, cool. So, for starters, if you're developing an AI solution, I would say don't take the human out of it. Yes, you're trying to automate work, make work easier, but at the end of the day, like it was said on the previous panels, these AI solutions cannot be standalone. At some point in time, for most solutions, you're going to need a human being to jump in and take over, in as much as you want to automate everything. Because at the end of the day, human beings relate best with each other, and there's only a certain level of understanding that you can get from a human being. For instance, in terms of art, we're all seeing all this AI art, but then at the end of the day, it really doesn't have any personality to it. In as much as it might look beautiful, it might look whatever, it's missing that human element, that human ingenuity. Another thing too is, for Africa at least, we're highly dependent on all these foreign tools and AI solutions and LLMs and whatnot. We have to start building things for us. For instance, I have friends, they co-founded Biva AI. It's a skincare solution. And when they started, they really, really struggled with getting data sets of African people. So right, with their platform, you take a picture, it can analyze your face, but then it really struggled with African skin because all the data sets is of white people. If you ask ChatGPT or any AI tool that you're using to generate something, it's going to do something of a Western nature, not really thinking about the local nature. So it's also on us as Africans to build for Africa, build African solutions as well.
Yeah, that's very true. I think what I'm hearing is, whatever it is that we're innovating, we should ensure that it's very inclusive and very intuitive as well as very impactful. Thank you very much for that, Sika. Prince, so how does human-centered design apply to IoT and smart technologies, ensuring that they're meeting the real users their needs?
All right, thank you. So initially, as we started the conversation, we spoke about what human-centered design is. So how are we implementing it with what we do in my company as STEMate? So you look at the typical challenges that we face in Africa or Ghana. I'm sure you're all familiar with the keyword called Doomso, right? So power is a bit of a challenge, and also connectivity is a bit of a challenge. So how have we applied our human-centered design into building solutions that people can actually use? That gave rise to what we are doing at STEMate, which is a portable toolkit, and we're able to gather enough data through human-centered design by traveling and visiting those young ones in these areas where they don't even have electricity. We built a tool to be able to understand their needs and studying human-centered design by following the step-by-step processes involved, as Tech Junction mentioned about the 5 whys. You'll be able to get down to the root cause of the problem and then try to solve the solution from the human's perspective. What happened most of the time is that engineers or developers would be in their own corner and imagine the solution somewhere else. They have a computer, they will start building a product, and they're trying to find a way to fix it within the people to use the product. So like you're forcing it on the people. If you have enough time to do in-depth research and gather enough information, it will help you understand what the needs of the people are. That will help you build a product that people can use, that you don't have to force it on them. So there are so many solutions that you've seen that have applied this kind of approach, and their solutions are being used. You mentioned Apple, and coming to Ghana or Africa, Paystack is doing well. Hubtel is also doing well with the approach of the solution because they have gathered enough information and data, and that has helped them build their products so that people can actually use it. So it's not far off, but mostly we need to be able to go deep to the root cause of the problem, understand the specific needs of the users, the target people we want to build the solution for, and that will influence the way we will design the product. And you have to get them involved along the journey from the first stage to the time the product becomes onto the market. So for instance, with STEMate, our product is always constantly evolving because we take feedback very seriously. That influences the design of our product. The STEMate kit is basically a hardware that involves different components to help you study coding, robotics, IoT, and smart technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Sam, seeing that UI UX as well as design thinking is your focus, how does that play a role for you with human-centered design when it comes to projects that you're working on?
So again, maybe it helps because I'm a product designer, and in my organization, the founding team, we're all product designers. So like I said earlier, it's almost like second nature in how we approach everything, right? I'm just going to give a quick backstory on the Design Junkies, how it came about. So like I said, we recognize a challenge, or I recognize a challenge, because people were always coming up to me looking for guidance, insights, and all of that, right? And I could empathize with them because I was facing similar issues when I was trying to get into the industry, right? So yeah, the problem was clear. There isn't a structured way for people to learn, right? So I tinkered with a few solutions, right? At this point, I was creating content on Instagram, sharing design tips and all. And at some point, I was holding mentorship classes with a group of 5, 6 people every Monday at 7 p.m. on Google Meet, guiding them through projects, how to present, to get stakeholder buy-in, how to present, craft their portfolios and all that. At some point, I was thinking of creating a course, right? So I tinkered with a few solutions, and then I settled on a podcast at some point. Yeah, I put together the team, and then we started it, right? Yeah, it gained traction. We did it for some time. It was stopping charts in Ghana, Nigeria. At some point, it was number 45 in Canada, 11 in Kenya, and all that. So you see, we've been able to define the problem, like empathize with the people, define the problem, tinker with solutions, right? And then we got the traction that we were looking for. So then we had to come back to redefine the problem. And that's the beauty of design thinking, right? It's not a linear process. You don't always have to start from empathy and end at testing. You can start from empathy, jump straight to prototyping. You can start with prototyping and come back to defining. So we had to redefine the problem. which now became, we've been able to reach the core audience of people trying to get into the industry. Now, how do we spread the message across? So anybody who doesn't necessarily care about design that much, or anybody who doesn't really know about design, we'll be able to reach them. And by the end of our interaction, they will appreciate design better and understand what design is, right? So we entered into YouTube. We're just creating a bunch of edutainment content. So again, if you're not a designer, you can just watch, be happy for 45, 60 minutes. By the end of the day, you at least leave knowing a few concepts about design, right? We did that. It went very well. So we had to come back again, redefine the problem, right? We had the traction, we had the numbers, we had a lot of people reaching out to us saying they love what we're doing, they've been learning a lot from us. So now with that data, how do we bring all of these people together so they can connect with themselves? Because it's a very digital world now. It's easy to feel isolated, even though you know a lot of people online, right? So that's what led us to come up with our design conference, FitCon. We did the first edition last year, and it was amazing. We had 200 to 300 people showing up at the very first edition. And yeah, according to people, it was the best design conference to ever happen in the country, right? So
round of
we've been able
applause
to
for
do
that.
that. Yeah, we've been able to do that, and then now we've also redefined the problem, right? Because one of the key insights we got from our community was that a lot of people, they study one thing in uni, but then once they're out of uni, they're trying to break into the tech space, they're trying to break into design. So how do we take the design education to them where they are? So with the time they have left in uni, they've at least practiced a few times, worked on a few projects, and then once they're out of uni, they would have like 2, 3 years of experience, so they are ready for the job market. And that's the mission we are on now. We have some projects coming up. I don't know if I'm supposed to go into it now, but it's a campus tour across 5 universities. So we'll be going there teaching them design, not just the technical skill, but the soft skills as well. So clearly you can tell, again, it's almost second nature to us. We don't actively sit in the room and say, let's use design thinking to solve this problem. It's just something we do, right? And that's how we're able to approach all the different challenges we've come across since we started the Design Junkies in 2022.
Well done. A round of applause for that, please. And maybe, hopefully, after you can also, some people can connect with you here as well.
Yeah, definitely. We can talk more. I'm around.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Great. Prince, just a question for you. What are the key considerations when designing IoT solutions for Africa, where infrastructure and accessibility, can be very, very.
All right. So, so the key considerations you're going to do. I mean, initially during my first submission, my second one, I spoke about power or doomsaw, which is very popular here. Second thing, also, you need to consider the connectivity barrier because not everyone have constant connection. We did one research about a product we are doing, and then you would notice that you build a solution so that it can constantly provide feedback or notification when you receive an alert. But you notice that majority of us will just pick our phone and then we turn off the data when we are done accessing whatever content we want to consume. So if you turn off the data, how then do you receive an alert whilst you are offline? So it's a bit of a consideration that designing solutions like this for our market requires basic understanding of how the audience consume technology. And that will also influence the way you are designing your product. The third thing also will have to be the language barrier, which is very big because if you're looking at Africa, different languages. So how then do you design your solution so that it can meet the needs of every audience that you are targeting in terms of language barrier? And then finally, one of the things also you will identify is that the market you are actually targeting, looking at the digital literacy level, is not very high. So how do you design a solution to meet their conditions, to meet their needs? So these are some key reasons that you would want to consider when developing a solution for our target market. And what we are doing as STEMID, as you rightly said, consistently understanding the market, doing constant research and understanding the users and how they use products and services. And sometimes you will have to look at what other products are they using that is very successful on the market and how they've been able to use it. And that would also influence the way you build your products or your solutions to meet the needs of the market, especially Ghana and then Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before curate, I just want to ask a general question, right? Looking ahead, what are some emerging trends in human-centered design that will shape the future of technology?
So let me just start and then I'll pass over. So the trends are always going to come up. I mean, the previous panel we're talking about AI. But AI is not everything, okay? AI is one of the things that happen to break chain, and everyone is talking about it. So in the context of designing, it's also a new trend that you can also apply, because how do you design experiences on top of this AI? We mostly end up using the product. But how do we think about you becoming the producer or the developer of the product? We can also develop solutions based on these AI solutions, right? So looking at the trend, think of how those solutions are on the market and what are the things they did to build the product, so that you can also learn the basic things in there to be able to build a solution so that everybody can also use, because the opportunities are all over the place. It's not just be consuming. We need to be also become developers or product builders to build solutions that our own people can use, because you understand me more than the Western people building the product and bringing it onto the market. So 3 things I want to mention in the key trends. So the first one, of course, is AI, but you need to consider how you can build the AI solutions to meet the needs of our people. Language is key. Doing so is another thing. Internet connectivity is also another thing. And also digital literacy is also huge, right? The second thing is also voice systems. Voice systems, how you can talk to an AI to give you meaningful results or meaningful solutions, right? And then the third thing, so that my panelists can also continue, is what we call virtual reality or VR. How do you design interfaces to meet those environments? So VR is basically a glass or a headset that you put it on your face, and then you will see things in the view. Okay, so all these things are very interactive solutions. So how do you design solutions that can be used in these particular interfaces, like the smart glass or the VR headset, or even a smartwatch? So all these things are designed that you have to what? Do a bit of research and understand. Then you can be able to build solutions on top of them. So AI is one. Number two is also looking at the voice systems, how you can build solution on top of that, the Alexas and the rest. And then finally, VR. So these are key in trends that you should look out for and see how you can build solutions on top of them. Let me pass on to my.
Thank you.
Okay, I totally agree with everything Prince said. In fact, he has taken the words out of my mouth. But then that being said, in terms of trends in human-centered design, it might sound obvious, but it's putting the human back into the human-centered design, because we're coming up with so many AI solutions, or products are trying to put AI in their solutions. But then the question we have to ask ourselves, does AI actually belong in this solution? And even if it's now in this solution, is it the right way it's being used? So really figuring out how to use or utilize AI solutions beyond just putting it in because now it's the new trend and you feel like you can just charge more for your product because it has AI in it now. No, like really analyzing, okay, this is going to be beneficial to the user when we add AI in this manner than just slapping AI on it because it's what's popular now. So I really think putting back the human into it and understanding the user experience and what your customers really truly want is what's going to come up, because people are going to get AI fatigue. And when they do get AI fatigue, it's going to come back to dwelling back on the human being.
Thank you.
Yeah, those are some solid points. I like what you said about not really putting AI into everything. I think we are the same state where we were when Web3 started popping up. Everybody was just doing Web3 stuff. But yeah, this is not my podcast. So I won't go on a rant. But yeah, I like that. And I like what you said about the voice thing. I think it's going to be very cool. Well, for me personally, every time I tell my Siri to turn on my TV and it turns on, I feel like Tony Stark. So I think it's going to be it's going to be really cool, especially because I mean not just about that, but especially because it's going to free us up like a lot and gives us time. I think at the core, human beings, that's what we are striving for. Everything we do, whether it's work, whatever it is we are doing, is just to buy back time and gain our freedom to do other things. Right. So if you can tell AI to probably order some groceries for you and bring it to your house at 3 p.m. and then it goes for whichever app you use, whether it's Bolt Food or whichever app, is able to do that and deliver it to your doorstep at the stated time. That gives you a lot of time to do other things that are probably more important to you. But also, what I think will boom a lot are hyper personalized experiences. I think we are all getting to the point where it's getting boring seeing the same interfaces across different platforms. It's going to be key. Companies who are able to figure out how to really read patterns, usage patterns of users, and customize their experiences based on how they use it and what they need the most, what their strengths are, and everything. Those companies are the ones that are going to really thrive. For example, if it's an education edtech platform, if you're able to analyze how your user is learning, maybe they lack at this bit, these are their strengths, so you can adapt it to suit them. It's going to be really great, and won't feel like an education system where we are all trying to learn the same thing and we are judging everyone by the ability to do something when we all have different skill sets. So yeah, that's what I think it will be. It's going to be like companies who think about human beings and offer frictionless experiences. Those are the key points that I think is really going to thrive in the coming years.
Thank you very much. I think in summary, all that our panelists have mentioned is that when you are innovating, you should keep the people at heart. Whoever it is that you're building for, make sure that your customers are in mind. So I think we're going to open the floor for like maybe one question. One question. Okay, so any questions from the audience? Any questions? I'm sure we have future builders here, so somebody should have a question. Oh, we're all tired. No questions. Okay. Thank you very much to our panelists. Please, how can they connect with you after this session?
Okay, cool. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn. My name is Nana Abukuma Sika Ainchi. Yeah.
Okay, you can also connect with me on LinkedIn, Prince Boatin Asari. Prince Boatin Asari. And also you can find my company called STEMAIDE. STEMAIDE. Thank you.
All right, awesome. So yeah, Samuel Lalote on LinkedIn. That's where I'm most responsive. But please follow my company's page. We have a lot of things coming up. Like I said, the campus store. So I don't know if I should say this, but just some exclusives. We are going to UCC in May. We're going to UMAT in June. We're going to KNUST in July, early July. We'll be coming here to University of Ghana late July, and we'll round up with AfCFTA in September. So if you want to partner with us, if you want to be involved in any way, please reach out to me. Just find me on LinkedIn or here, and we can connect and do a bunch of things together. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Let me plug Intelli. Please follow Intelli on LinkedIn as well. We post a lot of educational content aside, the benefits of using Intelli and AI. You're going to love it, honestly.
Thank you very much. So pictures and then you go. Okay, since this session says we should keep a human touch to things, we would like to invite a human over and not Alexa to come and give us a spoken word. So if Vitus is in the house, I hope I got it right, Vitus or Vitus, if he is in the house, please make your way upstage and give us a spoken word. Please give him a round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Vitus. I'm a performance poet. I'm going to do 2 short poems for us. The first hinges around education, the theme for which we are gathered here, education versus industry. And so I hope you enjoy this one. So education is key to success. Well, maybe not the key, but it is key to success. In other words, education is essential for success. Argue all you want, but this statement is legit. Name one man who succeeded without education. Huh? I know many will be quick to mention names like Osei Kwame, despite he has never been to any higher learning institution, he made a fortune for himself. Well, hold up. He may not have had formal education, but you will be wrong to say he has no education. See, education is simply the process of knowledge and skill acquisition. Undoubtedly, there are several ways to reach that destination, and school is just one of many such creations. So yes, I agree, the school is not the only means to attain success, but I ask someone, what viable skills do you have to succeed in real life? So don't you lie in bed, pick up your phone, go online, join a hashtag that says that education is not a key to success when clearly you have no viable skills besides retweeting. See, you call names like Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg as dropouts who succeeded to buttress your claim that education is not the key to success. Well, Bill Gates didn't need a key. He literally made his own doors and windows for success. So unless you've got skills like Zuckerberg, stay in school and face books. The crux of my message is this: add value to yourself. So whether you do it in school or not, simply equip yourself with the requisite skills, knowledge, and training that sells in the real world. See, being in school doesn't exempt you from this. Business owners employ skills, not thermometers, so forget about your degrees. And no greater masters exist than to master the courage to learn things you were never taught in school. Food for thought. They say an illiterate is someone who cannot read and write. So what do we call someone who never went to school and yet can read and write? And what do we call someone who went to school but yet cannot read and write? Keep those thoughts to yourself. But I'll leave you with just this one quote from Albert Einstein. Education is what remains after one has forgotten what one learned in school. Thank you. So I'll do one more piece and then I'll be out of here. I'm torn between a piece on IT and a piece about money. So help me choose and then we would. Money. We like money, right? Yeah, we all love money. All right, so money is just like water, the lack of which can make us so dry, and the presence of which we term liquidity. Because see, much like water, you need that cash flow. And of course, much like water, its solid state you could call block. See, much like water, you need that liquid to keep your life running. You need that dough to get your daily bread baking. You need money to survive this economic recession, and the lack of which can cause severe depression. See, money is just like water. Save a lot of it and you will do well. Or better still, have it running like at a river bank. Or channel it to some offshore account. And if you're not swimming in wealth, you're probably just broke. Because last I checked, when the water broke, you gotta go to labor. See, clean or dirty, money is like water. The difference lies in washing. And I think we mostly just call that laundering. See, I can keep going, but you already know by now that I'm way too good at this. So let me cut to the chase and get to the point. And this is the point. Knowing how to handle water is the silver bullet to handling money. So stay with me. First, keep water clean. So of course, if you gotta make that money, just make sure it's clean money. Next, have multiple streams. Well, of course, there are no downsides to a side hustle. Next, store up water, but don't store it up in reserve for too long. It forms algae, becomes slimy, and loses its value. Create outlets in the form of investments, because water can exist in multiple states. So don't just keep money in liquid form. Switch it up sometimes. Change that paper to vapor like cryptocurrency shares or other. Just keep that money invested. Next, know that up to 70% of the adult human body is composed of water. So spend money to invest in yourself, whether education, nutrition, or personal training. Know that your greatest investment is an investment in yourself. And finally, you know how they say water is a good servant but a bad master. So don't serve money. Let money serve you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vitus. So since we want to manifest in the present and in the future, we need to know how to get there. So taking us through the conversation of a holistic look at the tech ecosystem, where we are going, and how do we get there. We want to invite our moderator upstage, and she is the founder of Tech Chef, and she is in the person of Nanefwa. Please put it up for her.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Honestly, our convener is the one who is supposed to be here, but due to some reasons, I will just step in for her. My name is Nanefwa Benyao, and I am the founder of Tech Chef Africa. And today we are going to have a conversation about a holistic look at the tech ecosystem, where we are going, where we are, where we are going, and how do we get there. So without further ado, let me just call my panelists, and the first person is in the name Norbert Jijowu. So Norbert, please come. Then the second person is Ellie Banini. Then we have Rashida Musa, then Klena.
My tech chef, where's the food?
All right. Thank you, lady and gentlemen. Okay, so I think this is how we are going to do it. Please introduce yourself, your name, the industry or niche you find yourself in. Then I think we can get started with the questions.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rashida Musa. I am the founder of Rema Integration Technologies. I work as an AI integration specialist, so I help individuals like yourselves, professionals and organizations strategically integrate AI into their operations. And we believe that education is the vehicle for AI adoption. So the more that we're exposed, the more that we're learning about it, the better that we'll become in optimizing it. And I'm very grateful to be here today, and thank you so much to the organizers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Klenam Kokufiajo, a serial entrepreneur. I'm in technology, storytelling. I love media, so I'm in media. We are helping businesses tell their stories. We have a space for creators. So we are looking for creators. If you have any ideas around creating anything, telling African stories, please, you can approach me. We can talk about it. Yes, we are in AI in many forms. I know one of my people are here, Kwame. We do a lot of work in AI, consulting for businesses around those disciplines. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. My name is Eli Bonini. I'm a partner at a software company called Digit. We build digital solutions across industry. And every now and then you find me either consulting or talking tech on some other panel or just in some conversations around technology. Thanks very much.
Hi, my name is Norbert, and I work for a firm called One Africa Markets, previously called Obsidian Achena. So mostly in the capital markets. Finance is a bit boring. So, if I'm not working on my 9 to 5, I also have a company I founded, which we'll talk about later, but I'm glad to be here and looking forward to having a good conversation. Yeah.
Thank you, dear panelists. So to our first question, and I think I will let Ellie, you start with us. So what are the biggest strengths and weaknesses of the current tech ecosystem? And are we truly on the path to innovation? And also, are there any fundamental gaps holding us back?
Thanks very much for the question. I think a year ago or earlier, a year ago, if you were to ask me this question, I will probably come up with a ton of problems that we have. But looking at Ghana's tech ecosystem holistically, we need to be sincere about a few things. I think it's time where, we pat ourselves on the back to say that, yeah, we've done a few things, right? We're not really there, but some of the best innovations you see on the African continent, in this case, I'm putting it in context, not globally, on the African continent, we've done quite a few things. But Ghana has a long way to go when you look at technology out there. Some of the previous panelists talked about how Africans are more about the late consumers, right? It's like when the technology is like fading away, that's when we then embrace it. But a few things are happening with a lot of technologies emerging, like my boss there. Amazing stuff that you're doing in AI, and Rashida is here doing amazing stuff. Not but all of these guys are doing amazing. Recently, a good friend, Darlington, was featured, and I saw those interviews. We're doing quite a lot. What are some of the key challenges we are facing as a country? Innovation is costly. Innovation is costly. You just the past weekend, I was at Academic City as a judge on their tech expo, and I was surprised the level of innovation that the students had. I wasn't necessarily blown away by the tertiary universities. No, it was the secondary school students that got me. These are students in SHS, yet they've been able to build very meaningful practical solutions that we can easily incorporate into the daily life here in Ghana. Now, the concern here is, where is that going? After Tech Expo exhibition, you score a few marks. Maybe I give you a remark to say, congratulations, you guys built an amazing. What's the next step? That's where mostly we have a problem in Ghana, right? So you have a lot of innovators, young students who, very smart people, take all the time to learn, build something, and they are the only ones and their friends who know that, yeah, I've built something really amazing, but it's not going anywhere simply because the funding for this is not available. So for me, stuff like that, I think I would then be going more into Nobel or financial markets, right? We need the right frameworks in place to fund innovation. These days, a few universities like Ashesi and the rest are doing amazing. They have their own incubators and all of that. I know there are a couple of other tech hubs across the country, and the new government of Ghana is also proposing a lot of interesting policies around that. I think we need more of that, and we need more of an investment in these areas as well to scale some of these innovations that we are actively working on to compete. And also as innovators, especially as Ghanaians, one of the other key problems that we keep facing, I build software for mostly organizations, and some of the most popular ones we built them, but we don't make noise about them. So, but then one of the key things you get to know is that we build with only Ghana in mind. We don't really build with the global market in mind. It's like you're building only with Ghana in mind. So you're stuck in Ghana. And even that Ghana, we're only talking about Accra. Right? So by the time you're trying to spot this solution or even these talents, there's a struggle. You realize that there are a lot of standards issues. But if we should start looking at building solutions with the global market in mind, there's a lot of opportunities out there for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Now, still speaking on the fundamental gaps holding us back, I'm coming to you, Rashida. Which emerging technologies, let's say the AI, Web3, quantum computing, biotech, etc., will define the next decade, and how should businesses and professionals prepare themselves for this change to close those gaps?
Yeah, so I think I don't know if I'd call it an emerging technology, but one thing you didn't mention is the gig economy. And I think that's going to shape all of these sectors, Web3, computing, AI, digital marketing, because long gone are going to be the days where you are an employee doing digital marketing or AI integration for one company. You're going to actually work in the gig economy, whereby you have a certain skill that is sought after amongst various organizations, and you're going to be working on a gig to gig basis. While sometimes those gigs can last a year, 2 years, that is the function that's going to happen in the future. So the way that, your question is, how can organizations prepare, is not necessarily us as organizations, but you as the people that are going to be working for those organizations. You need to hone in on one skill and really continue educating yourself on that skill and becoming a very valuable asset to organizations, where now you can come in and train or do a gig and leave an lasting impact and move on to another organization and continue to grow. And we are already seeing that in shifting already in ways that people who are earning higher incomes, especially in the tech world, they're jumping from job to job. Are they not working on necessarily a gig to gig basis, right? They work with Google for this year and then they jump to another job because they found that raises in their income, they were getting greater raises by jumping to different companies. And so that's how I see that they can prepare. And also, organizations need to be willing to take risks. You can't have someone who is an expert in AI automation come in and really breed that gig economy if you as an organization are not willing to take the risk and try that young person and try that emerging technology. You'd be very surprised as to what it can do for your operations.
Thank you so much. Value, I guess it is. Okay, so guys, you see the gentleman in red? He's the man who will talk about all the money and the financial in the tech ecosystem. So Norbert, this question goes to you. What are the key values and key actions needed from startups, investors, and policymakers to create a tech ecosystem that is inclusive, ethical, and future-proof? Because I know that you find yourself in a space whereby you deal with all these stakeholders that I have mentioned, so you're the best person to give your take on this.
Interesting. It's a tough question, but let me see if I can do justice to it. So you have people that have money, you have people that need money, and you have people that are supposed to create the right environment for that money to circulate. So policymakers, that's government, right? So I would break things down. The reason why you see countries like Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and other markets, you go to these ecosystems and you see that the ecosystems are different, right? And companies there are able to raise larger rounds of funding. I mean, in Ghana here, you can just count a number of them that have been able to raise that much funding. And when investors, who are the people that have money, are looking to deploy capital to these companies, they are considering a lot of factors. And I mean, now investors have been looking at factors like resilience, right? Do we have resilient founders? Do we have resilient people that are going to lead companies, that are going to turn companies around? Because if I'm giving you money, like for instance, there's disruption, AI is here, is automating stuff, and it might mean that monies that a startup is getting from a business because of what they are doing is being disrupted by AI. As a founder, are you able to pivot that business to become something that can stand the test of time? So it's not about how innovative your technology is. No one cares about that. At least AI can build that, we know, right? It's about who you are as a person and how you can spin things around. And that's what investors are looking for. And if you can invest, if you can convince these capital allocators that you are the right person, that have that resilience, that has that grit, that has that leadership and foresight to think things around, you get money. And you should be able to sell, right? And I feel the selling part is what we've not been able to do as innovators here, right? I mean, I've sat in like hundreds of pitches, right, across Africa, right? And sometimes people are pitching, like you see, I hate to do these comparisons, but you see a Nigerian founder pitching, and they can sell you. Then you start going into the due diligence part and you look at, I mean, this, excuse my language, this company is shit, right? But it's because they understand how to sell, right? They know what value is, and they'll package you from the onset. So, and they speak big money English, right? They don't go saying they're looking for 500K, 20 million, 30 million, 50 million, 100, right? So we should be able to sell. And once we're able to sell, and that's literally how Silicon Valley gained its reputation. Founders were able to sell, they built a hype, investors felt they were missing out, and it created that whole ecosystem where people want to be part of it. Now you attract investors because they are like, okay, Ghana is the next big thing. I want to come in, right? Because the founders are resilient, the market is ready, and it's time for them to come in. So, and now you come to the level playing field. If you look at most of the investments that we received as startups, right? Majority of them are not coming from local investors. How many VCs do we have? We have more PE firms. They do like the traditional transactions, like oil palm, banking, and all those boring transactions. They don't care about high risks, things like fintech. I mean, or startups that are going to fail. And they need, and for people like VCs who have this capital to allocate into risk, for them to be convinced enough to come here, they need the assurance that, okay, regulation is clear, right? Because imagine if, and I've been having this argument for as far as I can. I mean, we've lost a lot of money because of our exposure to government securities, government bonds. Imagine if most of the what's it called, fund managers allocated some to some tech companies across the country, or even across other African markets. They would have returned like serious money, right? But what we've done is our regulation has restricted us from making that happen. So sometimes you have all these innovations in the country, but you can't deploy capital because regulation wouldn't permit you to do that. So we need startups to be more resilient, or founders to be more resilient. They should learn how to sell. They should learn how to build things that people like, things that would make money. Simple, right? And we can drive in investors, and government should create a right level playing field for everyone, like regulation, creating the right access to infrastructure, opportunities, and knowing where their work stops. Government shouldn't be in the business of building apps. They should be in the business, because what that does is, as an investor, I'm like, why should I go into a market where the government is my biggest competitor? I wouldn't want to put my capital there, right? So we need to, all these stakeholders need to come around. I think we've been having conversation over and over again about it, but I think we just need the willpower to know where everybody starts, where people start, where they stop, the other continues. Then we see how we can revolve things around. Yeah. So
Thank you so much, Norbert. Klena, you have been in the tech and entrepreneurship ecosystem for like 2 decades now. Um, yes, yes, you've been in the game for long. So the question I have for you is, over the past 1 to 2 decade experience that you have, what are the biggest barriers to scaling tech ventures in our ecosystem that you've come across or you've witnessed? And also, how can we create an environment where innovation thrive long term?
Okay, so I think I'll pick it from the first question of where we've come from. I think over the last 20 years or 15 years, even coming from my own experience of doing e-commerce from a very early time in Ghana, I did e-commerce when mobile money wasn't a thing. Even delivering goods across Ghana wasn't a thing. You didn't have, Yango in the space. It was a very zero ground. And it was us out of school, college, young boys trying to be, the Silicon Valley of Accra, and not understanding, or again, from the previous conversation, human-centered design. Because sometimes you think that, you can pick an Amazon and drop it on Ghanaians and they'll pick it up. But as much as possible, we need human-centered design to understand how Ghanaians live. Ghanaians in Ghana going on e-commerce want to even still bargain. That's what we even figured out. You putting a price there, they still want to call you and ask, can I give you, 10% off or something? That is the Ghanaian culture. How do we build or innovate around that kind of culture? So I think we've come very far. Now, mobile money, even you go to a market, a typical market, Makola, people are able to receive mobile money. We've come very far in terms of technology adoption. And as I hear a lot of people say, we are very slow at adoption, but when we get to the point where we realize the need for that technology, we don't ever struggle to jump onto that technology. So I think we've come a very long way, especially from where I came from in the technology space. Where are we going? I'm part of a team called Dr. Do Good. Doing a lot of work in healthcare, technology around healthcare, building technologies around healthcare, getting people to be able to access or deliver healthcare in a very, in the basic form, You know, go onto your phone, speak to a doctor, get your medication delivered, do the whole, you know, journey of attaining healthcare to the best that you can. Over the period, building on innovation, we've added wellness. How do people, do you have to wait to get ill before you speak to or you access healthcare? No. Now, how do I join a yoga class? How do I join a gym with my subscription? So as much as possible, using Dr. Do Good, we are building on health tech. Africa has a lot of problems, but with problems, I think comes solutions. So yes, there are people who want to leave Ghana, go to the West and hustle it out. But I think it's never been best to be in Ghana and solve the problems that we have here. There's a lot of problems, there's a lot of solutions. I'm sure people in this room, if they find the problems in Ghana and try to work on the solutions, Ghana will even be better than anywhere, or Africa will be better than many of the Western countries that we want to even go to. So I think we are at the right point. Many of the things that didn't exist in my time exist now. And I heard a story about bulk SMS doing amazing work with chatbots and things. There is a lot of opportunity here. It's a growing market, it's a growing economy. A lot of things are possible. You don't have to leave Ghana. Do what you can to solve the problems that you yourself are facing. The reason why I like the work we do at Dr. Dugu is because even personally, at a very early age, I suffered a wrong diagnosis. I went to a hospital. I was given the wrong diagnosis. I almost died because of negligence. Now, how do we solve that? Dr. Dugood comes in, builds innovation. Now people don't have to go through that kind of process. We know the issue of how even pregnant women have issues when they have, when they're having a baby. How do we solve that? We sit in a room, we innovate, we solve it. And I think that's the culture that we need to encourage with even the young people in this room. How do we come together? And collaboration is one thing that I think we don't do much here. If you find somebody with a passion that you also find yourself in, always come together. Because it's better to own 10% of something that works. And I know a lot of us have heard about these kinds of things. If you own 10% of something that works, it's better than owning 100% of something that doesn't work. So bring people in who can partner with you and move forward. There's a lot of AI, all of these things is crazy. It's getting crazier. But how are we solving our own problems here with the AI and all these AR, AI, XR? There's a lot of R's and AIs. How are we solving our problems? So I think the future is bright for innovation in Africa. We have problems, but I think we have the capacity to solve the problems that we have.
Thank you so much, Clenam. I have one last question, and this question goes to all the speakers. It's more of like our closing question. Please, you just have 30 seconds to answer it. Sorry, 30 seconds. So, Rashida, I want you to touch base on the AI bit of this. Clenam, I want you to touch base of the global market of this particular question. Norbert, I want you to touch the policy making and also investors bit of this particular question. And for Ellie, I want you to touch on attracting international investment. So the question is, how can our local tech ecosystem better integrate into the global workforce based on these niche that I have mentioned to all of you? Okay, so how can our local tech ecosystem better integrate with global niche markets? Sorry, global world.
With the globe.
Yeah.
Okay. Again, the best way to do that is for all of us to take an individual initiative to learn as to what is going on in this space. I think it was on the last panel when Mr. Isaac, you asked who here is using ChatGPT, and most people's hands went up, but that was the only AI that they were using. And ChatGPT is like the most, at this point today, it's probably one of the most basic use cases of AI. You just communicating with an LLM very basically. There is conversational AI, there's automations. There now, you can, with a simple text prompt, you can make a full 2-hour movie. You can analyze videos on YouTube. You can do full literature reviews. And a lot of these tools are free and are accessible to you. So I do understand that some of these AI tools do have a cost to them, but there are several that are free. So for us to really compete on the global stage, we have to really take stock of where we're at, the general use cases that are out there, and where the world is. We need to see what is a 21, 22-year-old in the United States or in China. What are they using AI for? Learn from them. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just need to catch up to it, essentially. So adopt this mentality that once you're done here at the University of Ghana in your studies, you're not even close to being done. In Africa, this concept of university being done at 22, you do your master's, maybe by 30 you're done, is a Western capitalistic concept. Traditional African societies adopted a lifelong process of learning. People were in universities till they died. So we also have to revert to that to keep ahead. What we learn here is not what is real in the real world. And how do you keep up with what is happening in the real world? You take an initiative with your own learning, asking questions. Someone in the previous panel mentioned YouTube. I taught myself how to code on YouTube. I never went to university for computer science. I've never taken a university computer science lecture, but I'm a full stack developer. I can build an app, I can build a web page, I can build anything because I had this innate drive to seek that knowledge after school. So that is the one thing I can say to keep you ahead. And surprisingly, TikTok. It might not seem like it, but TikTok has given me so much information as to what is happening in the world and the multiple use cases of AI. Sometimes I'll just be scrolling and I'll see an incredible new AI tool that's being posted on TikTok. And I would have never seen it on LinkedIn. I would have never heard it at a conference. So you have to seek that information, but it's out there.
Thank you so much. Plenum, everyone 30 seconds.
Okay, so for me, one of the key things that one of my very great mentors taught me, and most of the time when you finish school, you're like, oh yeah, I'm done learning. But he's like, no, this is when the learning actually starts because you are out there in the world. This is the time where now you have to apply the skill or even upskill. I've heard a lot of upskilling as well. So this is the time where you either have to apply and keep upskilling, keep growing, keep learning. One of the key things I do whenever there's a problem, or I see a challenge, and I always seem to say to people that when I have to introduce myself, that I'm a hustler. I'm a hustler only because when I see problems, I find ways to solve them. And it's about finding the ideas, collaborating, partnering up, and taking action. So I think finishing school is just one part of the whole thing. Getting into the job market or getting into the entrepreneurship market. I mean, now people like the word entrepreneurship, but being an entrepreneur in Africa is not easy. You are battling a lot of things, so you are learning. And one of the words that I like about entrepreneurship is pivoting, where you have to keep inventing yourself. Keep inventing yourself. I know many of the people I know here know me for different things because I've been in different industries, different markets, only because I'm constantly evolving and trying to learn as much as I go. So as much as possible, while we are finishing school, we are in school, even this is the place where we form business friends. And I use that word not loosely. Business friends are not your regular friends. You can have normal friends, but when you have to do business or have to run careers, then you have to find who your collaborators are, who is passionate about what you're passionate about. How can we come together and drive innovation and keep building ourselves? So school is not enough. School is actually in the world there. I know people who haven't even been to school but are doing amazing work. So how do we upskill? How do we keep reskilling, retooling, and growing as we go?
Thank you, Plenum. Ellie, 30 seconds. Norbert, 30 seconds.
Thanks very much. How do we attract global investment? As a Ghanaian entrepreneur, if you are building, build with scale in mind. There are a few things we can talk about here. Number one is soft skills. I think Mr. Isaac spent all the time talking about soft skill here. As an engineer, I have a typical engineering background, mathematics and physics. Later, I did some business studies and all of that. But one of the key things was selling what we were doing. We were very good engineering-wise. We could build any software. And we had paying clients from the US. but to sell the service to someone else was a problem. Every day I'm coming to talk about technical terms, and the guy's looking at me like, you guys are good, bye-bye. That's where it ends. So I literally have to learn that. To give you an idea, we recently, just last year, we built a full library for Meta, the Facebook parent company. We partnered with one of our partner companies, LNR, and we built a full media view library for Meta. Now, that's a company in Ghana partnering with another company to build that. And it's open source, so you can literally access it. Now, how did we get there? Get the right exposure as an entrepreneur. You're looking for global investment. You will not stay in a village like, excuse me, here, right? And want to get that. Get the right exposure, get the right mentors in place, learn the right materials, right? Get in the right rooms where people who matter or the right conversations are being had, right? And more importantly, invest in yourself. Right, I think we don't talk much about that, but invest in yourself. Don't say I am a Ghanaian and the opportunities in Ghana are limited to this. Go beyond that. Look at what's happening in other markets and try to scale. I have a bunch of developers I deal with, about 24 developers we deal with. And every morning I will come telling you that this code you have written here, it's, even though I don't really review the code, but then I know how to write your code. So if you write a shitty code for me, sorry, if you write a shitty code for me, you are going to get flagged for it. But build with scale in mind, right? It starts from there. If you are building with scale in mind, even the standards and the structures you put together will determine where you are going. So don't start as a one-man business and that's about it. Put those structures in place and build a skill in mind. I'm throwing an open invitation to the human-centered design panel. We have so come, let's collaborate on the media view library. Let's build experiences around XR, AR, and spatial computing and all of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norbert.
I'll try. Policy. So I think everything boils down to willpower. I mean, I think we can do everything we want if there's willpower. I mean, I was in Kigali recently and I got to know that Kigali is the cleanest city in Africa, right? And it's clean because the person that helped them plan their city was from AMA, Accra Metropolitan Assembly. Yes, and we have one of the most toxic cities in the world. So it should show you that it's more about willpower to create a necessary environment to attract the right investment. And please give me a second, let me do this. I think sometimes students want to do stuff genuinely, but I feel the system is not rewarding enough for them to, let's say, innovate to create stuff. Because, I mean, for instance, you have the likes of the MITs and where some of the best innovations came from, Stanford, etc., all those top universities, is because there was fund policy, and that's what we need, right? At least we have universities that have innovation labs, studios, and etc. But the government needs to allocate, let's say, a research and development fund in each university to say that if you're a student and you've been able to do X and it has commercial viability, you should be able to have this capital to be able to scale it. Now, students will see that there's equity, there's opportunity for them beyond school, for them to carry on some of these things. And, there's capital, but we need government to take these steps to put in the right frameworks for some of these things to thrive. So, but I think there's more room for growth, and we are optimistic about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Norbert, Ellie, Rashida, and Clenam. We really appreciate the knowledge that you've shared and all the resources given, and also the aftermath. I think we are done. Thank you.
All right, we'll take the picture, and then now we are out of here. Thank you so much. Okay, so while they take the picture, we want to put our hands together for ourselves here. Kindly put your hands together for yourself. A round of applause for you from being here from the morning up to this time, and we want to say we appreciate you all. Thank you so much. But this is the last lap, our last panel, and then we are out of this auditorium. So, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Barbara Zipporah, who is going to take us through the last part. And it's true, for the next 20 minutes, we are out of this place. So please put your hands together. Let's welcome Barbara. And then we call back Rashida on stage. So.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I know it's been a long day. We will try and wrap up quickly. So it's a pleasure to welcome you to the Product and Service Showcase. There's been a lot of talk about industry, academia, but every study must result in a product or a service. That's also how we get employed, and we have our means. And so we have three leaders from different organizations that would showcase their product or service. So I will start with Kadun Ajekwe, if she's around. And as she comes, to save some time, I would introduce her. So once she's here, she would dive right into her presentation. Okay, I can see her. So she is the Chief Product Officer at Shelter, which is a mobile app designed to enhance personal safety, particularly for women, children, and the youth. With a track record of working with brands such as Yango and Flutter Wave. Oh, sorry. So Kadon Ajekwe is the Chief Product Officer of Shelter, a mobile app designed to enhance personal safety, and particularly for women and children and the youth, and she brings deep expertise in digital marketing storytelling. So she will tell us more about Shelter this afternoon. Please welcome her with a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Kadon Ajekwe. I am the CPO for Shelter, and I am also the digital marketing lead for Future of Work 2.0. I was supposed to give a presentation. I don't know if the media team will help me, or I can just also go before the presentation is put up for presentation. So I'll jump right in. Basically, Shelter came about because of I and my co-founders or women out there have been through abuse, gender-based violence, physical abuse, emotional abuse, and any abuse you can think of. I'm sure most of or some of us here have experienced moments where our safety or the moments where we felt unsafe, and those moments didn't feel good either. They were traumatic. It felt like the world has swallowed us in, or you can't leave for the next, and that's why we created Shelter. Basically, women often feel safe when participating in social activities like going out on dates or going out with friends at night with the risks of harassment and assault. So Shelter provides women with safety tools, including voice-activated emergency alerts, phone shaking to signal distress, and live location sharing, and many more. This application was created, like I said, from experience. I am a co-founder, have been. So we are definitely ready to demo our product. I think we can shift to the next slide. Yeah, next slide. So basically, the key features of Shelter is voice activation. Like I said, we want to enable women send out for help in a discreet way. phone shaking activation. So once you shake the phone, your emergency alert is sent to your 5 emergency contacts with your live location. Also, we have the community feature whereby any woman or any person who has downloaded the app on their phone can get signals when women or anybody is in danger, and they can go after them to save them. And then finally, we also have offline mode for individuals who have not only smartphones, but the keypad phones. They can also send out for help as well using the keypad or star 770 or so. So I'm gonna play the video. No, can you play the video? It's a video. So once you have Shelter on your mobile app, you sign in. So the demo is going to be displayed shortly. So before the demo is played, I would literally request all of us to bring out our phones and scan the QR code to join the waitlist, because we are getting more feedback from people, women, men, for those who are parents here and also want to add feedback on what you expect the safety app to look like or be like, and also want to experience our application. You're open to join our waitlist so we can share the application with you. Shelter is gonna be the next Africa's future, and we need you to be part of our journey. Thank you very much. Awesome. So I think the demo is ready now. So like I said, once you have the app on your phone, you sign in. Yeah. So you sign in and you are. Okay, apparently the video is not playing properly. Awesome. So once you're in danger and you check your phone, an emergency alert is sent to your 5 trusted contacts, and you can add and edit your locations. And once the person finds you, and then they can locate you. So that's just basically it. We're building more features, and that's why we need you to join the waitlist and be part of our journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kadun, for that very great demo. The importance of security cannot be understated. I'm one of those people who's always sharing my live location with my brothers when I'm in some interesting location. So that is great. We'll move on swiftly. Next up, we have Rashida Musa. She is okay. I don't know if Clinton is around. If that will take some time, Clinton. No. Okay, can we give it some time? Okay, all right. So shall we welcome Rashida Musa to give us a presentation on Rima, and also as she's coming, she's already introduced herself, but I'll just add that she is driving innovation and integration in AI solutions across multiple industries. From law to finance to e-commerce, she is a strong advocate for Africa's role in the global AI space. Rashida, thank you.
Thank you, dear. Hello, everyone. I know it's been a long day, so I'm very grateful for you all being here today. I had a demo here for you guys on a conversational AI, but unfortunately, we're not able to have it up. But I do have a very exciting thing for you guys as well. Every Sunday at 8 p.m., I do free AI training on Zoom. So every week we cover a brand new AI topic. And if you guys remember what I said earlier, we are simply just scratching the surface when it comes to artificial intelligence, are we not? Right? Because let me get a show of hands here. Who here is using ChatGPT? Okay. Who here is using custom GPTs? Okay, see this, the number even goes smaller. And custom GPTs are just exceptional because when you talk to ChatGPT, the normal one, you have to always prompt it to remember, I'm a student, this is the topic, these are the resources to reference, correct? What if you could build a custom GPT that knew everything about the subject matter you wanted to LLM, right? You could build it with your own proprietary knowledge database. So for instance, again, if you are a student and you have PDFs, documents, books, essays, previous works, exams, you could build a custom GPT that can now consistently reference that information to provide you with the answers that you're looking for. Maybe I needed to help me make flashcards. Maybe I needed to help me make a study guide. And it can always continuously reference that throughout your course. That is quite exceptional. Who here has ever used Notebook LM? Okay, one strong person in the back. Who here has even heard of Notebook LM? No? Oh my goodness. Okay, please pull out your phones right now and type notebooklm or .google.com. Okay? Mr. Isaac, you touched base on it, but it is truly an exceptional tool. Again, I can take it to build a knowledge base of up to 50 sources. And those sources can include YouTube videos, PDFs, text, and just an array of documentation. And then not only can I now communicate with my notebook in an intelligent way, it provides citations. So if I've provided the notebook with, let's say, 100 documents about, okay, give me a topic. Guy in the blue shirt, give me a topic that you would want to study in school or you'd have to learn in school. Sorry? Okay, maybe let's talk about even recently, we just had an election. Maybe you need to write an essay on the politics in Ghana, right? What if I could feed this notebook with decades of political data, news articles, the law, the Ghanaian law book itself, media, mandates, what is it called when the president releases his manifesto, right? And I can consistently ask it, what is John Mahama's stance on artificial intelligence? And not only is the notebook going to give me my answer, it's going to give me a citation and show me exactly in the hundreds of documentation that I've provided to it, exactly where it found that information. So as a student, isn't this incredibly valuable? Because now, don't your professors tell you don't use AI, right? Don't listen to them. Use it, but use it effectively. Don't use it to do the work for you, but use it to help you get the work done faster and easier. If now I'm writing a research paper and I can reference data and it can tell me exactly from which source it cited this data, have I not expedited that process? Yeah, I have. But has it done the thinking for me? No. Because at the end of the day, I still need to take this data and create my thesis, create my literature review. So it's not doing the work for me, it's just helping me with research. And there's nothing wrong with that. When our parents went to university, how did they have to do research? Didn't they have to go to a library and search through books and read through those books? And now what do? Don't we just Google? Right? Now, this is taking that an extra step. Every generation that comes, technology evolves to make education easier, to make research, to make data finding a lot easier. That is one thing you can do with Notebook LM. But what I absolutely love about Notebook LM is that I can take that data and it can create for me in an instant a two-person conversation, like a podcast, on that specific topic. So let me ask you, would you rather read thousands of papers about Ghana's political ecosystem, or would you rather listen to a 15 to 20-minute podcast about the subject matter? Can I get a hands up for podcast? Can I get a hands up for reading thousands of pages of documentation? Okay. Now, Notebook LM just released two incredible features. One that ties into the podcast. I'm sure we've all listened to it. Who listens to podcasts on educative data or educative topics? You don't listen to podcasts at all? No? Well, you should start. They're exciting. So imagine you're listening to a podcast, or even right now, I'm speaking, I'm giving you a lecture. Don't you find sometimes you want to interrupt your professor or the lecturer and ask a question about a specific topic? Right? Now with this feature, they have an actual interactive audio. So while you're listening to this 15, 20-minute breakdown on the topic, you can actually interrupt and ask a question. And it can answer that question, redirect the conversation to that specific topic, and then bring it back to the core theme. Has this not made learning any sort of topic much more easier and accessible? Okay, now let me ask you a question. How much do you think Notebook LM costs? Because AI costs money. Shout out some numbers here. Per month, how much do you think Notebook LM costs? 40 euros. Okay, that's a good answer. Anyone else? What if I told you it was free? You just need a Gmail account. So there is absolutely no excuse for anyone in this room not to be integrating this technology. Now, on top of this, we are now beyond just using individual AI tools. We've now expanded to actually creating AI automations. Who here understands what an automation is? Okay, it's automatically performing a task based on a set of instructions. Okay, so who here, when you registered for Be Tech Connected, did you get an email that you had registered? That was an AI automation. The AI automation registered that you had put in your details. It referenced you by name, and it also referenced which workshop you signed up for. That's an AI automation. Last week in my AI masterclass, we actually built an AI automation that writes grants and applies for grants for you automatically. That's huge. We just talked about the funding gap here in Africa. Now, what if you had an AI that all I had to do was put the name of the organization, their website, a bit of information about them, and the AI would do the rest. It knows me, it knows my business, it knows how my business fits into this potential grant, and it writes the grant for me. And then I've tapped into another large language model called DeepSeek that actually gives feedback on that original one on ways to improve it. And then it automatically rewrites it. That's quite exceptional, right? What if you're applying for a job? And now all you have to do, because don't you know, like when you apply for a job, you have to tweak your cover letter and your resume to fit that job listing, right? Now, what if AI could do that automatically for you? You could just put the link to the job listing, AI can reference your resume, it can tweak your resume to fit that job description and apply automatically for you. Couldn't you apply to 100 jobs a day then? Do you think your chances of getting hired have now increased or decreased? They've increased. So this is the future of artificial intelligence. Today, I wanted to show you a conversational chatbot that we built that is everything Ghana. So I can talk to this chatbot, and it has sentiment. It feels for me. It understands what I'm trying to convey. Maybe I'm frustrated and I need some help with the law. Maybe I want to know where are the best beach places to go in Ghana. Or, hey, my water isn't running. Who do I call? These are a lot of questions that we don't know automatically off the top of our heads. And unfortunately in Ghana, some of this information is kind of in silos in its own little universe. But we created a chatbot that you can talk to just like you talk to me and ask it anything about Ghana. You can ask it, who is the MP for this area? I stay in this neighborhood, who is my MP? You don't even need to know the name of your constituency. You just provide your address. Now that's the future. Now, when I talk about all these AI tools and their use cases, I'm not telling you to just use them and play around. I'm telling you to use them to make money, to create economic empowerment for yourself. Is there anyone in this room who would like to make more money? Everyone, exactly. Who would like to make more money from home, working remotely? Yes? Who would like to make USD from home in Ghana? Right? That's the sweet spot about Ghana, is find a way to make foreign currency while you live in Ghana, and you have really a pretty great life, and the opportunities are open for you. But you have to get yourself aware of these AI tools. So I won't talk too much, but I just wanted to let you guys know, again, every Sunday at 8 p.m., we dive deep into AI tools, because enough is enough of talking about AI. It's time to use AI, learn, see how it's developed, how easy it can actually be developed. You do not need to have a coding background to be able to use these tools effectively. So if you want to sign up for my AI course, you can find me on Instagram. Are you guys on Instagram? Yeah? Okay. You can find me on Instagram as Hajia AI, HAJIA_AI. That's my username on all platforms. And then in my bio, I have the registration link. Okay, the registration link is also my website, Raima, RAIMA.io/master-AI. This week, we are diving very, very deep into how to make an AI automation and how you can take that AI automation and sell it to companies in Ghana and beyond and create economic empowerment for yourself. So I'm very happy to be here today. I hope that you guys take this truly, take everything that you've learned here today, because these people, no be small people. They've been doing a lot of great things in their careers, and I look up to 99% of them. I should say, I'm joking. I look up to every single person that's graced the stage because they've beat the odds. They've They've gone beyond the challenges that this ecosystem has, and they've created economic empowerment for themselves. I mean, didn't you hear Ellie? One man employs 24 engineers in this country. One man. Isn't that exceptional? It truly is. So don't take these moments lightly, okay? Don't take the access that you have to these potential mentors, the access that you have to free AI training, the access that you have to even just coming to such events and being tapped into this ecosystem for granted. Because trust me, in 5 years, I want to come and meet every single one of you and know that you have now carved a path for yourself in the AI gig economy. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, thank you very much, Rashida. That is very true. We have come to the end of this session. It's been an insightful session. Thank you to Kadun as well. There should be another product service showcase tomorrow, Expert Turntable and iSupreme. We encourage everyone to connect with the speakers and the moderators or anyone who's come to this event. So thank you very much for your time. I would pass it on to Benjamin and Michaela. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for everyone that had mounted this stage the whole of the day from morning to now, and also a round of applause for yourself who have been sitting here from morning up to now.
From today's event. However, we'll be right here tomorrow, and tomorrow we'll like to start early so the event doesn't drag. So you can get a whole lot from tomorrow's event. So tomorrow, come pumped up, come with your dopamine on 101 because you're going to have the benefits of it. It's been Michaela and
Benjamin Owusu-Ansah is the name. Thank you.
We have been your hosts for today. See you tomorrow, guys.
The world of work is changing faster than ever before. Technology is transforming the way we work, connect, create, and collaborate. Welcome to the Future of Work 2.0, an innovative platform dedicated to equipping young people with the skills, networks, and opportunities to thrive in the evolving global tech landscape, as well as give local and global tech companies access to tech talents. We aim to influence the global workforce with African talents. How will emerging technology